Wait, what? Okay, let's just try a water bottle then.
And you know
Wait, what happens if I put both a water bottle and an awkward? Okay. So it only works with water, huh? Interesting. I suspect it's gonna make one of these now.
Is that a little baby goat?
This one's... nothing's gonna happen to that one. Oh! What? Potion of weakness. Wait. That kind of weakness? Wait a minute. Hold on. There's an achievement. Man, where the fuck is it? Husbandry? What? Am I blind? Is it in here? Ah, here it is. Weaken and then cure a zombie villager. I bet you that's what this is. It's an effect it's describing. It's not actually weakening as in just damaging it. That's what I thought. But I mean, it could be. I don't know. Maybe it is. It's hard to say before I try it, I guess. Okay.
I forgot where we went. Okay.
All right then. Well, I'm gonna try that next time. Perfect. Let's put these somewhere for now. Here. Awkward. We have 3 awkward potions. Can I make something out of it? Let me make some... Yeah, water breathing. Why not? And then I'm gonna need some more of that blaze stuff. I have it here. I actually have a lot. I just do this. Yoink! And then one there. And one there. And now we extend this with the redstone dust. Yoink. There we go. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, let me also quickly note. Let's see here. Fermented spider eye with water bottle. Isn't that interesting? Why does that work with a water bottle?
Wasn't there a village over here?
And not an awkward potion. Potion of weakness.
Weakness.
Okay. While that's doing that, let me quickly deposit some things. What else should I put in here? Nothing. Pumpkins. Okay, potions are done. That's perfect.
So I'm facing west.
Here. I need these potions today.
Let's go back, I guess. 'Cause I don't have
Maybe.
anything to fight with. Holy shit.
I want to do something else first. Oh, I have a lot of these actually. That's
something
amazing.
to fight with.
They're all 8 minutes. Man, I need to find out how to make invisibility potion. What have I not tried yet? God damn it. Oh, you know what? I really should go through this. Because I pretty much just discovered a new potion just by doing this here. Whoops. Where's the fermented spider eye?
Sheep? Yeah, maybe I can make a bed real quick.
I don't know where it is, but it was somewhere around here. where I was. Okay, let's see what else I can do. I can make magma cream. Wait, what? No way! Oh my god! No fucking way, dude! Yo, that's great news. Wow, okay. I wonder what happens if I use a soul campfire underneath a beehive. Will I get some kind of fucked up honey? Nether honey? I kind of want to try it. Let's do it. Soul sand, sticks, and wood. I have all of that. I just need one soul sand, please. I need some wood.
Bro,
Not that kind of wood. I need the unprocessed wood. There we go. And then I need sticks. Soul campfire time. Let's try this. I'm gonna try it over here, I guess. Are these dripping? Where's this bee? Okay, it is doing something. It's working. I'm gonna try on the other one then, because this one still drips. Let me see the drip. Wait, is it dripping? Can't tell.
What?
Shit. Oh well. I'm gonna put it there and just leave it, I guess. But I will try real quick. Doesn't work. Okay. I will come back to that late. Oh my god, that's really annoying. I need to remove that right now.
At least I can get some.
That looks so dumb. Unless it should go higher. No. No. It's raining scaffolding. Hallelujah. Rest goes in. Now, a normal campfire I will put out here.
I can't stack beds.
Are you creating honey right now? Also, I think maybe the campfire needs to be right below it. I'm not sure. Okay, whatever. Alright, let's keep going here. Soul campfire.
Can't die. Oh, shit.
There. Okay. What else can I make? Bucket, honey block. Wait. Oh shit.
Oh, that was me.
You know what? I don't care about him. I don't care. He can do his thing. A lectern. Please get away from me. I can make a slime block. Piss daylight detector. Oh my god. Redstone lamp. Oh, let me make that. I can make that.
I could dig anywhere. Okay, yeah, let's just go in here.
Oh no, do I not have any glowstone? No way. Huh. Okay. Okay, I've had it with you. Fuck off. Get off my property. Come on. Bro.
Oh shit, I'm one of the torches too.
Wait, are there two of them or one? Oh shit.
There it is.
Oh my god. Come on. Give me that trophy. I see you holding that. Come here. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, there were two of them! What is happening here? Dude, I wonder... Okay. Crackpot theory time. I wonder if... the reason why there are so many of these Endermen here is because I put down a portal close to my house. I could be wrong, but it feels like ever since I put down that portal, there has been an increase in the amount of Endermen here. They're definitely associated with the Ender, right? With all the particles. Just like the Ender chest. Sorry, not with the Ender. It's associated with the Nether. The purple shit. Basically. So maybe if I remove that portal, they will actually not spawn as much. Maybe that's where they come from. They come out of the portal.
I don't really need too much iron, I don't think.
Okay, put that in there. Grass block goes in here, of course. I feel like, you know what? I'm gonna display these now. It's time to proudly display what I've done. But it needs to be in a place that is distinguishable from down here. So just like the hobbits, we're gonna sort of have a little bit of... No! Rip. This is an old house, moss and grass is growing up here, okay? That's what's happening. There we go. Looks pretty cool, I guess.
Shit, I almost fell down there.
Okay, break my fall. Hey! Doesn't work. That's a nasty sound, though, when you hit it. Sir. Frank, I know you're not happy, but... please don't do that, okay? And please do not go on my chest! Away with you. Away. Go in the corner. There, stay there. Okay, okay, okay. Dirt goes up there. This was a trophy. It's gone. That is so sad. Sure. Okay, let's see here. I think we're almost done with this page. Block. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this. But I couldn't, because I don't have any glowstone. Shit. Actually, wait. Maybe I do. No. Here? 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 No. Okay, we're out of that. Next tab. Weapons and stuff. Nothing? How about here? Nothing interesting, I don't think. Jack-o'-lantern. No. I don't want to do that. Now this one is interesting. Anything new here? Wait, aren't these a lot of the same that I saw in the other tab? Cookie? I wonder if I can make a golden cookie. Oh! I can make leather out of rabbit hide. Oh shit, okay. Not very efficient, but cool that you can do that. And then we have the last tab here, redstone. Okay. I don't think I have anything new. Not really. Man, I wonder what a calibrated skulk sensor is. A calibrated skulk sensor.
Come on, bitch.
I think I theorized this the first time I saw this. I think it still is. So let's say I make this. It's gonna be a skulk sensor that is on my side. Basically. So when an enemy comes near, it's gonna send out a signal. You know, just like it sends a signal to the bubble generator. Or something like that. Okay. Let's get moving, I guess. It's time to get out of here. Put that in there. We have potions. We have food. This is all looking great. Why did I have 2 ender pearls on me? Oh, did I get them from the guys? Man, look how many I have of these now. I can make, how did you make an Eye of Ender again? Blaze powder, right, okay.
What the shit?
Let's just make a bunch. Oh, wait, I need to...
Arctic fox.
Let's
Do I have
do
bones? Oh my gosh, I do.
that. I want to keep some of these rods. Eye of Ender. Ender Pearl.
I think that might be a...
I have 18! But...
Yeah, that's a...
I only need 11. I think. Blaze rods, in. Pumpkin seeds, in. And let's go. Close the doors. Is everyone happy? Oh, I see honey. I'll get that later. It can do its thing. Off we go. It's time to find out what the fuck is going on.
Come here.
With that place. Down below.
That's a fox.
Ah, and what a day for exploration it is, huh? Such a nice Friday. The sun is going. This is just great. I have all my items on me. I kind of want to theorize what may be behind that place. So it's called the End Portal, I'm pretty sure is what that is. Because I followed the Eyes of Ender. It makes sense. The End Portal. Let's see here. Enter the End Portal.
Fuck it, I'm out of here.
And follow an Eye of Ender. I Spy. Wait, I Spy? Is that a joke about that one movie, the kids? I Spy? No, wait, that movie was called Spy Kids. Never mind. Never mind. I'm dumb. I think I was mixing iRobot with Spy Kids. I Spy or something.
I spy.
Okay, so apparently... Okay, check this out. Enter the End Portal. And it says, the end, question mark. So, something makes me think.
It's not the end.
Obviously, the game is not gonna just end when I go through that portal. The credits are not gonna roll or anything. Not yet, at least. I think... Let me see if I can't find this.
Because there's got to be a dragon of some sort.
I think there is something in there. God, I just cannot find my way in these achievements, I swear.
I don't know where the Enderman went.
Fuck. Where the hell is it? Oh wait, it's something about a spyglass. Hold on. Spyglass time. Look at that.
Dragon.
Is it a plane? Look at the Ender Dragon through a spyglass. I think there's an Ender Dragon inside the End Portal. And I think the Ender Dragon is the end boss. And if I kill that boss, maybe then credits roll. Kind of interesting though, an End Dragon. Is it actually going to be a dragon? Or is that just, I don't know, a name? I can't actually imagine a dragon in this game for some reason. That would seem a little out of place somehow. But yeah. Oh, the sun is going down. Okay, that's fine. We can make it. So look at this. I think I can even see my thing from here. My tower of dirt. Oh, but I did actually decrease the draw distance. So maybe
Wow,
I
it's
cannot
still
see it from
cooking?
here right now.
Jesus. How is it still cooking?
But you know what? Let me just walk, because I'm pretty sure where it is. Should be right over here.
Oh, there's the village. Well, while that's still cooking, I guess I do have time to go explore just a little bit more. I hope I don't get baited.
Do I see it? I actually don't see it. Ah, there it is, there it is. Yeah, we're right here. Awesome. Oh, shit. Did I have anything in this chest? Oh! I forgot about all this. What the? I'll take that. Maybe I'll need it. Let me put these torches in here for now. Anything else I should probably put in here? No. I think I'm good. Let's go. Oh, sleep. Let's go to sleep.
Make some good armor, right? Let's see.
So here's the thing.
I already have some good armor, never mind.
Oh, slow fall. Bro. Imagine falling, and then right before you hit the ground, you consume the slow fall. Wouldn't that be the mega play?
I do want to go over there, but look how much snow there is. Fuck.
Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna walk down. Play it safe.
Let's put it in the meme after this.
I should put a honey block down there, actually, and try the achievement here. This would be the place to do it. Oh god, I'm going deep. Look at that, how the fucking... the earth, or like the... You know what I mean. Fucking everything changes. We're going deep, okay? Deep into the earth. Here we are. Was it this way? Is it right there? Oh my god. I can't believe I found that first try. I was so lost in here last time. Okay, so check this out. Yep. Here we go. Listen to... Oh! Oh! Fuck, that scared me! Oh, that's a cool effect. Oh! 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 Fuck, that scared me! Oh, that's a cool effect. Look at that. Whoa. Oh, that's trippy. Holy shit. What? That's so weird. It follows my cursor. Holy shit. What? That's so weird. It follows my cursor. Look at that. Okay, here we go. I'm scared of jumping in, though, because of the lava underneath. I feel like I should try and fill that up first. Hold on. I'm actually gonna do that. I'm way too scared here. I don't want to die yet. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can drink a fire resistance. Hold on. Fuck it. There we go. Take no chances. Alright, here we go.
Oh my gosh, he fell into the lava. Bro. I don't think I want to watch it, but oh, fuck. I don't want the spoilers. Oh, my food's cooking. I would like to see this village, though. Little winter village biome. Is this the fresh powder? I don't think it is. Bro, no way. I'm not doing this. I'm not getting killed leaving my diamond armor here. Getting killed by fucking snow. No way. Follow an eye of Ender. not want to use the cherry logs. Fuck it, we'll bring it. We'll eat that first, actually. There we go. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. Anything else I need? I got, okay, got that. I probably won't even need to use my pickaxe, hopefully not. There, yeah, I think we'll be good to go. I got my bed. Oh, I did sleep here. So the respawn anchor. Yeah, I'll keep the bed here. Okay. I have another bed as well. Let's go. But what a fucking boom. Oh, that's iron too. That's good. Oh, fuck. Good, it's paused.
Standard mathematical notation indices in the n vectors goes from I is equal to 1 to I is equal to n. So the notation here can be a bit ambiguous. So AI could mean the ith element of AI, the A vector, or the ith vector in the collection. So let's start with the simple one and then move on to this next part. So what this means and what this means we will look into now. So usually when we have a n-dimensional space, we are having hard time visualizing it. Therefore, we use this two-dimensional space or maximum three-dimensional space in order to get an understanding of what these vectors are. So we just saw examples of them when creating our vectors in V and W in R2 and also in R3. But we can have similar vectors also in R4, in R5, or all the way down to Rn, where n can be 100, 200, 500, any number as large as you want. The thing is that visualizing R4, R5, Rn is very hard, but we can still benefit from these great properties of the vectors, matrices, and in general linear algebra in order to describe different things that have more than 3 dimensions. Therefore, we have this bit more ambiguous notation where we use Rn, and this n can be any real number and it can be all the way to infinity, so very large number. And let's say we have a vector in this Rn, then this vector is usually described by using similar square brackets like before, only with more entries. So like before we got just one column, so that's something that we didn't change. But here we have, instead of just 2 entries or 3 entries like in the 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional spaces, now we have A1, A2, A3, all the way down to an-1 and an. So we got in total n elements in our column, and this describes our single vector. So this vector in an n-dimensional space. This we can call also A. So one thing that we just saw is that it was saying in our definition and notation that we might also be dealing with the ith vector in a collection, which means that sometimes you will see this, while here the A1, A2, they are vector themselves. So here we saw that these are just entries. So A1 is a number, A2 is a number, A3 is a number, An is just a number. But it's also possible when you have a much more difficult and complicated case that you got an A, let's write it down with a capital letter A, which is equal to A1, or let's actually remove this. So we got, let's say A1, A2, A3, all the way down to an-1 and an. where you can already see what is going on. So instead of having just a number as an entries, instead we have vectors in here. So our first element is actually vector, our second element is actually vector, so A2 arrow, A3 arrow, all the way down to AN arrow. So while here, this can be, for instance, some numbers, let's say 1, 1, 1, all the way down to 1, 1.
Those guys just standing there.
Here,
It's a death sentence.
we have a vector, vector, another vector, and all the way down here, yet another vector. Where, for instance, when we remove this part, where, for instance, A1 arrow is actually equal to A11, A12, A13, all the way down to A1N. One thing that you will notice here is that, unlike in here I got double indices. So I got here A11 and then A12 and then A13 all the way to A1N. So the first index, it doesn't change as I have here a 1. So I'm writing down the index corresponding to this vector, but the second index, it changes per entry, indicating which element specifically in the vector I'm talking about. So from the first index, you can identify the vector that I'm referring to, which is A1, and from the second index, you can see the corresponding entry or the value that element is positioned in this vector. So you can see that this value is, for instance, in the vector 1, so A1 to be more specific, but then it is in the first position, this is in the second position, in the third position, all the way down to the end position. So this is something that is really important to understand well, because this notation is going to appear time and time again across various applications of matrices and vectors. So it is really important to understand well. Therefore, I want to go one more time through this to make sure that we are clear on what these indices represent. So whenever we have an index, a vector that we want to represent, and it is just a vector, which means that it's not a nested vector in a vector, then we can define it by, let's say, A and then on the top an array, and it's equal to, and here we can have A1, A2, all the way down to AN. So you can see what we are also referring as dimension of this vector is equal to n by 1. So I got n entries and just one column. So n by 1. Which means that this already gives me an indication that most likely this A1 is a number, this A2 is a number, this AN is a number. So let's say this is equal to 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. And then here I have, let's say, 100. But if I'm dealing with a nested vector, later on we will see that this can be represented by a matrix. Then I can also define this by capital letter A, which is a common way to refer to either matrices or nested vectors. And then this is equal to A1 arrow, A2 arrow, A3 arrow. This already sends a message to the reader that we are dealing with no longer a constant within a vector, but rather vectors in a vector. And what can we see here is that the dimension of this nested vector, or which we can also refer to as a matrix, here the number of rows, so the number of entries, these elements, we can see it's equal to n. But then this time, the number of values that form these vectors is no longer 1, because we are not dealing with just a constant. This is not some constant, but rather this is yet another vector. So let's assume this vector has a length of m. So let's say this has a length of m. Then the dimension of this matrix A is equal to m. So something that we will see also when talking about matrices. So Let me actually clarify this bit
I'll
more.
take that.
For better understanding, let's say we look into one of those, one other example of an entry. So let's say we look into this specific vector, which is in the third vector within this vector capital
Where
A.
do I go?
So this A3 vector. So one thing to see here already is that I assumed that these vectors, they got m elements, and keep in mind that all these vectors, they should be of the same size. So it means that I already know that this specific vector A3 has m elements. So m elements. So I'm representing this A3 vector from here. I'm taking this out from this entire nested A vector, and I just want to represent this. And now, unlike these elements that got an arrow on the top, this time I will have constants forming the A3 vector. So I no longer have vectors, but I have elements in it. So in here I will have
Alright, bro. let's
A, let me actually write down all the A's. But to refer and to make sure that I recognize that I'm dealing with the third A vector, so A3 arrow, here I will put 3 all the way to 3. So they all come from the same third A3 vector, but then their positions is different because this is, let's say, 1, 2, and then all the way down to mth position. So these indices help us to keep track what are the position that these values are taking part in the vector A3 arrow. This might seem a bit complicated at the moment, but once we move on to a bit more complex material like matrices, it will make much more sense. This is a bit of an extra. I just wanted to showcase this, but this is what is at its core and what you need to understand at the moment. To understand this concept of vectors, so you need to know that vectors can be represented by this arrow on the top. So let's say vector A, and it has, let's say, n elements, then you can write these square brackets, and then you will need to mention A1, A2, all the way to AN, which means that you have n different entries describing your vector. So you have A1, which is the first element in your vector, A2, the second element, all the way to AN, which is the end element. But here you can see, for instance, so if I add here A3, that A1 is simply equal to 1, A2 is equal to 2, A3 is equal to 3, all the way to AN is equal to 100. So these numbers I'm basically taking and I'm representing them and putting them in here within square braces in order to get a representation of my vector. So my vector A has all these different entries, n different entries, and it starts with 1 and it ends with 100. This is a vector. And then when it comes to the vectors within vectors, here we need to be a bit more careful, because here we not just have constant values forming a vector, but we have vectors that form yet another vector. So our vector A, our nested vector A, which we later will refer as matrix A, has actually entries that also are vectors. So we have A1 vector, A2 vector, A3 vector. They are not just constants, but on their own they are vectors. So here, for instance, we have defined also an example of it. We have said, let's look into this third specific vector that is part of A, which is A3 vector. And that one has m different elements. Here we have then the index referring to the which vector from the nested vector A it is, which is the third one, because we have taken it from here. But then on its own, this vector has different members, m different members to be more specific. Therefore, we have also an index to keep track of the position of this value, 1 to up to m. And this can be yet another, this time it can contain some elements, an example of which is, for instance, 0, 1, 2, all the way to, let's say, 500. And this can be different numbers. It doesn't need to be ordered. It doesn't need to have a specific pattern. They can be just random numbers describing this A3 vector. So hopefully this makes sense. If it doesn't, don't worry, because we are going to see this time and time again. I just wanted to give you a brief of an intro such that you can remember this when we come back to a bit more complex topics like indexing in matrices. So now let's talk about special vectors and operations. Here we are going to talk about zero vectors, unit vectors, the concept of sparsity in vectors, as well as vectors in higher dimensions like we just saw about this n-dimensional space. We will also talk about different operations we can apply when it comes to vectors like addition, subtraction, and then later on in the next module we will also talk about multiplication. We will also be looking into the properties of vector addition after we have looked into some detailed examples when it comes to operations on vectors. Alright, so let's start with the zero vectors and unit vectors. When it comes to the zero vectors, you can see here already that the zero and arrow on the top, it basically refers to the vector like we saw before, only with the difference that all its members are zero. So you can see here that we have 0 and then an arrow, and then underneath here we have some number 3, and then this is described by this common representation with the square braces and then 3 different members, 0, 0, 0, so all 0. And then it says in R3. Okay, so why are we doing this? Well, when it comes to different linear algebra operations, sometimes we just need to add 0 vectors, or we just want to create 0 vectors. It's just easier to work with. We want to just create an empty vector. We know the length, but we want to keep it empty such that later on we can add something on the top. Or knowing that when we add a 0 on a number, the number stays the same, we can make use of this property to do different tricks when it comes to programming in Python, Scala, or C++, etc. So therefore, this idea of 0 vectors can become very handy. Now, one thing that you need to notice here is that we are not just writing it down, this 0, to emphasize we are dealing with a vector, but like before, we have this arrow on the top, emphasizing that we are dealing with a vector. Then, what we are doing is that we are also adding the dimension of this vector. So in what dimension, in what space are we creating this 0 vector, that this vector is located? Is it in R2, in Rn, in R3? In this specific case, you can see that in this example, the index that we got here is 3, which basically indicates we're dealing with a 0 vector in 3-dimensional space. So in the R3. In general, we would just note this by n, keeping the notation general, which means that we are dealing with 0, 0, all the way down to 0, so it has n by 1 dimension in Rn. Alright, so this is about 0 vectors. It is just a way to make our programming life easier, also to use it in different algorithms when it comes to a bit more advanced algebra. The next type of special vectors that we will look into is this unit vectors. So vectors with a single element equal to 1 and all the others 0, denoted as EI for the each unit vector in n dimensions, are referred by unit vectors. So what we mean here, when it comes to the unit vectors, if we have, for instance, E1, it means that we have a vector where the is, in this case, the first element is equal to 1. So you can see that E1 is equal to 1, 0, 0. So in the first element, we got 1, and the remaining is 0. And this is really important that we are dealing with vectors that contain only elements of zeros and ones. And the only member that is equal to, the only element in that vector that is equal to 1 is the is element in the entire vector. All the remaining ones are 0. And you can see here that the dimension is no longer specified, but just the index of the entry where the 1 is located. So let's look at another example. In here, for instance, when it comes to the unit vector, yet another unit vector is E2, which basically means that in the second element, so in the second place, the vector contains 1 and all the other members are 0. So here you can see 0, here you can see 0. Only in the second element we have 1. And then in the E3, what we have here is that the third element is 1 and all the other ones are 0. So let's actually look into one bigger vector in higher dimension to make it even more sense. So first I will define and assume that we are dealing with a vector in Rn, so in an n-dimensional space. This gives me an idea that we are dealing with. So we are not dealing with a nested vector, we are dealing with a simple n-dimensional vector. So it has n rows and 1 column. So using the square braces, I'm going to represent my vector. So I have all these different members, n members. See? So E, let's say it is E5. So what does this mean? It means that I is equal to 5, and this ith element, so the fifth element, is equal to 1, and all the other entries, the elements in this vector, are zeros. So let's look into this is 0, 0, 0, 0. I'm approaching the fifth element in my vector, so it's this one, this is 1, and the remaining all zeros. So this is a unit vector in an n-dimensional space, and I'm defining it by E5 because my fifth element is equal to 1. Now those are very handy when it comes to some other techniques in linear algebra and just in general. Think about techniques like row echelon form, solving linear equations, something that we will see as part of the next unit. So many things we can do by using unit vectors. Unit vectors are super important, so you need to understand this concept very well, such that later on you will understand more advanced concepts in linear algebra. Let's now look into the topic of sparsity in vectors. So by definition, a sparse vector is characterized by having many of its entries as 0. So its sparsity pattern indicates the position of a non-zero entries. So what we are basically saying is that if we are dealing with a vector that contains too many zeros, we are dealing with a sparse vector. So this sparsity pattern indicates also the positions of a non-zero elements. So if we have unit vector, it means that we are already dealing with a sparse vector. This is a concept that is super important when it comes to linear algebra, but also in general data science, machine learning, and AI, because having a sparsity in your vector, it means that you don't have much of an information. Usually a value 0, it means you don't know much about that specific value. And if you got just too many of zeros and too few numbers, which do provide information, it means that you are dealing with a vector that doesn't provide you much information. And there's always a problem when it comes to data science, machine learning, and AI. So sparsity is something that you need to be aware of. You need to know how to recognize it, and you also need to know whether there's a problem in your specific case or not. So let's look into an example. Let's say we are dealing with this vector x that has 5 different elements. So x is a vector coming from 5-dimensional space. So we have, for instance, an element of 3 in the first entry, then we have 0, 0 in the second and third entries, then we have an entry 4, which coincidentally also contains value 4, and then the last element in our 5-dimensional vector x is equal to 0. Now, what do we see here? We see that the majority of elements of a vector x is equal to 0, because we got in total 5 elements, and then we got 3 of it actually being equal to 0, and only 2 of them containing information like equal to 3 and 4, so only 2 elements that are not zeros, are non-zero elements. It means that 3 divided to 4, which is basically 60%, 60% of all the entries in the vector x are equal to 0. So the 60%, it means that is above a half, so above 50%. 60% of all the information in this vector, the majority is simply equal to 0. This type of vectors we are calling sparse vectors, and sparsity is really important concept that we need to keep in mind later on. So while we can visualize vectors in the 2 and 3 dimensions, in linear algebra, like we just saw in case of these n-dimensional vectors, visualizing this type of higher dimensional vectors becomes very difficult. So this mathematical flexibility to work with this type of information, so when we can represent information with many entries, we can represent it by vectors, which we can actually not visualize, becomes very handy for complex data structures, for different simulations in physics, and much more. So we just saw in a couple of examples how we can represent vectors in a high dimensional space using this square braces and this common vector notation representation. We saw that in an n-dimensional space we could very easily represent this very large matrix or vectors by just using this vector representation. For instance, if we got a vector that had n different entries, where n is, for instance, 1,000, so let's say we have 1,000, then we can represent this vector or this information by using common vector notation, so a1, a2, all the way to a,000. So of course we cannot visualize this. It just doesn't make sense. We can visualize 2-dimensional vectors, we can visualize 3-dimensional vectors, but we cannot visualize 1,000-dimensional vectors, a vector that comes from R1000. But what we can do is still make use of this very useful information in order to do different operations, and later on we will see that this property, and specifically this part of linear algebra, it helps us to work with vectors in any number of dimensions, whether it's thousands, millions, billions. This mathematical flexibility is super important for more complex data structures, for matrix multiplications, when, for instance, we are doing different algorithms, including how we can represent very large matrices, very large feature spaces. All this different information we can represent just by making use of vectors coming from this specific part of linear algebra. Let's now finish off this module by looking into some applications of vectors. So one common application of making use of vectors is when we are performing different operations while having words and we want to count those words. So this is a super common application of vectors, and we can count these words, and you can even plot a histogram of how often each of these words appear in a document. So a vector of a length n, for instance, can represent the number of times each of these words in a dictionary of n words appears in a document. So just for the sake of simplicity, let's assume that we got a dictionary that contains only 3 words. Of course, in reality, the dictionary, what we also refer often as a corpus, it contains much more many words. But for the simplicity, we will assume that we just got 3 different words in our dictionary. So that's the total. Now, let's assume that we got a document with these different words, and we want to count how many times each of those words that we got in dictionary actually appear in our document. So if our document is described by this vector, so it contains an entry of 25, 2, and 0, it means that in our document, we got 25 word 1 from our dictionary, so in the position 1, 2 times word 2, and 0 times word 3. So basically, we have a predetermined set of words in our dictionary, in this case 3 words, word 1, word 2, and word 3, and they have a specific index, specific position in our vector. And when we are putting these values in here, then the machine or the computer, the program will understand that if we have 25 in the first position, then the word one in the dictionary appeared 25 times in our document, whereas the second word appeared only 2 times, and the last word, word 3, didn't appear at all, so 0 times in the entire document. So let's look into a practical example actually to make even more sense. So this is, by the way, a common practice to count different variations of a word. They are a common application in n-grams, large language models, transformers. They are just a cornerstone of many language models. When we want to count the words in the document to understand how often the word appears, because this gives us an idea what this document is about. Knowing how many times the same word appears in that document, it gives us an indication of the topic of the document. Also, we can make use of it to do sentiment analysis to understand what this document is about, not only in terms of the topic, but also is it a positive, is it a neutral, or a negative document, so to say. So, for instance, if we got the following words that correspond to our dictionary, and in our dictionary we got just, let's say, 6 different words, then what we can do is that we can say 3, 2, 1, let's say 0, 4, 2, and the corresponding words are word, row, number, horse, eel, and then document. What this means is that we have a text, what we refer as a document, that contains 3 times the word word, that contains 2 times the word row, contains 1 time the word number, 0 times the word horse, and 4 times the word eel, and 2 times the word document. So this is basically a common way representing the frequency of the words in a document. Let me actually give you another example, and in here I want to emphasize another thing, the concept of stop words. So let's say I make this 10, and then here I say there is a 3 times the word I, 2 times the word reading, 2 times the word library, 4 times the word book, 0 times the word shower, and 10 times the word So you can see that in here we are dealing with a document that contains 10 times the word which is something that we refer as a stop word. So those are things that actually don't give us too much information about what the document is about, because is just used everywhere, but it is appearing too often. So you can see 10 times, the most frequently appearing word. This is what we refer as a stop word. And then another thing that we can observe, the second thing we can observe, is that we are dealing most likely with a document that describes library, reading, because you see the words like reading, you see the word like book, library, but another word, shower, that is totally unrelated to reading, book, or library is appearing 0 times. So even by looking at these counts, we can already get an idea what the topic of this document is about. So you can see already now from this very basic example where I made too many assumptions regarding how small the dictionary should be, you can even see now how we can use these counts in our dictionary from our text in order to get idea about the topic of the document or topic of the conversation. It can be a topic of the tweets. If you have a tweet data, it can be topic regarding a book. If you have many book texts, it can be, for instance, the topic of the review. If you got product reviews from Amazon, for instance, using discounts can help you to get a topic regarding topic from that text. Then you can also use it to remove the stop words, because usually the stop words are the most frequently appearing words. It can also give you an idea about the sentiment. For instance, here we are dealing with a neutral sentiment. It's not positive, it's not negative. It's just reading a book in library, that kind of topic. So all this can be super helpful when it comes to natural language preprocessing. That's a field where this text processing, text cleaning, and then using that for modeling purposes is what plays a central role. It also plays a super important role in the large language models, in the transformer models, and in the simple matters like bag of words or in the TF-IDF. All these, they are based on this idea of counting words and how we can use this information. And you can see how vectors come into play in these different applications of linear algebra in data science, natural language processing, in artificial intelligence, in machine learning. So they are super important.
I don't even know what to put in there.
Another application of vectors can be representing customer purchases. For example, an n vector P, so let's say P, can record customer purchases over time, with PI being the quantity or dollar value of an item I. Now, what does this mean? So let's say we have a vector P that represents the customer's purchases, and we are dealing with a single customer, and we are just saving over time that information, how many times this customer has made purchases over time. So the quantity is in the dollars, so the dollar value of item I purchased. So we are basically keeping track of what is the value of the item I that the customer has purchased. So what we can do is we can assume that in here, actually, it already makes that assumption. It says n vector, which means that the number of rows or number of items that the customer purchases is n. Now, what the problem says that it represents is that in each entry, and here we have in total n entries, we got a dollar value of item I, which means that here if I have P1, P2 all the way to Pn, and here somewhere in the middle I got Pi in the east position, it means Pi represents the value of item I. So, for example, if I'm dealing with a customer that buys let's say courses, and the first item that the customer is buying is a mathematics course. So I'm writing mathematics course, and this is the first course that it buys. E is, by the way, just a way to refer to the ETH purchase. So let's say here somewhere in the middle, the customer decides to buy a deep learning course. Deep learning course. And then it continues buying, the customer continues buying courses. And the last course that the customer buys is, let's say, career coaching course. Now, let's say the mathematics course costs around $1,000. Let's say the deep learning course costs $3,000. And then let's say the career coaching service, which is usually one of the most applied and personalized one, can cost all the way to $5,000. Now we see that in the east position, this is the east position. Let me change the color, by the way. So let's say this is the east position. This is the first position, and this is the last position. So those are just the indices. We can see that in the east position, we got the 3,000, which means that the PE is equal to $3,000. So this indicates that in the is purchase, the customer purchased deep learning course and the value of that item was equal to $3,000. Alright, so now we are ready to go on to next major topic, which is about vector addition and subtraction. So we are going to do some operations and apply these operations to vectors. So let's first formally define this idea of vector addition. So two vectors of the same size are added by adding their corresponding elements. The result is a vector of the same size. So let's unpack this. It says two vectors of the same size are added by their corresponding elements. So here it refers to two different vectors, let's say vector v and vector w. And it says let's add them, what we refer as vector addition. And says for that what we need to do is to take all the elements of v and then all the elements of w, and using their corresponding elements, so indices, that helps us to understand where those elements are located, we are using in order to add each element in the vector v to the element of the vector w in the same position. And do note that in the second part, it says the result is a vector of the same size, because we are adding two different vectors of the same size. It's mentioning here. It means if we add two different vectors to the same that have the same size, we are going to end up with a vector that has the same size. Now, once I go into the examples, it will make much more sense. Let's quickly also look into this concept of subtraction. So on its own, subtraction is very similar to this idea of addition. So if we have a subtraction, let's say we have vector v, we subtract vector w, then we are doing basically what we just did to the addition, only instead of doing add, we are doing subtract. So again, we are just subtracting from vector v, vector w. They have the same size, so we end up having the result, which is a vector of the same size. Only one thing that you can see is that this can be also rewritten as v vector plus and then minus w. So we basically can represent subtraction on its own as a way of adding, only we take the negative, so the opposite directed vector. So this will make even much more sense once we go on to the examples. So let's look into our first operation example where we are adding two different vectors. This is a basic example. We got just two-dimensional two vectors. We got vector A that has entries 2, 3 and vector B that has entries 1, 4. And what we are doing is that we are adding vector A to vector B. We just learned that A, we need to have the same size of vectors. So you can see that vector A has a dimension 2 by 1. Vector B has a dimension of 2 by 1. So their sizes is the same. Both they got two entries only, two elements. And at the same time, we just learned that what we need to do is to take their corresponding elements and add them to each other. Now, what does this mean? It means that we take from A the first element 2, and then we take the first element of the second vector, which is the B. So we take the 2 from here and 1 from here, the first element of A and the first element of B, and then we are adding them to each other. 2 plus 1 is equal to 3, and then the same holds for the second entry. So 3, which is the second element of vector A, and then 4, which is the second element of vector B, we are saying 3 plus 4 is equal to 7. So let me write it down even in a simpler manner such that it will make much more sense. So vector A has elements 2, 3. In the first element we got 2, in the second element we got 3. So A. Then we want to add B, which has in the first element equal to 1, and the second element is equal to 4. This means that if we want to add these vectors, 2, 3 plus 1, 4, this is equal to, we need to take 2, we need to add 1, so this element and this element, And then we need to take 3, we need to add to 4. So this one and this one, which is equal to 2 plus 1 is equal to 3, 3 plus 4 is equal to 7. So we got vector 3, 7. Do note that this vector, the result vector, contains again 2 elements and just 1 column. So 2 by 1. So you notice that the size is the same of this result vector. Now, let's actually generalize this concept before moving on to the next example. So, if we got, let's say, vector A that contains n elements, A1, A2, all the way down to AN, and it is from n-dimensional space, and we got vector B that also has n elements. So remember that they both need to have the same size. So B1, B2, all the way to Bn. So they come also, so B comes also from n-dimensional space. So then when we add A to B, this is equal to A1, A2, all the way to AN plus B1, B2, all the way to Bn. So n by 1, the sizes, this is equal to, let me actually use this color to make it even more visible. So for the first entry, for my result vector, I will get A1 plus B1, then A2 plus B2. So all the way down onto the nth element, which is AN plus, let me use a different color, A1, B1, B2, Bn. So you can notice now, in general terms, what we are doing here. So we are taking the A1 coming from the vector A, we are adding in the same position the value that comes from vector B, which is B1. We are saying take the A1 plus B1. This is the first element, so the position stays the same, and then in the result vector. So we take all the corresponding values that have the same position in the corresponding vector, first from vector A and then vector B. We are adding them, and this forms our new vector. And this new vector will again have a size n by 1. So you can see that the sizes of the two vectors are the same, both have n elements, and then we are using their corresponding elements to add them to each other element-wise, and then we are getting the result that has the same size, so n by 1. So this is a more general description of how you can add two vectors. Let's now look into the specific example. So we have a vector with the entry 0, 7, 3. So this comes from R3, you can see, so 3-dimensional vectors. The second vector is 1, 2, 0. And then the final result is 1, 9, 3. So how we got this? We took 0, we added 1, 7, we added 2, and then 3, we added 0. So you can see all these elements, element-wise. And then this is equal to 0 plus 1 is 1, 7 plus 2 is 9, and then 3 plus 0 is 3. Exactly what we got here. So again, the same sizes, and the result is from the same size. So quite straightforward. Now when it comes to the vector subtraction, what are we doing that? So what are we doing here? So we are doing kind of very similar thing. We are taking this element 1, we are subtracting the other one in this first element. Then we are taking the 9 in the second position and subtracting this again from the second position of the second vector. And we are putting in here 1, and then 1 minus 1 is equal to 0, 9 minus 1 is equal to 8. So we get a result vector 0, 8 like in here, and you can see that the sizes stay the same. So also in this case, let's write more general this idea of subtraction. If we got a vector A from Rn, so n-dimensional space, and it can be represented by A1, A2, all the way down to An. So it has n elements, n by 1.
Wow.
And then we got B also from Rn, so coming from the n-dimensional space, which means that it got n elements, so B1, B2, all the way down to Bn, again with the same size, n by 1.
Wow.
Then A minus B is simply equal to A1. Let me actually use the same colors to make it easier to follow. So let me first draw my square braces, and then here I will use blue for A and then red for the color for second vector, which is B. Here I will use black minus then, given that the same size should be for the result vector, I already know that I expect n different elements for this. And then here, I'm taking this first element that comes from vector A. I'm subtracting from this the first element that comes from vector B, so element-wise subtraction, B1, and I'm already getting the result for the first element in my result vector. So you can see A1 minus B1. I'm taking this element and subtracting them from each other to get A1 minus B1. And then the same holds for all the other values, only coming from different elements from vector A, subtracting from this the corresponding values element-wise from the vector B, so B2, B3, all the way to An. So you can see that in my result vector, A vector minus B vector, in the first element I get A1 minus B1, then A2 minus B2, then A3 minus B3 in the third element, all the way down to the nth element, which is equal to, this should be B, An minus Bn. So this already should make much more sense. So every time we take the element in the same position from one vector than the other, we subtract from each other in order to get the corresponding element in the final vector. Alright, so let's now, before moving on to the properties, I want to show you this only in the coordinate space. So what this means in terms of visualization in the coordinate space. So let's say we have a coordinate space this is my y-axis, this is my x-axis, so this is x and the y, and this is my center, so 0, 0. And what I'm doing here is simply I want to have vector A. Let's say this is just vector, a simple one with the coordinates, let's say 4 and minus 2. And I got vector B. Let me use a different color. Vector B that has coordinates, let's say minus 4 and 4. So let's actually visualize them. Let's first start with the vector A, which has a x value of 4, 3 and 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the y value minus 2. So this is my vector A. And let's now visualize the vector B. So minus 4 and 4, which means that, let me actually extend this. This is minus 4, so the x coordinate is minus 4. So it should be here, and then the y coordinate is 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's this one, which means that my vector B is this one. Right.
900 pearls.
So you can see now that the vector A is in here and the vector B is in here. Now, what I want to do is to add these two vectors to each other. So what I want to do is to take this vector A and add to this the vector B, which is equal to 4 minus 4 equals 0, and then minus 2 plus 4 is equal to 2. So 0 and then 2, it is 0 and 2. 2. So this is my result vector. So now when we are clear on how we can add vectors, how we can perform these different operations, and what it means in practice when it comes to looking at the vectors in a coordinate space and adding them or subtracting them, we are ready to look into the properties of vector additions. So this is something that will definitely seem familiar to you from pre-algebra, where we are basically using all these properties that we already know that holds for numeric values, for the scalars, that being transferred to this vector space. So we are going to talk about these 4 different properties that the vectors have. The first one is the cumulative property, which says that if we add a vector A to vector B, then this is the same as adding a vector B to vector A. So basically, the order of the vectors doesn't really matter when it comes down to adding them. So formally, A plus B is equal to B plus A for any vectors A and B of the same size. Then we have associative property, which says A plus B plus C is equal to A plus B plus C. We can write both as A plus B plus C. Now, what does this mean? We know from pre-algebra that this parenthesis means first do this addition and then do the rest of operations. In here, it basically says if you add A to the B first and then you add the C, is the same as first you add B to the C and then on the top of that you add the vector A. So then the third property is addition of 0 vectors, which says if we add a 0 vector to vector A, then this is equal to adding a vector 0 to A, and this is equal to vector A. So adding the 0 vector has basically no impact on the vector whatsoever. Then the final property is subtracting a vector from itself, which means if we take the vector, we subtract the same vector from itself, so A minus A, and we get a 0 vector. So A minus A is equal to 0 vector, and this yields the 0 vector. Now let's look into each of those properties one by one, and let's look into specific examples. In some cases, we will prove this on the example that we have to make this concept much more clear. So let's start with this cumulative property of vector additions. So we want to see whether A plus B is equal to B plus A. So let's say we have a vector A that has coordinates or magnitude and direction that is equal to 1 and 2. Then we have a vector, let's say B, that has a magnitude and direction of -2 and 3. So the first thing that we want to check is indeed whether the A plus B is equal to B plus A. So therefore, let's first calculate this part, and then we will calculate this part that I will define by 1 and 2, and we will see whether we are indeed having the same value, the same vector or not. So let's see. So we have here A. So A plus B, which is the first value that we want to calculate. A plus B is equal to 1, 2 plus minus 2, 3. And we learned before that this is simply equal to take this value and then add this one. So 1 plus minus 2 and then 2 plus 3. So this gives us a vector. 1 minus 2 is equal to minus 1 and 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. So we get that A plus B is equal to minus 1, 5, this vector. Now let's look at the second quantity. So B, vector B plus vector A. This is equal to minus 2, 3 plus 1, 2. And this is equal to minus 2 plus 1 and then 3 plus 2. This gives us minus 2 plus 1 is equal to minus 1 and 3 plus 2 is equal to 5. So we can already see from here that the quantity 1 is indeed equal to quantity 2, which proves that indeed the A plus B is equal to B plus A. What this basically means is that adding two different vectors, the direction or the order is not important. Whether you add A on the top of the B or B to A, it doesn't matter. At the end, is the same. And actually, you can also see it if you combine this or if you do this in more general terms. So let's say if we have a vector A, which is equal to, in an n-dimensional space, A1, A2, up to AN, so it has n by 1 dimension, and you have a vector B with the same size from the same Rn dimension, and it has elements b1, b2, up to bn, and the dimension is equal to n by 1, then if we calculate first A plus B, and this is equal to simply A1 plus B1, A2 plus B2, up to AN plus BN. And if you calculate the second amount, which is B plus A, and this is equal to B1 plus A1, B2 plus A2, up to Bn plus An, you can see that A1 plus B1 is equal to B1 plus A1. Simply from pre-algebra, you know that if those are all constants, for instance, 2 plus 3 is equal to 3 plus 2. In the same way, A2 plus B2 is equal to B2 plus A2, and then here up to AN plus BN is equal to BN plus AN. What this means is that all these elements, they are basically the same, which means that we already have a proof, so we get this proof, and we can see that even for the general term, independent what this vector A is, what this vector B is, that A plus B is equal to B plus A. This is exactly what we saw before in the first property, which is called commutative property of the vectors, that the A plus B is equal to B plus A. Now let's move on to the other property, which is called associative property of the vectors. Now what this property does and says is that A plus B, so first we do this, plus C is equal to A plus B plus C. And this is then equal to A plus B plus C. Now let's then see this specific property on an actual example.
Let's go get some more blaze rods.
So what this basically says is that if we have this example where A is equal to, actually I had this before, let me simply just remove this part. Let's then add our third vector, which is C, and let's call it, let's say, it has a representation of 4 and 5. Then the idea behind this property is that what we need to prove here, that A plus B within the parentheses plus C is equal to A plus B plus C, and then this is equal to A plus B plus C. So let's see actually whether this is indeed true for this specific case. Now, this should come very intuitive, so I'm going to do it very quickly. So first we have this quantity, this one, then we have this one and this third one. Let's do it very quickly. So A plus B plus C is equal to 1, 2 plus,
No pickaxes, Jesus.
and then we add C, so it is simply 4, 5, and then this is equal to, we saw before when doing this, that we were getting 1 minus 2, 2 plus 3, and then we add this 4, 5. This is simply equal to 1 minus 2 is minus 1, and 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 4, 5. Now, given that it doesn't really matter no longer that we have here parentheses or not, this basically means that this value is simply equal to minus 1 plus 4. So here minus 1 plus 4. Here 5 plus 5. So this is then equal to 3 and then 10. Alright.
Ancient debris.
Let's then now quickly do the second amount, which says first add the vector B to vector C, and only then add the vector A on the top. What this means is that we need to take 1, 2, this is vector A, and we will only add this once we have added the minus 2, 3, the vector B, plus to the vector 4, 5. Okay, so we can see that we are just leaving this in here. Let's first add this 2. Minus 2
Holy shit.
plus 4,
Bro,
3
I gotta
plus
take that
5.
stuff out of there. I can't. Can you keep that in
So
there,
this gives us 1, 2 plus
But
minus 2 plus 4 is 2, and then 3 plus 5 is 8.
I don't want it to disappear.
So this gives us, let me remove this calculations. So this gives us 1 plus 2 is equal to 3, and then 2 plus 8 is equal to 10. Okay, great. So now we got already the quantity 1 being equal to quantity 2. Let's check whether this is all equal to this one. It should already be something that you see now, given that we know just from mathematics that parentheses doesn't really matter when it comes to the scalars, and adding two vectors is basically very close to this idea of additive property of the additive property of the scalars. But just let's quickly do it to be 100% sure. So when we take this vector A to the B and to the C, we add all this. This is equal to 1, 2, added 2, minus 2, 3, and then added this to 4 and 5. Now, what this is equal to, let me actually write this in a bit shorter way such that it can be all fit in this small place. So 1, 2 plus minus 2, 3 plus 4, 5. This is equal to basically 1 minus 2 plus 4, and then 2 plus 3 plus 5. And what is this number? One minus 2 plus 4 is simply equal to 1 minus 2 is equal to minus 1, and then plus 4 is equal to 3. So first element is 3. 2 plus 3 plus 5 is equal to 5 plus 5, which is equal to 10. Perfect. So now we get the confirmation that indeed A plus B plus C is equal to A plus B plus C is equal to A plus B plus C. So let's quickly also look into this addition of zero vector and the subtracting a vector from itself properties, and the detailed explanation of this or example of this I will leave it to you. So when it comes to this a plus 0 is equal to 0 plus a is equal to a, so this property, let's say if a is equal to this 2, 3, and then we are adding on this a plus some 0 vector, which basically means take 2, 3, and then added the same size as 0 vector, you can see that this is the same as adding just zeros on these values. Now, what do we get? We get that this is equal to 2 plus 0 is 2, and then 3 plus 0 is 3. There we go. So we already see very quickly that it doesn't really matter whether we add a 0 vector to this original a vector or not. In all cases, it just adding a 0 vector has no effect. And seeing from the cumulative property that a plus b is equal to b plus a, we already know that if a plus 0 is equal to a and is equal to this, then also 0 plus a will be the same. And we can see indeed that we just saw that a plus 0 is simply equal to a. So we basically have quickly proven all this. Now, when it comes to the subtracting a vector from itself, I think this is a very nice one just to see how we take the same vector and subtract from that value and we get 0. And this is very similar to working with just real numbers. In the same way as 3 minus 3 is equal to 0, also when we have a vector consisting of the scalars, like a is equal to 2, 3, in the same manner, if we take this a and we subtract it from itself, so a minus a, then what we will get is 2, 3 minus 2, 3, and this will give us 2 minus 2 is 0, and then 3 minus 3 is 0. So we get a vector 0, so 0 vector. So now when we are clear on how we can perform different operations on our vectors, and also we know what are the properties of adding and subtracting different vectors, we are ready to move on to a bit more advanced topics. So in this module, we are going to discuss this idea of scalar multiplication. We're going to look into the example, how what happens and how we can do the vector multiplication with a scalar. Then we are going to look into the span of vectors, what it means to have a span of vectors, what is this idea of linear combination and the relationship between the span and linear combination and its unit vectors. Then we are going to look into the application of scalar vector multiplication in audio scaling example. And then finally, we are going to finish off this module by looking into the length of a vector and a dot product. And we are going to go back to this idea of distance, understanding vector magnitude, and understanding vector length. So let's get started. Now, before we look into this idea of span and linear combination, I quickly wanted to look into this idea of scalar multiplication and the specific definition of it. So formally, the scalar multiplication involves multiplying each component of a vector by a scalar value, effectively scaling the vector's magnitude. So what do I mean here? Let's say we have a vector, and I will write it in the general terms to keep everything general. So let's say we have a vector a, let me pick up my pen, a, and this vector a is from n-dimensional space. So it is from Rn, and it can be represented by a1, a2, up to an. And I have this magnitude of a vector, and now I want to scale this vector for which I know the magnitude and the direction. I want to scale it with a scalar. And we learned before that the scalar is just a number. So scalar, in this case, I will be referring it to by c. So c will be my scalar, and this comes from r, which means that it's a real number. Let me actually use a different color to make it easier to follow. Okay, so my scalar will be with the color red. So C, and C comes from R.
Okay.
So what do I mean by scalar multiplication? I mean that I want to find what is this C times A. This is what we mean by scalar multiplying with a vector.
Wow.
Now, what does this definition say? It says when we are multiplying scalar with vector, so the scalar multiplication, meaning multiplying vector with the scalar, it involves multiplying each component of a vector by a scalar value. So if we translate it to this specific example, it means that this amount, so this amount is equal to
I want to destroy this.
taking C and multiplying it with each element of this vector. So each component of a vector. And what are the components of my vector? The A1, A2, A up to the point of AN. So all these components. So that means that the first element of this new vector, the scalar multiplication result, will be C times A1, C times A2, dot, 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 so all these middle elements, and at the end, again, C times, and then AN. And then in both cases, of course, the number of elements doesn't change, so the number of rows of my vector doesn't change, it's n. So here also n. And then number of columns is the same, so it's just a column vector, so one column. So what we see here is that we go from A1 to C times A1, we go from A2 to C times A2, up to the AN transforms into C times AN. So we see very easily that I keep all the elements from this vector, I take them in here, and instead what I'm doing is that I'm multiplying every element from this vector by the scalar C. So this is exactly what this definition says. And let's actually go ahead and do a hands-on example with some real numbers to have this method and to have this definition very clear in our mind, because we are going to make use of this fundamental operation, scalar multiplication, on and on in the upcoming lectures and just in general in your journey in any applied sciences. So this is an example of scalar multiplication. Here what we are doing is that we want to multiply this vector C. So in this case the vector is defined by a letter C, and then on the top we can see the arrow indicating that this is the vector now. And here we refer the scalar by a letter K. We are saying we want to perform scalar multiplication, which means that we want to multiply the vector C by the scalar K. So how we can do that? So what we want is to multiply K by C, and we just learned that for that what we need to do, let me write this over. So this is equal to -2 multiplied by 4 minus 3. This is my vector, so this is the K and this is the C. This is equal to, so I take my scalar and I multiply it with each of the element of the C. So -2 times 4, and then -2 times -3. So -2 times 4 is equal to -8, and then -2 times -3, so minus minus, it goes away, it becomes a plus, and the 2 times 3 is 6. So my end result, the K times C, is equal to -8/6. This is my final result. So let's quickly also do yet another example, and this one is a unique one because it's relating to this idea of multiplying something with a 0, which is something that we also know from a high school, that when we multiply a number, let's say 7, by 0, we are getting 0. And here, in this example, the problem is describe the effect of a scalar multiplication by 0 on any vector, which means what we are doing is that in this example is we want to know what is this result of any vector, let's say vector c, so we'll use the same example, c, only this time instead of multiplying it with the scalar k equal to minus 2, our scalar will be 0, which means that c is equal to 4 minus 3, and then the k is now equal to 0. And we want to find out what is this k times c. Let me actually write down the k with a different color. So, k is equal to 0. So what we want to find out is k times and then c. And this is then equal to 0. So I'm taking the k 0 times, then I'm taking each of the elements of c, which is 4 and then minus 3. And I know that when multiplying the number with a 0, it gives me 0. Which means that I end up with 0 here, 0 times 4 is 0, 0 times minus 3 is also 0. So I end up with a 0 vector. Now this gives me an idea already that I can make a general conclusion that independent of the type of vector that I have, independent what are these values in my C, if I have any vector C and I'm multiplying it with 0, then this will always give me a vector of 0, because all the members of this final vector will be just zeros. So if, for instance, the C comes from, let's say, Rn, so it has n different elements, it comes from n-dimensional space, then my final result of 0 times C, so this 0 vector, this one, so 0, this one will come also from Rn. So you will be having a vector, so 0 times C will then be equal to 0, 0, blah, 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 0. So n times zeros. So this is then the idea of multiplying, so scaling a vector with 0. And this is our example 2. Alright, so let's now move on to our application of scalar vector multiplication. And then after this, we will go back to this idea of linear combinations and the spans. So in this specific application, we have a scalar vector multiplication, and we're looking into application of audio scaling. So the scalar vector multiplication audio processing, this can change the volume, for instance, of an audio signal without altering its content. So you might have noticed that when you are listening to video, you can simply increase the volume of that video or decrease it. But you will notice that the content doesn't change. You are just increasing the volume or decreasing it. Even on the TV, when you are watching a show, you are increasing the voice or decreasing. Now, what you are basically doing behind, and this is super interesting, is that behind the scenes, what is happening is that there is simply audio that contains that show, and the audio of that show is being multiplied with a scalar. And that scale is simply the volume scale. If you scale it in such a way that you want to decrease the volume, so the audio will then have a lower volume, then you are simply multiplying it, your vector containing the audio information in such a way that those newer volume indications, they will be containing lower numbers. Hope this makes sense. Let's look into the example. This will definitely clear this out. So let's assume we have a vector A that represents the audio signal, and we want to multiply vector A by scalar B to adjust the volume. So B is some sort of number. It can be, so B comes from R, so it's a real number, while A is simply a vector. Given that it doesn't mention it here, I'm assuming that A comes from Rn, so it comes from n-dimensional space. So imagine of A as this vector, A1, A2, blah, 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 up to An. And each of these values, it basically describes the audio signal. So it represents an amount. So it contains an amount that represents the audio signal of your video or your show. And then the B, in this case, for instance, in this example, you can see that the B is then equal to, for instance, 1 divided to 2, or B is equal to minus 1 divided to 2. So you can see that B is equal to 1 divided to 2, which basically is a fancy way of saying that B is equal to 0.5, or B can be equal to minus 1 divided to 2, which is minus 0.5. Now, then it says, then the B times A, which basically means multiplying our scalar beta by the vector containing the audio signal A. So this B times A is perceived as the same audio signal, but at a lower volume. Now, why lower? Because you can see that B is equal to 0.5 or minus 0.5. It means that once you take all these elements of your A and you multiply it with a number that is smaller than 1, in this case 0.5, then all these numbers will decrease, which means that also your audio volume will decrease. So let me actually show you an example. So let's say our talk show is very short and the audio variation is very low. You have a vector A that is quite small. It comes from the three-dimensional space, so R3, and it has numbers like 3, 6, and then 5. So 3 by 1 vector. And then we have our audio adjustment scalar, beta, which is equal to 0.5. Now, when we take the beta, we multiply it by our audio signal, then what we do times the screen, so times, what we are doing is that we are simply taking all the elements of our A, so 3, 6, and 5, and what we are doing is that we are multiplying it by 0.5, 0.5, and 0.5, or you can also say 1 divided to 2. So what this is equal is that 3 times 0.5 is 1.5, 6 times 0.5 is 3, and then 5 times 0.5 is 2.5. And you can see that all these numbers, 1.5, 3, and 2.5, they are smaller and specifically 2 times less than all the original values in the original audio. So original audio is A, which was 3, 6, and 5. And the new audio, the scaled one, is, so audio scaled, so B times A is equal to 1.5, 3, and 2.5. So you can clearly see this transformation where this element 3 is larger than 1.5, 6 is larger than 3, and then the last element 5 is larger than 2.5, which means that this audio is much at a higher volume, so the volume 2 times higher than this audio. So this is basically the idea of applying scalar multiplication to our audio preprocessing. I will leave the other example to you that will show that when your scalar is equal to minus 0.5, you again will end up with a lower volume. Only that time the volume will be much, much lower than the original one. So now that we know how we can perform scalar multiplication in theory, as well as we have looked into an example how we can do it in terms of the numbers and multiplying them, and we have also seen applying scalar multiplication in practice. So we have seen in this audio processing stage the multiplication process. We are ready to look into the visualization of it. This will help us to get a better understanding on what exactly happens when we are scaling different vectors. Let's look actually in the following example. So let's assume we have a vector O. Let me remove that. So let's assume we have a vector, and that vector is, let me get a color, this one for instance, vector A, and this vector A consists of elements 1 and 2. So where does this vector lie? The vector is with 1, so here in our coordinate system, this is our x-axis, this is our y-axis, and here we got, let me actually pick another color, let's say black 1. And then we got 1 and then 2, right? This is 2, this is 1, so it is this one. So the line that we get here, it is this one. So this is our vector A. Now let's assume I want to multiply my vector A. So I want to scale my vector A by a constant tree, by a scalar tree. So I have a scalar, let's say I call it K, and this K, some different number, let's say K is equal to 3. So what I wanted to do is to perform a scalar multiplication. So I want to obtain K multiplied by A. And we learned that this is simply equal to 3 times, and then 1, 2, and then this is equal to 3 times 1, 3 times 2, which is equal to 3 and then 6. So let's also visualize the scaled vector. So let me pick this yellow color. This will be our scaled vector. So we have done scalar multiplication and we are going to visualize that. So we have 3 and 6. So this is 3, 1, 2, 3, and this is 6. So we have this point. So you should already see what is going on here. So we got 3A here.
I need to find another nether fortress.
So you can see that this part is our vector A, and this longer one is 3A. And even visually you can see that this longer vector is simply the 3 times of the shorter vector. So we got this, and then if you add on the top of this the same 3 times, you will then end up with the original, so scaled version of that.
Come at me.
So basically this is A, this is A, this is A. We combine 3 different, so we scale A 3 times, and we simply get a 3 times longer version with the same direction. So you can see that when we are scaling, even visually it makes sense. So we are scaling our vector A 3 times, and we are just getting that vector, so we are transforming. So let me remove this. So basically we are taking this vector and we are scaling it up to this point. If I would do it only 2 times, then it would be something like this. Or 1.5 times, it would be something like this. So only half of it. So now this should make much more sense. Let us actually do yet another example to make sure that we are clear on these visualizations, because we are going to make use of it when looking into this idea of linear combination in a span. So let's say we have a vector B, and this vector B has elements 0 and 3. So let's visualize and plot this vector. So it contains elements 0 and 3, so 0 and 3. So this is the x element and the y element. On the y-axis we can see this is 3, which means that our vector B is this vector. Alright, perfect. So this is our B. Let's now multiply, so scale our vector B by a scalar 2. So let's say we want to get 2 times b. So what is this
Now
amount?
it's coming.
This is equal to 2 times, and I'm simply taking each of those elements, 0 and then 3. So this is then equal to 2 times 0 is 0, and then 2 times 3 is equal to 6. So this is my new scaled vector, 2 times b vector, this one. So let's visualize this. The x-axis value is 0, so we are still here. And then the y-axis value is 6. So what is 6? This thing. Alright. So you already should see that this is very similar what we had before. So this is 2b. Alright, so this all should make
And I
sense.
still have
Also we
0.
learned as part of the high school when visualizing different plots. So this is quite similar to this idea of having y is equal to x and then scaling it, getting like y is equal to 2x. So in this case only we know exactly where the vector starts and ends. So we have a much more specific definition instead of having all this infinite number of points on the line. But the idea stays the same. So we are taking this vector and we are then scaling it 2 times, so we get 2b vector. And I could do the same, only instead what I could also do is I could do like 0.5 or 1 divided to 2 times b. So I take the half of it, which means I would get this vector. Or I could multiply it with minus 1, so minus 1 times b, so I would scale it with minus 1, and then I would simply get the negative version of my original vector. So this would be minus b, or minus 1 times b. So this is basically the idea of scalar multiplication when visualizing it in our coordinate system, Cartesian coordinate system. And now when we know all this, we are ready to move on this idea of linear combination. So let's now talk about another super important topic, which is the dot product and its applications. So we are going to talk about the dot product, and we are going to make this relation between the dot product and the distance, something that we have learned as part of the high school. So the dot product, we are going to understand it, we are going to plot it, the vectors, we are going to perform this dot product in examples, as well as we are going to look into the properties of the dot product and the inner product concept. We are going to see the relationship between dot product and inner product. We are going to talk about the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality and the geometric interpretation of it. So those are really important concepts, the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality, the intuition of it, as well as the implication of it, specifically in machine learning. And then we are going to talk about the vector triangle inequality, and in what cases also the norm is equal to 0. And finally, we are going to define the angle between vectors. So when it comes to the dot product is also known as the scalar product. It's a fundamental operation in linear algebra. It combines the two vectors to produce a scalar. It's a way to measure how much one vector extends in the direction of the another one. So providing insights into the geometric and the algebraic properties of the vectors. So when we are using this operation of the dot product, you can see it as an operation that we apply to vectors. And in this way, once we look into the geometric side of it, so if we will visualize the vectors and we will see the geometric insights behind it, it will all make much more sense, because this will relate back to our geometric interpretation, this idea of Pythagorean theorem, because they are highly related, this idea of distance, and how by using the dot product we can relate all these different concepts. So let's first formally define the idea of dot product. So the dot product of a vector v with itself gives the square of the length of v. So earlier, when we were looking into the prerequisites of the course, I did briefly mention that we need to know this ideal length of a vector or length of a line. We said that we denoted this by this concept or by this notation of two straight lines and then the name of the vector and then another two straight lines, and this is what we refer as the length. So the distance between 2 points, so the starting point and the end point, where our vector is described. So if we have, for instance, this vector, then if we take this point and we take this point, then we can use that in order to calculate the distance of this vector. And the distance of this vector is defined by this notation. So that's exactly what we have here too. So you can see that we are saying that the dot product is actually this v. So we take the vector, we multiply with itself. We are saying this is the dot product of a vector, and it is equal to the square of the distance or the length of the vector. So the in the left hand side we have this notation of the dot product. We just use this dot as usual with any multiplication or any products, and we are saying this is equal to, and we take the length of a vector v and we square it, and this gives us our dot product. Very soon we will see, when applying it on more general terms, what this idea of dot product is when we apply it to vectors just in general. So in a two-dimensional space, when we have each vector represented by two numbers, let's say vector v, which is equal to x and y, so we have on the first element the x coordinate of our vector in our Cartesian coordinate system, and the second element, so this one, is the y, so from y-axis on our Cartesian coordinate system, then the dot product and the length are highly related as usual. So we have here v, the vector, and then again, so dot product of vector v is equal to x squared plus y squared. So this is the length of this vector, and it is equal to then the square of this length. So let's actually plot this to see it in our coordinate system such that we can relate this back to the Pythagorean theorem, and we can see how it is possible that the dot product,
Bro, I did have my shield.
the v times v, which is equal to the square of the distance, is actually equal to x squared plus y squared. So let's assume we have this vector v, and this vector v is represented by this x and the y. So we are in the R2. So this is our x-axis, this is our y-axis, and in here our vector v can be represented, and I'm just taking some random point, and I'm saying this is my x and this is my y. Then this is simply the vector v. So this x and y, this can be random numbers. I just want to keep it general and to make it very similar to the definition what we just saw. So we are going to relate this back to the Pythagorean theorem, and we are going to prove how Pythagorean theorem is related to this vector, and that the dot product of this vector, so v times v, is actually equal to the squared of the distance of this vector v, and then on its own this is then equal to x squared plus y squared. Alright, so the first thing that we can do is to check and use the Pythagorean theorem in order to prove that the length of this vector, and so the distance from this point to this point, is actually equal to x squared plus y squared. And to be more specific, square root of x squared plus y squared. So when we look in here, one thing that we can see is that this side, which is the side that we can have here in order to form our triangle, so I want to take the beginning where my vector starts, and I want to see what is that we have in here. So this side, given that this is 0 and this is x, this means that this entire distance is just x. And of course, the other way around holds as well. When we look at the horizontal side, this length, so this is the y coordinate of this point, which is y. So we see here that it is equal to this part. So we see that we are dealing with a triangle where,
finally, blaze rod.
so this is our vector v, and we can see that this side is x, and then this side is y. Now, we also know that this angle is 90 degrees. Using the Pythagorean theorem, which states that in this type of triangles, when it is a right triangle and we have x and y as the sides, we can compute the opposite side. So the distance or the length of this side, which is, let's call it, so in this case we have already the vector, so we can say that the length of this vector, this is how we were defining the length of the vector. This is then the square of it, according to the Pythagorean theorem, is equal to x squared plus y squared. Because the Pythagorean theorem says if this is the 90-degree angle, here we have A, here we have B, then this side, which is defined by C, so C squared is equal to A squared plus B squared. And here the C is basically our vector, and we are saying the length of this vector, so the length of this vector is basically equal to C from here, to make it easier to compare the two. So this means that using the Pythagorean theorem, we can already find that the length of this vector is equal to the square root of the x squared plus y squared, knowing that the vector has those coordinates x and the y. Okay, so now when we are clear on what the norm is, let's actually look into what we have here. We are saying that the dot product v is equal to the square of the length of it. Now we just saw that the length of the v vector is equal to the square root of x squared plus y squared. This means that this amount, if we remove this, what we wanted to prove, so this is equal to square root x squared plus y squared and the square of it. So we just want to prove by making use of all the geometric interpretation and the phenomenon that we already know, including the Pythagorean theorem. So this is then equal to square root with the square here, it cancels out, so this 2, and we simply end up with x squared plus y squared. So we already proved that the dot product that we define like this, and we are saying according to the definition of the dot product, v dot product of the v, so the vector v, is equal to the square of the distance or the length of the vector, that this, in this specific case, if we are in the two-dimensional space and our vector is defined by this x and the y, then this dot product is simply equal to the x squared plus y squared. That's something that we just proved. Alright, so let's now apply to an actual example. So here we are seeing that the length of a vector is deeply related to dot products. That's something that we just saw also when plotting it in our Cartesian coordinate system. So let's now look into this specific example. So v is equal to 3, 4. So this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis. And here the proof is that the dot product vv is equal to 3 squared plus 4 squared is equal to 9 plus 16 is equal to 25, which means that the length is equal to square root of this dot product and is equal to 5. Now let's actually prove this just to ensure that we are at the same page. So we can actually go ahead and plot that in here. So we have that the vector v is equal to 3 and 4. So a few things just to get straight before plotting this. So we know that the dot product can be defined like this, and we said that this is equal to the square of the length of this vector. And we also proved that this is also equal to the x squared plus y squared if we are in the two-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system. So here, this is our x and this is our y. So our x is equal to 3 and our y is equal to 4. Let's actually solve this problem and find it also geometrically to prove what is the dot product and what is the length of this vector. So the vector v is 3, 4, which means that it is 1, 2, 3. So this is 3 and this is 4. So we are here. And this is our vector v. So this also means that one of the sides of our triangle with 90 degrees angle, so our x, so this is our x, and then x is equal to 3. So x is equal to 3. And our y is equal to 4. So it is this one. This is our y. So now we want to find what is this length. So we want to find what is the length of this vector v. So the length of vector v is then equal
X
square root of, so it is equal to x squared plus y squared according to Pythagorean theorem. And then this is equal to, just filling in the numbers, four squared is 16, and then this is 9 plus 16 is simply equal to 25. So this is equal to 5.
I'll be back for you.
So in this way, we can see that A, we are proving that the length of this vector v is equal to 5. And the sides are 3 and 4, which means that the vector has its coordinates 3, 4. And at the same time, so in this way, we already see a few things. So we see that the length of the vector v is equal to 5. That's something that we already proved. And we also saw that the dot product is equal to the square of the length, which means that it's equal to 5 squared, which means that it's equal to 25. So, and that's exactly what we see here. It says that the dot product of v is equal to 25 and the length of that vector is equal to 5. So the dot product of the two n vectors a and b is defined as the ATB, which is equal to a1 b1 plus a2 b2 up to a n bn. So this is basically the generalization of the definition that we just saw before. So we go from the description of working with the vector v and the distance to the more general one when we are now dealing with n-dimensional vectors. So now we are no longer in a basic two-dimensional space, but we are in an n-dimensional space. And we have these two different vectors, a and b. Think of a as this vector a1, a2 up to an. And then think of this vector b as b is equal to b1, b2 up to bn. And the dot product of these two, we are writing as a and then this small letter t, which means transpose, and we will see something very soon. We will also be discussing the topic of transpose later in the next module 2, multiplied by B. So this ATB, or A transpose B, is a bit more advanced way of writing down this idea of dot product. And the dot product of these two n vectors, A and B, is defined as this formula. So we are basically cross multiplying the two. We are taking this element from A and we are multiplying it with this one. Then we are taking this element of A and multiplying with this element of B. So we are basically taking all the corresponding elements from these two different vectors and we are multiplying them together and creating this combination and adding them up to create this single value, to represent these two vectors with a single value, which we call dot product. So this notation ATB, which is a common way of noting and denoting this dot product, this is just one way of describing this dot product. There are also people who will write down this. So you see that this triangle type of basis, and then the first vector, and then the second one, and then this one. So you will notice one thing that will be quite different in here versus in this definition. Because in here we were discussing the dot product of a vector. So we were talking about exactly the same vector. So here we have V and V. And we were just saying, let's take the dot product of a vector with itself. And this was related to this idea of length. When we go from one vector to this idea of multiple vectors, and now we are creating no longer the dot product of single vector, but we are defining the dot product of two vectors, A and B, the definition changes, as you will notice. But that's important to differentiate the two and to understand that one is actually not the other one, and to be able to see the difference between the two and not to confuse them. So in the upcoming presentations, we will use this notation of ATB much more often than this second notation. But if you see this, you can just know that we are talking about the same thing, which is that the dot product. So when the n is equal to 1, then this inner product or the dot product simplifies to the multiplication of just two numbers, because we no longer have vectors, but we just got a single value for A and a single value of B. So let's assume that the n is equal to 1, and then A is equal to 2, and then B is equal to 3. And then the dot product is simply the ATB, which is equal to 2 times 3, which is just 6. So when it comes to this idea of transpose, I will explain this in a bit, and we are going to describe this in detail as part of the next unit, so I won't go too much into it, but it's always a great idea to know, also for this module, at high level, this idea of transpose. This T is basically referring to this, so transpose. So to understand this idea of dot product, the dot product is an operation that takes these two vectors, vectors A and vectors B, and returns a single number, a scalar. And the single number is computed by calculating the sum of all these individual values. So it takes all these elements from one vector, then the other one, so A1 and B1, A2, B2, A and Bn, takes the value from one vector with the corresponding one from the other vector, multiplies them to each other, and then add them all up, and then this single value is created, which we refer as the dot product. So geometrically, it represents this product of the vectors' magnitudes and this cosine of the angle between them. So we already know from high school and also from trigonometry and geometry this idea of angles and what is the cosine of an angle. So I won't go too much into the detail of it. I will assume that you know what a cosine is. So the dot product is used to determine the angle between the two vectors and also to check whether they are orthogonal or not. because we have a property that relates the dot product directly to the orthogonality of the two vectors. And knowing how to calculate the dot product of the two vectors will help us to check whether the two vectors are orthogonal or not. And just in general, understanding this concept of dot product is super important because we use dot product in machine learning, we use dot product in general in AI. You will see dot product appearing also when we are talking about attention mechanisms, so calculating this attention scores as part of multi-head attention transformers. We also use this idea of dot product, scale dot product. So it's really fundamental and essential to understand this concept of dot product for matrix multiplication, but also in general to apply linear algebra in different science-related domains. So let's now look into a specific example to understand this concept. The dot product of these two vectors, in this case we have three-dimensional vectors, A and B. The dot product can be calculated as follows. So you can see that we are taking the 1, this is the A1, and we are multiplying it with B1. So it is this one. So B1 is equal to 4. A1 is equal to 1, so it is this one.
Should I make the potion? Yeah, I should.
We multiply the 2, and then we go to the next sum. So here I will write it down actually underneath to make it easier. So this is A1, this is A2, this is A3 as you can see, and this is B1, B2, and B3. So taking A1, B1, adding A2, B2, and adding A3, B3, we are getting the dot product, which is equal to 4 minus 6 plus 5, which is equal to 3. So if you do the calculation or you use a calculator, you will find out that the dot product that can be described by this formula, which is very similar to what we have seen in here, only n is equal to 3, we are getting that the dot product of the vectors A and B in R3 is equal to 3. So let's now look into another example where we will do all the calculations manually step by step. So we have these two different vectors. We have vector A and vector B. Let me also here the arrows. And I want to calculate the dot product A, B. So the ATB, the dot product ATB is equal to, and we know that if we are in the n three-dimensional space, so we are in the R3, we expect that we will need to just use the cross product 3 times, and we need to add them up. So we know that it's equal to A1.
Okay, I need more of those.
Let me use the black color. So A1, B1 plus A2, B2 plus A3, B3. Now, what is A1, what is A2, and what is A3, and what is B1, B2, B3? So A1 is equal to minus 1, B1 is equal to 0, A2 is equal to 2, B2 is equal to 1, and A3 is equal to 2, this is 3, and then B3 is equal to minus 3. Now what is this amount? Minus 1 times 0 is 0, 2 times 1 is 2, and then 2 times minus 3 is minus 6. And what is 0 plus 2 minus 6? It is minus 4. So let's now understand what is this application of dot product and how it can be used. So the dot product between these two vectors gives us an idea, a way to measure their similarity. So it combines the magnitude, the length of the vectors, and the cosine of the angle between them. In a simple terms, it tells us how much one vector extends in the direction of the other one. Now we know how we can calculate it. Once we have the vectors, we understand the notation. We also know this relationship between the vector and the distance, what we mean when we have norm. When we have a distance, we also know the length of a vector. I want to combine all this and combine this with this idea of cosine. which is something that we learn in our high school as part of also trigonometry and geometry. I want to relate this all to make a sense how geometrically we can interpret this idea of dot product, and it will all make much more sense. So the dot product between the two vectors gives us a measure of their similarity. This is something that we are also using a lot in the field of artificial intelligence when we want to compare two different, for instance, users. So we have one user and we want to compare this one user to the other user. Then we are using this cosine rule. We are using what we call cosine similarity as a way to measure their similarity. So how similar those two customers are, how similar those two users are, how similar those two companies are. And we are doing that by using this simple cosine idea, which also is related to this idea of norms, this idea of distance, so or the length of a vector, and the relationship between two vectors. So let's actually wrap this up together and clearly indicate what is this relationship between the dot product, the length of a vector, cosine rule, and this cosine similarity. So in a simpler terms, this dot product, it tells us how much one vector, it extends in the direction of the other one. So when vectors point in the same direction, then we know that the dot product is positive and largest. It means that we are dealing with two vectors that are very similar. But when the vectors are perpendicular, then the dot product is 0. And we say that those two vectors do not share any direction. They are not similar. So when the vectors point in the opposite direction, then the dot product is negative. We are saying those two users are really negatively correlated. So one is the opposite of the other one, so to say. So let's actually plot this and see it and bring them all together. So let's say we have a vector S and we have a vector R. And we want to see how similar the two are. So we have here our vector S, and here we have our vector R. And those two vectors come together and they create this angle. And we are referring this angle by angle theta. This is just a way to refer to our angle. Those are all things that we learned as part of high school trigonometry, so they should all seem very familiar. So from the geometry, we know that if we have this triangle, and here we got this angle, which is theta, and here we got, let's say, side C, and then here A, and then the B. We know that the C squared is equal to A squared plus B squared minus 2 times A times B times cosine of the opposite angle of the C, which is theta. Now, let's actually go ahead and apply this to our case when we, instead of having just a triangle, we got a vectors. So we got a set of 3 vectors that form this triangle. And we already have seen in many examples previously one way of doing that. And let's actually go ahead and transform this vector, into vectors. And we can do that if we plot in here this side and this. So we basically recreate the same triangle, only this time the sides are just vectors. So this is, let's say, our vector R, this is our vector S, and then this is obviously the R minus S. And the opposite side is alpha. So the vector R and vector S, they form the angle alpha. So when we apply 2D cosine rule to this, of course, we, instead of using vector notation, we need to use their distances, because the cosine rule is based on the sides, so the length of the sides. So the length of the of this side, this one, we denote by our common notation of the norm, which is simply this thing. And then the same holds for this side, which is simply the norm of vector x. And then for the third side, for this one, we then have norm of r. So if we apply this cosine law to our specific example, we can see that in our case, our c square is simply the length of our vector r minus s only squared, which means that, so let me actually write it down for simplicity, that part. So a is then in this case my vector r, and then the distance of it, obviously, so the length of the vector r, and then b is the length of vector s, and then the c is simply equal to the length of r minus s. Then here I will just change my angle and I will call it theta. And let's now apply the cosine law to our actual example, which means that we got r minus s and then squared is equal to, and then we got r squared and then plus s squared, so the length of the vector s and then squared, minus 2 times r times s times cosine of theta. So one thing that we can recognize here very quickly is that here we are dealing with the squared of a length of a vector r minus s. And we have learned from the previous definition of a dot product of a vector with itself, so the dot product of vector v is equal to the squared of a distance. So this means that here we already got the squared of a distance of the vector v. So this is something that we have because we have r minus s and then squared. This is exactly the same as the vector v and then squared with its length. So the length of vector v squared is the same as the length of the vector r minus s squared, because in this case the v is equal to, so the vector v is equal to vector r minus s. And from this we can see that this means that here we are dealing with the dot product of r minus s. So let me actually write this down in here in our example. So this is basically the right hand side of the formula that we saw before, where it was saying that vector v dot product of vector v, so this is equal to, and then vector v, the distance of or the length of it, and then square. So in this case the vector v is equal to r minus s. This means, knowing this, we can actually make use of that formula and say that here we are dealing with the dot product of r minus s, which means that we can write that this can be rewritten as r minus s and then times r minus s. So in the left hand side we will start working with the dot product with the vectors, while in the right hand side we will still keep our lengths. So here we have the length of the r vector, so r squared plus s squared minus 2 times r and then s and then times cosine of theta. Now let's actually open those parentheses. So this gives us r and then r, basically the same dot product of vector r, and then minus s r, so dot product of vector s and r, and then minus s, actually plus s and then s, and then minus s times. So I'm basically opening the parentheses of the above part, this left hand side, to simplify it. And then in the right hand side I will just copy paste this. So r and then squared plus s and then squared and then minus 2 times r, got here the arrows, and then s and then cosine of theta. Let me actually go ahead and remove all these parts to open up some space for us.
Fuck.
There we go. Right. So let's actually go ahead and simplify what we got here. Now, what do we see here? We see here that here we got one dot product, and we know that the dot product of a vector RR is simply the distance of that vector and then squared minus here we got, so we will just keep it like that. We are taking the dot product of vector S with vector R. We are adding here we again got a dot product of a vector with itself, which is equal to the length of that vector S, only the square of it, using exactly the same law that we just saw, the dot product of a vector, and then here minus, and I will keep the dot product of these two vectors S and R together. So this is then equal to, and I will just take over this part exactly as it was. So R and then squared plus S and then squared and then minus 2 times R and then S and then cosine of theta. Now, we already see a couple of things that we can cancel out, which is great. So we see here that we are dealing with the length of a vector R and then squared, something that we see here too. So we can safely cancel those out. Another thing that we can see that we can cancel is this. So again, the length of the vector S and squared. So this also go away. And we end up with this much more simpler formula. So we got minus S and then R, and then minus S and R, and then this is equal to minus 2 and then R and then S, then cosine of theta. Now we already see that this we can combine. We can say this is equal to minus 2 times, and then the order doesn't matter, of course, in the dot product. So R and then S, and then this is equal to minus 2 times, and then the distance or the length of the vector R and then the length of a vector S, and then times cosine theta. Okay, perfect. Now we can get rid of minus 2 too. So let me clear some space up to see what we end up with. So we are left with the following formula. So we see that R and then S, so the dot product of these two vectors is equal to R, so the length of the vector R multiplied with the length of vector S multiplied by cosine and then theta. So this is basically what we end up with, and exactly what we wanted to prove. We wanted to see that the dot product, so this is the dot product of vectors R and S is equal to the length of the vector R multiplied with the length of a vector S multiplied by the cosine of this vector that they are forming, so cosine of theta. Now, why is this important? This means that we can also take this cosine, bring it to the other side, and we can use that to describe the cosine with this dot product as well as the length of these two vectors. So from here, we can say that the cosine of theta is equal to the dot product of the vector R and S divided to the length of vector R multiplied with the length of vector S. So using this, we can then calculate the cosine similarity between two different vectors, and this then helps us to mathematically compute what is this measure of similarity between two different entities. Whether we want to compute similarity between two customers, whether we want to compute the similarity between two users, similarity between two profiles of clients. So this can be applied really to do very large range of applications. But the idea is that in this way we have proven that we can use this algebraic concept, the linear algebra concept of the dot product, in order to compute a similarity measure that will help you to compute the similarity between two different entities. And this is a very common application in machine learning, in artificial intelligence. The cosine similarity is one of the most popular similarity measures that is used in data science, in machine learning, in artificial intelligence, whether it's in the clustering algorithms like k-means, whether it's in different sorts of machine learning algorithms, or just in general to compute the similarity between two reviews that customer leaves, similarities between two profiles of customers, similarity of two different users. For instance, two users that are watching movie and you are building a movie recommender system, you can use cosine similarity to compare the two users' behavior in order to improve the quality of the movie recommender. And the applications are so versatile that my takeaway would be to just keep this cosine similarity in mind, the formula of it and how it is related to the dot product, because this is something that will be very useful for your journey in applied sciences. Let's now talk about the idea of inner product and how it relates to the idea of dot product. So by definition, the inner product generalizes the dot product to more abstract vector spaces, which can include spaces with complex numbers. So it retains these key properties like linearity, linear independence, and the notion of angle and the length that we saw before, the norm, and how we relate it back to cosine similarity for much more complex vectors. The inner product involves basically conjugating one of the vectors. And in real vector spaces, the inner product is simply the dot product. So if we have vectors that are from real spaces, so they are from R2, R3, then in this case, the inner product is exactly the same as the dot product. So let's now move on towards one of our final topics as part of this unit. And this is a very important topic, very often referred as Cauchy-Schwarz inequality. So this inequality and the law states that for all vectors x and y in an inner product space or dot product space, the absolute value of their inner product is less than or equal to the product of their norms. Mathematically, we can express this as the following expression. So where this part, it simply represents this dot product of x and y. And here, as we already saw before, the x, and with this specific notation, it refers to the length or the norm of our vector x, and then this one, the norm of a vector y. So this definition should, and this way of referencing the norm and the length as well as the dot product should seem very familiar to you. So what we are saying here is basically, if we have a vector x and the y, and we have a dot product of x and y, if we take the magnitude, then this will be smaller than equal the length of the vector x and the length of vector y. So the intuition behind this law is that it tells us that the absolute value of this dot product between two vectors cannot exceed the product of their lengths. So basically, if we have a vector A and vector B, and we are computing the dot product between them, so ATB, then this amount will always be smaller than equal than the length of vector A multiplied by the length of vector B. This is all what this law is about. So this inequality, it tells us that the absolute value of the dot product between two vectors cannot exceed the product of their lengths. So let's actually look into and understand why does this even make sense. So this idea, this inequality, Cauchy-Schwarz inequality, it is about the limits of similarity. So what is this level, the maximum level that we can have when it comes to the similarity of two entities? For instance, if we got two users and we want to understand how similar those users are, this inequality helps us to understand what is this maximum level that we can have when it comes to the similarity of these two people. What is this maximum similarity measure that we can have based on the characteristics of these users? So no matter how similar the two vectors are, there is an upper bound to this measure based on what kind of vectors we are talking about. And this maximum amount, this maximum measure, is defined by their length. So it confirms that this cosine of an angle that we just saw, because we saw that the cosine theta is equal to, it's exactly what we got in here. So we saw that cosine of theta is equal to the dot product of vector r and s divided to the lengths of them. And that's exactly what this Cauchy-Schwarz is basically saying. It's saying that it confirms that the cosine of the angle between them, between these two vectors, part of this dot product calculation, it cannot exceed 1, which fits to our understanding of the cosine, because we know that cosine is a value that should be between -1 and 1. To be more specific, -1 and 1 included. And knowing this helps us to get a limit on this idea. So how can we prove the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality? This comes down to this formula that we have already proven. So let us actually go ahead and prove this Cauchy-Schwarz inequality. It's quite straightforward. So we have just learned, and we have actually proven, that cosine theta is equal to r and then s, if those are our two vectors. And then here we got the length of the vector r and then the length of a vector. Now we know that a cosine is a measure that will always be between -1 and 1. So this means that we can use in order to prove this. So knowing that this value will always be smaller than or equal to 1, it means that we can just take this and we can bring it here. We know that the lengths are both positive amounts, so it means that I can just multiply both sides by this amount. That means that I will be left with r and then s, so the dot product between the two vectors, that will be smaller than or equal, and then r, the length of this vector, multiplied by the length of the vector s. Now, as you can see, this is exactly the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality that it says, because it says that the absolute value of the inner product is less than or equal to the product of their
Wow, I
nodes.
still am going south.
So the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality is a fundamental principle in mathematics, but also just in general it's used in so many applied sciences. And it's applied across various domains, including linear algebra, physics, but also machine learning and in finance. So this helps us to establish a limit on the correlation, or this idea of similarity that can exist between two vectors in any inner product space. So if we got two different companies and we want to understand how similar they are performing, we, by knowing their performances and their measures, we can then have a limit on how similar the two companies can be, or how similar the two users can be based on their previous history. And this all is being done by using this idea of Cauchy-Schwarz inequality. Now, why does this matter? So understanding this inequality gives us deeper insights into the vector spaces, especially when working with this high-dimensional data, which is quite often the case when we are dealing with transformers, with large language models, with deep neural networks, or we are working in finance. So this is a super important concept when it comes to applied sciences. So it ensures that this validity of operations when it comes to mathematical side and the transformations we perform on our data on the practical side, that those two are coherent. And we ensure that we are safe in making different assumptions, and we provide in this way the safety net for our design of the algorithm. We ensure that our algorithm is performing well. So every time when we are creating a program or an algorithm for a specific case, then using this inequality, we can basically add use cases, we can create a test cases, and we can add these constraints to our algorithm, and we can design our algorithm in more intelligent way. And we can ensure that we won't have cases when the limit goes above this threshold that we already got based on this inequality. And this is a very important application in a practical sense when it comes to applying linear algebra into applied sciences. Now, the final question that I will leave you with is the case when the norm is equal to 0. So we briefly touched upon this point, and we spoke about this idea of perpendicularity, and in the one specific case when the norm of a vector v equals 0. So the theorem says that the norm of a vector v equals 0 if and only if v is the 0 vector. So mathematically this means that the distance of the vector v is equal to 0. So basically we are dealing with a 0 vector, so v is equal to 0. This means that the only vector with no magnitude pointing in no direction is the 0 vector. Only in that case we will get a norm equal to 0. This concept is super important to understand this uniqueness of a vector and these different foundational principles and properties that we'll also see appearing in the upcoming lectures and in the upcoming lessons. This is all for this module and for this unit. We have learned a ton of important stuff when it comes to the vectors. So we have looked into from very scratch, the idea of vectors, the norms, the distances, the inner product, the dot product. We have looked into the geometric interpretation of it. We have visualized it. We have looked into different properties of vectors, the spaces. We have also looked into the properties of the dot product. We have proven them. We have looked into a ton of examples. We have understood how we can plot vectors, how we can understand and relate this idea of vectors to this dot product and the dot product to the cosine of two vectors and the cosine of an angle and the relationship between two vectors and the similarity between these vectors, how we can use and apply that in machine learning, in artificial intelligence. We have kind of made those relationships there too. And we have also looked into fundamental concepts, including the scalar vector multiplications, operations with vectors, adding them, subtracting them. And we have also looked into this idea of linear combination, the span of vectors, as well as linear independence. We have defined linear independence, and we have also spoken about and provided examples for vectors that can be marked and defined as linearly independent, and also examples when our vectors were linearly dependent. Thanks for staying with me so far, and I will see you in the next unit. Welcome to the module 1 of this new unit, when we are going to talk about matrices as well as linear systems. So those are all fundamental concepts that you will see time and time again when applying linear algebra, not only in mathematics but also in applied sciences like data science, artificial intelligence, when training different machine learning models and trying to see what is this mathematics behind machine learning models, different optimization techniques, when you want to solve different problems using linear algebra. So in this first module, as part of foundations of linear systems and matrices, we are going to introduce this concept of linear systems. And then we are going to talk about the general linear systems. We are going to see this common labeling or the coefficients, this idea of indices that refer to the rows and the columns. We are going to see what is this differentiation between homogeneous and non-homogeneous systems. So without further ado, let's get started. So the linear systems form the bedrock of linear algebra, modeling this array of problems. Thanks to these advancements in these linear systems and solving it in computing, we can now solve a large amount of problems in a very efficient and a fast way. So the general linear systems can be represented by this set of m equations with n unknowns. In the previous unit, when we were looking into this linear combination of vectors, we saw this notation, which was a1, and then we had c1 multiplied, or rather, let me keep the same notation. So we had this linear combination of vectors. So we had beta 1, and then we had a1 plus beta 2, and then a2, and those are all vectors, plus a3, so beta 3 times a3, dot dot dot, and then beta m times am. This is the notation that we saw before, and we said we wanted to come up with the linear combination of these different vectors a1, a2, a3 up to am, and then we use that in order to get a sense of whether we are dealing with linearly independent variables, vectors, or linearly dependent vectors. And then we also commented on the span that these vectors take. Now, when it comes to the vectors and using general linear systems, we can represent what we had before, now in terms of with a bigger system. So in terms of m equations and with n unknowns. So here what you can see here is that we have m different equations. So we have beta 1, b1, b2 up to bm. So you can see it in here. And then each of these equations, it contains n unknowns. So you can see that the unknowns, it stays the same. So the unknowns are those x1, x2 up to xn. So x1, x2 up to xn are the set of all n unknowns. And then m equations that you can see in here are all these equations. So a11, x1 plus a12, x2 dot dot dot, and then a1n, and then xn is equal to b1. And here, one thing that is really important to keep in mind is that the indexing is what we need to focus on. So we need to keep this one in mind, this aij and this xi. So this is something that we also spoke about when discussing the linear combination of vectors. We slightly touched upon on this topic. So let's now dive into this indexing, and how do we index this a, I, j? What are these a's? What are these j's? And here you can see that we have a11, and then a12, and then up to the a1n. And this is in our equation.
Bro, he keeps running away from me.
And then we have in our equation 2, a12. We may actually write this with a different color. So in our equation 2, we got a21, a23 up to a2n. And these a's that you see here, those are just real numbers. So a11 can be 1, a12 can be 3, a1n can be 100. And then the same also holds for this b1, for this b2, and for this bm. And all these values, a's and b's, they are just real numbers. The only unknowns that we got here are those. So the x1, x2 up to xn.
God damn it, I'm being an idiot.
Alright, so what about the indexing now? So we got a, I, j, and as you can see, in this case, the first thing that we can see here, it stays everywhere the same, which is the 1. So we got here 1, we got here 1, and up to the point we got here 1. Whereas the second index, this one,
Yeah, I really
it does
can't
change.
die here.
It grows
I don't give a fuck
gradually
about
with 1,
my items that I just dropped.
and it goes from 1 to 2 and up to n. So you can see here
Saddles.
that the first index,
Yeah, fuck the items. I didn't have much in these.
first index, or index
You want my items.
I, it goes from 1. It doesn't change, it's just 1. So it is 1, 1, and 1. So here, in all cases for this equation, I is equal to 1. But another thing that you can notice here is that the index 2, unlike index I, so the second index, which is the j, so you see here that the second index is referred as j. This is a general way of defining the indices. So here, j is equal to 1, 2, dot, 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 and then n. So basically, the I doesn't change in the same row, but the j changes. And then, of course, we have slightly different in terms of I, but then the same for j for our second equation. So here, I is equal to 2, and then j is again equal to 1, and then 2, dot, 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 and then n. And then here, up to, for the last equation, our I is equal to m, and then our j is again equal to 1 till 2, dot, dot, dot. So you might notice that I was looking at this from the row perspective. So I was saying per equation or per row, the I doesn't change, but then the j stays the same, and then it is either 1, 2 up to n, but the set is the same. So it contains all these different elements here, so 1, 1, 2, and then n, but it contains all these different real numbers going from 1 till n, because we are combining and we are creating this combination, the sum of all these values a1, 1, and then x1, a1, 2, x2, a1, n, xn. And another thing that you can also notice here is that here with the second index, so with this j is equal to 1, then here the x's corresponding index is also 1. When the j is equal to 2, then the x's corresponding index is also 2, and then here the same story. And you will notice that while the coefficient contains two indices, 1, 1, 1, 2, or 1n, which are the two indices for the coefficients, for the unknowns we got just single index, which goes from 1 till n. So basically, for a's, for the coefficients, so I, let me write with the right color, so I can be 1, 2, all the way to m, whereas in case of j, it can be 1, 2, all the way to n. And
Right here. I was right here.
the indices are basically used to help us to keep track of in which row we are
I
and
was up there.
what is the variable that
I
the
just dropped them
coefficient
right there.
belongs to.
Yeah.
Because knowing this second index, this helps us to understand that we are dealing with a coefficient that corresponds to this first unknown, the first variable x1. And then the same holds
They're gonna be right there.
in here. As you can see in here and in here, we are dealing with the same variable x1.
Smart. Block this
Therefore, the
I don't wanna go that
second index, the index j, is then the same
Can't come.
both in the first equation and in the second one. In both cases, it's equal to 1. Okay, so now when we are clear on that, let's also understand this high-level concept, because you will see this system of linear systems, these m equations and n unknowns, appearing a lot not only in terms of calculating and finding the solution to this linear system, but this actually has a very common application when it comes to running regression, linear regression specifically. And one thing that you can notice here is that here we got also this B1, B2 up to Bm. And you will notice that here the index also goes from 1, but then this time to m. So when it comes to the rows, we have m rows or m equations. Therefore, we also expect when it comes to counting from the top that at the bottom we will see an m. Whereas if we count from this side, so kind of like imagine it like a column, then we see that it goes from 1 till n. So those are common abbreviations and reference to number of observations and number of features that you will see in your data when dealing with data analysis or modeling data. So just keep those things in mind, this abbreviation of m and then n, m equations and unknowns, because this will become very handy. And the same also holds for this indexing. Just to keep in mind that this I and this J, what those indices are, and how, for instance, the first, the first index changes when we go from up to the bottom, and how the second index J goes and changes when we go from left to the right when we go through the columns. But we are going to see this also in the upcoming slides, so we will have time to practice it.
Just so they can't come through here.
So this is what we are calling a coefficient labeling. The coefficient Aij, so this thing, in a linear system, they are labeled where the first index represents the row and the second index denotes the column. So when we see Aij, we know that this refers to the row and the J refers to the column. So this is something that we use in order to understand where exactly in our matrix, something that we will see very soon, where exactly our unit or our member that is part of our matrix, where exactly is that located, in which row and in which column. The systematic labeling is super important because this helps us to keep the structure, and this helps us to understand what does this coefficient represent. What is this row that it belongs, and what is the column it belongs. So for which equation and for which unknown we have already solved the problem, such that we can know what this coefficient represents. So before moving on to the actual linear systems and this definition of matrices, let's quickly understand this distinction between homogeneous and non-homogeneous, because this will help us to also get an understanding how we can solve a system of linear systems. So a system is homogeneous if all the constant terms bi are 0. Otherwise, it's not homogeneous. So identifying this helps us to really understand the nature of the solution set that we need to get, and to understand what kind of strategy we need to use in order to solve this problem. Now, what do I mean by bi? We just saw that we had this system of m equations with n unknowns, and we saw that we have in the right hand side this b1, b2 up to bm, which means that if we had this m different equations with n different unknowns, and to find a solution to the system, it means finding these values corresponding to x1, x1, here x2, x2, xn. So basically finding the set of x1, x2 up to xn that solves this problem. And for us to know how to solve this problem, we need to know whether this b1 is equal to 0 or not. This b2 is equal to 0 or not. And then this bm is equal to 0 or not. This is very similar to this idea of solving any sorts of problems that contain unknowns. For instance, if we have 3x is equal to, let's say, 5, solving this is entirely different than if we know that the tree x is equal to 0.
Why is it coming after me?
So this is a super simplified version, of course, but the idea is the same. Knowing that this b1, b2 up to bm, these are 0, this gives us an idea how we can solve this problem. And later on we will see this distinction between non-homogeneous and homogeneous system. And whenever these b's, so whenever this b1, b2 up to bm, whenever these b's are 0, then we are saying that the system is homogeneous and we need to solve a homogeneous system. Otherwise we are dealing with non-homogeneous system. So this means that the bi's are not all 0. Let's now move on to the second module, which is about the matrices. So we are going to define the matrix, we are going to see the definition of it, as well as the notation, this idea of rows, columns, dimensions, some of which we have already touched upon, but we are going to go into the depth of it. We are going to learn properly, as well as we are going to see many examples. Then we are going to talk about matrix types. So here we will talk about identity matrix, diagonal matrices, and also special type of matrices like matrices containing only zeros and only ones. So by definition, a matrix is a rectangular array of real numbers that are arranged in rows and in columns. For example, an m by n matrix A can be represented as follows. So let's look into this definition and this reference to matrix. We call this matrix a matrix A, and every matrix, it can be described by this rows and columns, where we always have this way of describing this matrix always should be defined by the number of rows and number of columns. So this is super important, and let's look into this specific matrix. So we have a matrix A, and all these values, they are members of this matrix. They form the matrix. And we already saw this labeling of A, I, J, where we said that I is referred to the row. So you might recall that those were all these equations that we got. So these horizontal lines where I was equal to 1, I was equal to 2, I was equal to 3, up to the point of I was equal to n. And then we had the J, so this thing, and then J was referred to the columns, and we had J was here 1, and then 2, and then 3, up to the point of n. So 1, 2, 3, and n. This is exactly what you can see here. So in this matrix, we got all these elements. A11 is a number, A12 is a number, up to the A1n is a number. Those are all real numbers. And one thing that you can notice here is that here we got A11. So this is our first row and first column. Here we got A12. This is our first row and second column. And then we got up to the point of A1n. Actually, let me just write this down even at a bigger scale such that I can make more notes. So let's assume we have this matrix A, and this matrix A even bigger. And we got all these different elements. So we start with our first row, and here we have A1, 1. So here, the row that I will write with, let's say with
holy shit,
blue, the row is equal to 1, and then the column is 1. So this is row 1. This is row 1, row 1, and this is column 1. Let me write it with red. This is column 1.
All right, ready?
This is column 2. This is column 3, dot, dot, dot. And this is column N. And this is row 2. This is row 3, dot, dot, dot. And this is row M. So in total, I got M rows and N columns. I will come to this notation that I'm putting here later. For now, let's keep track of the rows and the columns to get a good understanding what these indices were about that we just learned. So every time I will also mention this reference to A, I, J to keep track of this. And also let me write it with the right colors. So A, I, this is the row, and J, which is the column. So all the elements I'm just defining by this A because it's just a way to reference a part that comes from a matrix. It's a just common way to write the entire matrix by a capital letter A, whereas its members we will write with the lowercase a. So this is matrix A.
Where did he come
Alright,
from?
so here in the second row but first column we got A, 2, and then 1 because it is still in the first column. And then when it comes to this element, we have here A. The row is the first one because we are in the first row. But then we are in the second column, so this one should be 2. Then we go on to the next element in our first row, so A, 1, and then 3, and then dot dot dot. And the last element is an A. As we are still in the first row, it will be 1, the I, but then given we are in the last column, the column index, so the J, will be equal to N, because we got in total N columns. So we are now ready to go on to the second row. So here, given that we already have our first element, A21, this is in our second row and the first column. So the I is equal to here 2 and J is equal to 1. Let's now write down the element in the second row and second column. As you might have already guessed, I is equal to here 1, I is equal to here 2, sorry, and then the J is equal to 2. And then we go on to the next element, which is in the second row and the third column. So it's A, the row index is 2, so I is equal to 2, and then the column index is 3, dot dot dot, and then we got A, as we are in the second row, it is the I is equal to 2, and as we are in the last column, the J is equal to N. Now you might have already guessed when I was writing this down that whenever you are in the row and you move on to all the elements in the same row, the I, so the row index, it stays the same, only you need to update the column index. So here, for instance, you got 1, 1, 1, here also 1. So all the way down in the same row, all 1, which logically makes sense because we are in the same row. So the row index should not change, but instead you should change the column index, like here. Column 1, column 2, column 3, all the way to column N. So those are our columns. Dot dot dot, so let me make this distinction. And those are our rows, as you can see. So this kind of mentally helps us to understand why we are writing all these indices. Over time, once you practice more with this will become more natural.
Look at all those chests.
Really quickly do this. So now I will write the rest very quickly. So as you might have already guessed, we are in the third row. So we have A3. So everywhere I will just write down the A's. So first I will write down the A's, and then the rows. The row index will stay the same as I am in the same row, but then I will increase the columns gradually. So we are in the column 1, and then column 2, column 3, up to the column N. So now,
Oh my gosh.
the remaining stuff you can actually write down yourself to just practice. Let's now move on to the last row and last column. So in the last row, we got A, up to here. And in the last row, the row index is M, which means that here I need to have M, everywhere I need to have M. And then the column index is 1, 2, 3, all the way to N. So this last column is very interesting too. You can see here that we have the opposite of what we have here, because in the last column we see that the column index is the same, so it is everywhere N. Only the first index, the index of the row, it changes. It goes from 1, 2, 3 up to M, which is of course logical, because we said that in the last column, if we're looking at it from the perspective of a column, so all these values, these A's, so all the N's, they are logical because we are in the last column, we are in the same column, but then the row changes. Here we are in the row 1, here we are in the row 2, row 3, up to row M. Therefore, we have also at the end A, M, N. Now, let's talk about this idea of M, N. We said that our matrix A has M as a number of rows and N as a number of columns, which you can see, by the way, also here. So we always refer the dimension of a matrix, so the dimension of matrix A, by these two numbers. So first we always write down the number of rows, in this case M. Then as the second element we are writing the number of columns, in this case N. We are always putting this small x in between to kind of emphasize M by N matrix, and we most of the time use the square braces to showcase that we are dealing with dimension. And in this case we are saying the dimension of matrix A is equal to M by N. So we are dealing with M by N matrix. This is a common convention used in linear algebra, in mathematics general, but also used in data science, in machine learning, artificial intelligence. So whenever you are dealing with matrices A, it is a common convention to talk about this idea of dimensions. And the idea of dimensions is super important when it comes to the idea of multiplication, multiplying vector with matrix, matrix with matrix. So this dot product, dimensions play a central role in here. So keep this one in mind. Once we get to the point of dot products, this one will become very handy. So let's now look into a specific example where we see a simple matrix A. So in this case, you can see that we are dealing with a matrix that has a 2 by 3 dimensions. So like we just learned, 2 by 3 means that we got
What happens if I open that up?
2 rows and 3 columns. That's something that you can also see here very quickly. So you have a small matrix. On the small matrix, it's really easy to actually count. So you can see that we got row 1 and row 2, and we got column 1, column 2, and column 3. So this basically confirms these dimensions. Therefore, we are also saying that we have a 2 by 3 matrix. And like usual, we first write down the number of rows and then the number of columns. you can see here that here we have these elements for our matrix. So A is equal to 1, 2, 3 for the first row, and then 4, 5, 6 for the second row. So from this, actually, I think it's a good exercise to just verify our understanding of indices. And from this, we can write down that, for instance, all these different elements, like A11 is equal to 1, A12, which means that we are in the first row and in the second column. So we have this element is equal to 2, and then we got A and then 1, 3. So we are in the third column. So this one is equal to 3, and then A21 is equal to 4, A22 is equal to 5, and then A23 is equal to 6. So this is actually a good way to practice our understanding of indices, our understanding of this matrix structure, and the understanding of dimension of the matrix, which in this case is 2 by 3. So this is yet another different definition of a matrix structure when it comes to the rows, columns, and dimensions. So this is exactly what we just spoke about on our example. And let's just quickly look at the formal definition. So the rows of a matrix are the horizontal lines of the entries, while the columns are the vertical lines. So basically it's saying those are, let me remove this. So the rows are the horizontal line, and the columns are those vertical lines. Those are the columns. This helps us to form these columns, so column 1, column 2, and column 3. Whereas these horizontal lines, it helps us to create the rows, so row 1 and row 2, which is the core matrix operations. So when it comes to matrices, we often perform matrix additions, matrix subtraction, but also matrix scalar multiplication of this matrix, or multiplying matrix with a scalar, and then matrix multiplication just in general, so taking two matrices and multiplying them. We are going to look into this concept in detail. We are going to see many examples like before. We are going to dive deeper into this such that we lay the ground on to the next module, which is solving a system of m equations with n unknowns, so solving this general linear system. So for the beginning, we will be looking into this matrix operations where we are adding or subtracting matrices. So by definition, the sum of two matrices A and B of the same dimensions is obtained by adding their corresponding elements. So by taking the element ij from both matrices and adding them to each other. So in this case, you can see that matrix A and B are here. And the definition says we just simply need to take the corresponding elements from the row I and the column J, take them, add them, and this will become an element in our final matrix. Because when we are adding two matrices of the same size, the result is yet another matrix. So we will use the matrix A to add to matrix B, and this will give us a matrix A plus B. And this ij simply refers to the indices corresponding to the row and the column. We will look into an example in a bit, and this will make much more sense. And the same holds also for the difference. So by definition, the difference of the two matrices A and B of the same dimensions is obtained by subtracting their corresponding elements, which means that in order to obtain this matrix A minus B, this is a new matrix, we simply need to look for each element. So we are going to index them for a row I and J. We are going to do this pairwise, element-wise subtractions. We are going to see what is that element corresponding to the row I and column J in the matrix A, which we say is Aij. We are going to subtract from this the element in the row I and column G that comes from matrix B. And this will give us our new matrix, which is A minus B. So let's now look into an example. In this matrix A and matrix B are used, and matrix A is of the size 3 by 3. Matrix B is of the size 3 by 3. In order to obtain A plus B, what we are doing is that we are performing element-wise additions. Now, let's verify this. So what we are doing here is that we are saying A plus B. Let me actually get a larger area here. So let's say we have these two matrices. I want to add the two in such a way that we do everything one by one, such that this idea of A plus B and addition of the matrices will make sense. So we want to find out A plus B. For that, what we are going to do is that we are going to make use of this definition that A plus B and then ij is equal to A ij plus B ij, which is a fancy way or mathematical way or describing that for each element we need to go and look for the row I and column j and take that element from the matrix A and from the matrix B. So this means that for A plus B, this is going to be a matrix that will have the same number of rows and the same number of columns as two matrices, because both A and B are 3 by 3, which means also their sum is going to be 3 by 3. So this is going to be 3 by 3. And here we are going to do, so we are going to take for the first row and the first column, so for A plus B 1 1, so first row and first column, we need to go to the first row and first column of matrix A and the first row and first column of matrix B, and we need to add these two elements. So we need to do 1 plus 1, and then we need to go on to the second column, so the first row and the second column, which means that we need to be here in both matrices. So here we have 0 plus 2, and then we got 2 plus 3, and then we got 0 plus 0, so you can see it in here, and then we have 1 plus 0, and then we have 3 plus 1, 0 plus 1, and then 0 plus 2, and then 1 plus 3, which gives us, so 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, 0 plus 2 is equal to 2, and then 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, 0 plus 0 is equal to 0, 0 plus 1 is equal to 1, 1 plus 0 is equal to 1, 0 plus 2 is equal to 2, and then 3 plus 1 is equal to 4, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4, which means that our A plus B is equal to this matrix that we got in here. So you can see that we are getting exactly what we have here. Only we have done it manually, one by one. So the same idea holds exactly when we have A minus B. Only instead of adding, you will have to do here minuses. So minus, minus, so everywhere minus. So 1 minus 1, 0 minus 2, 2 minus 3, etc. So let's look into another addition. So in this case, by definition, it is defined as this element-wise of the adding of these two matrices. Here, the only difference in this definition is that it's calling this A plus B as C. So this new matrix that we are getting as a result of adding A to B, it's calling C. So basically, it's the same as calling this matrix as C. You will see also this type of definitions. So in this case, the matrix C is equal to A plus B, which basically means that for each row with index I and with each column with index j, go and look for row I and index j, take the corresponding elements from matrix A and matrix B, add them in order to get that corresponding element in our new matrix C. And you can see that in this example, that's exactly what we are doing. We have A, we have B. We are taking this element and this one. So 1 plus 1, we are getting here 2. And then 0 plus 2, we are getting 2 here. 2 plus 3 is 5. And then 0 plus 0 is equal to 0. 1 plus 0 is equal to 1. And then 3 plus 1 is equal to 4. So now we already go to the next topic, which is about scalar multiplication of a matrix. So by definition, scalar multiplication of a matrix A by a scalar alpha results in a new matrix where each entry of A is multiplied by alpha. The idea of scalar multiplication in matrices is actually quite similar to this idea of scalar multiplication in vectors. So we have already seen in the lecture of the vector multiplication that when we were having this scalar C and we had this vector A, then when we are multiplying C, which is a real number, with vector A, then we simply need to take all the elements of vector A, so A1, A2, all the way down to AN, and we need to multiply them by this same scalar, so C. This is what we were doing with vectors. And that's exactly the idea behind matrices. And when during the scalar multiplication of matrices, only instead of multiplying only just one vector with the scalar C, now we need to apply this to all the rows and all the columns. So here we got this one column, and matrix is simply a combination of multiple vectors, which means that we need to multiply all these elements of all the vectors of all the columns in this matrix. So let's actually look into a specific example. So in this case, we have a matrix A, and this matrix A is this thing. And we have a scalar which is 3. So in here, our alpha is equal to 3, or you can call it C or anything. So you can see that when we are scaling the matrix with a scalar, in this case 3, with this matrix, what we are doing is that we are simply taking each of these elements and multiplying it with the scalar. So 1 by 3 is 3, 2 by 3 is 6, 3 by 3 is 9, and 4 by 3 is 12. This is the idea behind this entire scalar multiplication of a matrix. In more general terms, if we, for instance, have a matrix A, so let's actually look into a high-level general example when we have the A matrix m by n, so we got m rows and n columns, and we want to get a scalar multiplication of this matrix. And scalar that we have here, as in our definition, it is defined by this alpha. Alpha is just a number. You can call it C, you can call it B, anything. So in this case, our scalar alpha is coming from R, so it's a real number. So alpha times A is then simply equal to this new matrix where all of these elements are simply multiplied by this scalar. So I will just take over all these values, H1 up to AM1, and then A12, A22, all the way down to AM2, and then let me also add the last column, just for fun, here A2N, and then here AMN. So here, this new scaled multiplied, so scaled matrix A, so alpha times A is simply equal to alpha times, so all these elements are simply multiplied by this scalar. It is as simple as that. So that's the simple idea behind matrix scaling. So when you are doing scalar multiplication of this matrix, you simply take all the values and you multiply them element by element, per row and per column, by that single scalar alpha. Do you know that you are multiplying them all without exclusion with exactly the same number, which is that alpha? So let's now look into the definition of matrix multiplication. So here we are no longer multiplying a matrix with a scalar, but we are multiplying matrix with a matrix. So the product of an m by n matrix A and an n by p matrix B results in an m by p matrix C, where each entry Cij is computed as the dot product of the each row of A and the jth column of B. Now, what does this mean? Firstly, let's look and unpack this part of the definition. So, we got matrix A, that is M by N. And then we got matrix B, which is N by P. What this means is that in this case, matrix A has M rows and N columns, and matrix B has N rows and P columns. So this is then simply the dimensions of these two matrices. So then it's saying that by definition the product of these two matrices, so the product of A and B, the product of the two, B is equal to this matrix C. And each entry Cij, so Cij is computed as the dot product of the each row of A and the jth column of B. Now this part might seem a bit difficult, but once we look into the actual example and we illustrate this on our common high-level general expressions of matrix A and B and their multiplication, this will make much more sense. For now, before coming to this one, I just wanted to refresh our memory on one thing. I said before, when discussing also this idea of improving these different properties of vectors, that when we want to multiply a vector with a matrix or a matrix with a matrix or a vector with a vector, we need to ensure that from the first element the number of columns is equal to the number of rows of the second element. This is also very important for this specific case and just in general for matrix multiplication. So you can notice here that the number of columns here is equal to the number of rows in here, and the order is very important. So in case of matrix multiplication, the order is really important, which means that if you have a matrix A and you want to multiply it with a matrix B, then the number of columns
God damn it, get over here.
of A should be equal to the number of rows of B. Otherwise, you cannot multiply those two matrices with each other. So in case you got a matrix A that doesn't have the same number of columns as the rows of the matrix B, then there are some alternative things that you can do, including this idea of the transpose that we saw also doing when computing the dot product between this vector A and vector B. That's something that we also do in programming when we are dealing with this matrix and we want to compute this relationship between two matrices, but the number of columns of the first one is not equal to the number of rows of the second one. We are simply manipulating these matrices or removing some data. If that's not hurting our problem, maybe flipping, so transposing our matrix or applying any other source of operation to it to ensure that the two matrices that we are multiplying with each other, the first one's number of columns is equal to the second one's number of rows. So that's just the law, and that's something that you should follow if you want to multiply these two matrices. Alright, so now let's move on to this idea of multiplying and the dot product. Let's look into a specific example, and this will help us to understand this process better. So before doing that, I just want to quickly show you this general idea. So if we have a matrix A that is M by N, which means that it looks something like this, like A1, 1, A2, 1, up to the point of AM1, and then here we got, let's say, A12, A22, up to the point of A M2, and then at the end we got A MN, and here we got A1N. So let me also add this one, 2N, and we got a matrix B. This matrix B is N by P, so it has N rows and P columns. So we are fine in terms of dimension here. And we got here B11, B21 up to the point of BM. So the N in this case. Let's not confuse the letters. So BN1, B12, B22 up to the point of BN2, because N now is the number of rows for matrix B, unlike for the matrix A, up to B1P, and here B2P, and here up to the point of B, and then NP. This is the last element. In order to perform multiplication between these two matrices, so to obtain a matrix C, which is equal to A times B, what we need to do is we simply need to take pair case, so pair row. For the row I, for instance, we need to take this element, so this row, and we need to multiply it with this. So we need to find the dot product between this row and this column. Then we need to move on to the next one, and then for the second element, we will then take this row and we will multiply it with this one. So this is then something that we need to do in order to obtain these elements. And you might have already noticed that we got this M by N and N by P, so you might have already guessed what will be the dimension of the C. If we got that the dimension of A is equal to M by N, and the dimension of B is equal to N by P, then the result matrix after multiplying the two, so matrix C will be having a number of rows equal to this and the number of columns equal to this. So this middle part basically disappears, and the number of rows of the first matrix will be then the number of rows of this result matrix C, and the number of columns of the second matrix, so matrix B, will then be our final number of columns. So we will then have a matrix C that will have a dimension. So dimension of C will then be equal to M by P. So we will have M rows and P columns.
Okay, before I get pissed off.
So how we are going to compute this? So for Cij, which means row I and column J, let's look into the definition of it. It's saying Cij is computed as a dot product of the each row and the jth column. So each row from A and jth column of B. What is the each row of A? The each row of A is somewhere here. So each row of A, it is the A and then I1, then A, and then I2, and then A, and then I3, dot dot dot, and then A,
I'll get my stuff real quick.
I, and then we got in total n columns.
Just let's see if they're still mad. Are they still mad?
And we always do the transpose, right, when computing this dot product. So we then take the transpose. So we take this row I, and we multiply it. So we do the dot product between this one. This is the AI and the BJ. This is column J. It is somewhere here. So it is B and then we got the first element, which is 1 and then J, and then B 2J, B 3J, dot dot dot, up to B, and then in total we got n rows in B, so n, and then the J is the column, so it stays the same. So this is then the dot product between
All you guys right now.
each row that comes from matrix A and the jth column that comes from matrix B. So it's always like that actually. So we always take row by row.
Fuck.
So
I
we
could always kill
take
'em later. Just get all my shit back.
this different, so every time we take just a row and we multiply with the corresponding column, and then we get the dot product between this row that comes from the first matrix and then the column that comes from the second matrix in that specific order in order to get our dot product and that specific column. And what is this amount actually? So when we calculate this dot product, you can quickly see that we have A I1 multiplied by B1J plus A I2 multiplied by B2J, and then dot 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 AIN multiplied by BNG. And this new matrix C will then have all these elements, so C11, C21, and then C31, dot dot dot, and then C, the last row, as the number of rows of C is M, CM, see here, M, so C, and then here it will be 1, 2, C22, C3, and then 2, up to the point of CM, and then 2, and then here, the last column will be C1, and then P is the number of columns in C, so C1P, and then C2P, and then C3P, dot dot dot, and then C, M, and then P. Okay, so this is what we get. This is our final matrix C when multiplying matrix A and matrix B. So let me clean this up. C is equal to. Now, if you want to find out what is C11, you can easily fill in this general formula that we just calculated. The I is equal to 1 and then J is equal to 1, and this will give you C11 by using this formula. If you want to get the CMP, then just fill in the I is equal to M and then J is equal to P in order to get this value CMP. So you can already see the amount of calculations you need to do in order to get all these elements from these large matrices A and B. Let's actually look into a simple example to clarify this. So we have a matrix A here and matrix B here, and we want to do a multiplication of the two, and we have just learned how to do it. Let's actually do it one by one. So we got a matrix A which is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4 with dimensions 2 by 2. Then we got a matrix B which has values 2, 0, and then 1, 2. So it is 2 by 2. And I want to find what is C that is equal to A times B. And I know already by looking at these dimensions that C is going to be equal to 2 by 2. So you might recall that I said that when looking at this final result, the number of rows or the final matrix will be this. So the number of rows of the initial matrix A, and then the number of columns of this final vector C will be the number of vectors, number of columns of this second matrix A, so 2. Therefore, I know already before even doing calculations that the product matrix C equal to A times B is going to have a dimension 2 by 2. Well, let's actually do a calculation to check this. So C is then equal to A times B, and it's equal to 1, 2, 3, 4 multiplied by 2, 0, 1, 2. So I expect to have 4 different elements here, 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 and here. So to obtain the C11, so it is C11 in here, what I need to do is that I need to look at the first row and the first column here. So first row from A and the first column of B. And I'm doing the dot product, which means 1 times 2 plus 2 times 1. 1 times 2 is 2, 2 times 1 is 1. So here I'm getting 1 times 2 plus 2 times 1, which basically gives me 2 plus 2, and that's equal to 4. So here I'm just writing down 1 times 2 plus 2 times 1. Now, when I want to get this value, which is C12, this means that I want to get the first row and the second column. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going back and I'm saying let's look at the first row, but this time we will look at the second column coming from the matrix B. So 1 times 0 times 0 plus 2 times 2. And then I do the same, only this time for the second row, which means I'm picking this row and then this column. So it is 3 times 2 plus 4 times 1. And for the final element C22, I'm taking the second row and then second column, which gives me 3 times 0 plus 4 times 2. Now what does this gives me? This gives me this 4 by 4 matrix, where 1 times 2 plus 2 times 1 is 4, 1 times 0 plus 2 times 2 is 4, 3 times 2 plus 4 is equal to 6 plus 4, which is 10, and then 3 times 0 plus 4 times 2 is equal to 8. So let's check. 4, 4, 10, 8. That's exactly what we have here. So as you could see here, the idea is that every time to follow what element I'm looking for the Cij, and then I just go to the each rows from the first matrix and the jth column from the second matrix, and I do the dot product of the A and then I and then K, let's say. So I'm going to the each row from the first matrix, and I'm taking all the elements, which means I don't even need to mention this index. It just means the entire each row coming from the matrix A, and then I'm doing the dot product between this row and the column that comes from the matrix B, which means B and then J, which then will give me the Cij. So I'm looking at this and taking this, multiplying this dot product, and this gives me the first element, then the first row, and then the second column, which gives me the second element in the first row in my matrix, so this one, and so on. So hope this makes sense. If it doesn't, make sure to reach out, because it's a very important concept. And let's also look into another example to make sure that we got this right. So in this case, as you can see, we have another matrices, so set of A and B matrices, again 2 by 2, a simple one, and we want to know what is AB. So let's say we call this C. We already know C should be 2 by 2, and what we are doing is basically for C11 we are saying let's look at the first row, so first row, and the first column coming from the second matrix B, and let's do the dot product. So 2 times 1, 2 times 1, 2 times 1, 4 times 5, 4 times 5, we get this. And then when we want to find what is C, what is C, and then 1, 2, so in the first row, but in the second element in our final matrix, so I is equal to 1 and J is equal to 2, it means we need to look at the first row from the matrix A, but this time the second column from the matrix B. So it is 2 by 3, 2 by 3, 4 times 7, 4 times 7. And this gives us a number 34. Even if you calculate, you can see that 2 times 1 is equal to 2, 4 times 5 is 5, so 4 times 5 is 20, so 2 plus 20 is 22 in here. And then you can do the rest of calculations, and this will be a good practice to see how we can do a basic matrix multiplication. The idea is actually quite straightforward. When it comes to multiplying it, it comes with a practice when we see all these much bigger matrices. So this is another example. I will leave this one to you to complete it. Just to keep in mind, we always we always look at the dimension first. In here, 2 times 2 and 2 times 2, which gives me an impression already what I can expect. The result will be 2 by 2. And when it comes to the cross elements, just ensure to always look to the ith row and the jth column. This comes from matrix A and this comes from matrix B. Take them, compute the dot product, and then you will find your your final result. Let's call it Kij, because in this case we have a matrix C already. Welcome to the module 4 of this course when we are talking about matrices and linear systems. So in this module we are going to dive deeper into this idea of linear systems with matrices and solving linear systems using different techniques, and specifically we are going to learn the concept behind solving linear systems using matrices named Gaussian elimination and Gaussian reduction. Welcome to the module 4 of this course when we are talking about matrices and linear systems. So in this module we are going to dive deeper into this idea of linear systems with matrices and solving linear systems using different techniques, and specifically we are going to learn the concept behind solving linear systems using matrices named Gaussian elimination and Gaussian reduction. So we are going to solve linear systems with M equation and N unknowns using this idea of augmented coefficient matrix and then reduced row echelon forms. And we are going to see many examples. We are going to solve these problems and we are going to do it step by step, such that this very important concept from linear algebra will be entirely demystified for us. So we are going to learn each of these concepts one by one, and we are going to solve different problems like before with examples, such that at the end of this module we will be clear on how we can use this idea of Gaussian elimination and Gaussian reduction in order to solve a linear system with matrices. So solving linear systems is crucial in linear algebra for many reasons. It helps to provide this fundamental method for understanding and working with linear equations, which are the fundamental and the backbone of various mathematical, but also the applied sciences like statistics, data science, machine learning, deep learning, and in general artificial intelligence. So here is a high-level overview of its importance and applications. So it's a basic but essential part of linear algebra. It introduces key concepts such as matrices, vectors, determinants. So we need to know and we need to incorporate all these different concepts that we already learned as part of previous modules in here, because we need to know the idea of matrices, the dimension of the matrices, this idea of coefficients versus unknown, so variables in our model, homogeneous versus non-homogeneous, how we do the indexing, so coefficient labeling in our matrices that we learned before. We also need to know this multiplication between a matrix and a vector, multiplication between matrix and matrix, the idea of transpose, and all these different topics that we saw before coming to this specific module. So the solving linear systems has a wide range of applications when it comes to the usage of it beyond linear algebra, because it's being used also as part of many other linear algebra concepts, including the dimensionality reduction techniques, decomposition techniques like eigenvalues, eigenvectors, all these different mathematical and linear algebra concept itself, they rely on this idea of solving linear systems with matrices. But we also go beyond the application mathematics when it comes to solving linear systems. It's used in physics, it's used in engineering, and just in general, also even in finance, economics, in different investment strategies when we are talking about quantitative finance and using data as well as linear algebra in order to understand what kind of investment decisions we can make. So in order to set some constraints or objectives. And in the essence, solving linear systems is kind of this getaway to both understanding deeper mathematical theories, but also applying these concepts to solve real-world problems across various disciplines and domains, including data analytics, data science, machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence, and much more. So without further ado, let's get started. So we will start with the refreshment of the general linear system that we saw when we were beginning this unit. So we saw that we could represent a linear system with m equations and n unknowns with this format, where we said that we had this m equations, so you can see we got in total m rows, and we got n unknowns, which we were referring to the columns. So then we also saw this idea of indexing aij, where I was the index corresponding to the row and then j was the index corresponding to the column. And we said that these coefficients a11, a12 up to a1n, and then the same holds for all the other equations or the rows. These were ways for us to understand where exactly we are in our system, what is that the variable corresponding to which we are dealing that coefficient, and what that coefficient will basically tell us in which equation we are and corresponding to which variable or unknown we have the coefficient. Because this A11 holds entirely different information that is A23, and then this AMN. This AMN tells us in the nth equation what kind of information we know and the relationship between this when it comes to the nth variable or nth unknown. So this A11, A12, all these AIJs, those are known because we are saying we can estimate them. Those are constants. They come from R. Whereas the x1, x2 up to xn, those are variables. Those are things that we assume that either we don't know or in the future we will see that those are basically the features that we got in our data. And then this B1 and B2 up to Bn, so far we have been kind of ignoring them. We already touched upon this when we were differentiating this idea of non-homogeneity and homogeneity of our system. But in this specific module, we are going to finally make these B's in use. We are going to make use of them, and we are going to see how we can transform this general linear system into concepts like matrices and vectors that we already have seen at the end of the previous module. So we are going to bring all these different topics together to solve this general linear system. And very soon it will also become much more clear why we want to do that. Because solving linear system, it means that we are getting an understanding what is the exact relationship between these coefficients and the unknowns. Now keep this notation in mind where we have all these different equations. You notice here the classes, so we have the common notation of equations that we know from high school and pre-algebra, because we are going to transform these linear systems into matrices and vectors and the products of them. So we are going to go from this simpler notations to a bit more fancy notation, and we are going to bring our linear algebra into use in order to solve a system of m equations with n unknowns. So let's go to that bit more advanced notation. So here we go. So this is the matrix representation of linear systems. And a linear system of equations can be represented compactly using these matrices. So we already have seen this matrix. This is very familiar to us. We have been using this a lot. And this is the m by n matrix A. So this is the matrix A. You can note here we have A11, A12, up to A1n, and then we have all these different rows and columns. So another thing that you can quickly notice is that we are dealing with a similar dimension for matrix A. So we have m by n. You can see we have m rows and we have n columns, something that you can note when you are looking at the last column and the last row, and then keeping in mind that we have always Aij, where the A is the row index and then J is the column index. So that gives us understanding what is the dimension of A, which is m by n. And then we have now a new component here. We see something new here, which is this vector. So we got a column vector here, x1, x2 up to xn. So we already see here from the last element that most likely we are dealing with an n by 1 vector. And how I can know this and how I can be assured by this is because first of all the index is n, and secondly we already have learned for us to be able to multiply a matrix with another matrix or matrix with another vector, the middle elements of the two, so those things, they need to be the same. So we have learned that the number of columns of the first multiplier, in this case the matrix A, needs to be equal to the number of rows of our second multiplier, in this case the number of rows of a vector x. So you can see it in here. So here we got n columns as part of matrix A, here we got n rows as part of vector x, which does make sense, which means that if we are writing like this and we are multiplying the two, then we are indeed dealing with a case when those two should be the same. So we are definitely safe to assume that our vector x, it needs to have n rows and only one column. So of course the one could have been different, but we have already seen another thing before. So why do we know that this is right and we are indeed dealing with a single column vector? Well, if we go back in here, we are simply taking this system and we are trying to rewrite it in this form. And what have we seen here? That we only got n different unknowns, something that was also given, which were x1, x2 up to xn, which we can also rewrite in this format. x1, x2 up to xn. So basically a column vector. That's exactly what we have done here. So we have taken all the x's and we have put it in the vector. And we are saying let's multiply this matrix with this column vector and we will get this. And how we can know this? Well, let's first look into this first part and then we will understand why we have here this vector of b's. Let me clean this up. Well, what we have done simply here is that we have rewritten this part as a multiplication of a matrix and a vector. So we have said, let's take this. We have already learned how we can perform the multiplication between a vector and a matrix. We have seen that and how we can do that. Now we are basically doing the opposite. So we have already the final version. We have all these equations. You can see that we have taken a11, we have multiplied with x1, a12, we have multiplied with x2, and a1n we have multiplied with xn. So basically what we have done here is that we have taken the a11, a12, and then a13, and then a1n. We said, let's take this and then multiply with x1, x2, xn, which is basically the dot product of this row vector with this column vector. So only the first equation can be rewritten as a dot product between this vector that we see in here and this vector. Alright, perfect. But you can say, well, we not only got one equation, but we got m equation. This already gives us an idea what we have done in the left-hand side. What I just did for one equation, we can also, of course, do for multiple equations. So basically, what we have done was that we have said for
Yes.
equation 1, or I can also say for I is equal to 1, we have taken A11, A12, dot dot dot, A1n, because we got n columns or n unknowns, and we multiplied this with x1, x2, dot dot dot, xn, and this dot product, this is basically a1 vector and then t and then x, if we call this x, and then this, if you open this up and if you calculate this, you will see very quickly that you get a11 x1 plus a12 x2 dot 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 a1n xn. This is simply the proof how we can go from here to here. Now, if we show the same, in the same way, you can actually go ahead and prove for yourself that I is equal to 1. We simply have this vector a11, a12 dot dot dot, a1n multiplied by x1, x2 dot dot dot, xn. But we also have the same for I is equal to 2, only with a different row vector, which is of course a21, a22 dot dot dot, a2n, and then dot product with x1, x2 dot dot dot, xn. So basically the column vector x doesn't change, but we need to change the coefficient that comes, because in each equation we have different set of coefficients corresponding to this x unknowns. You can see that here coefficients are different. Their I, or the row index, is changing, because here we have I is equal to 1, then I is equal to 2, dot dot dot, I is equal to 1, I is equal to m. In the same way, here we are also doing the same. So here you can see we have exactly the same story, only now a is equal to m for our last row, which is a m1 and then a m2 dot 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 and then a mn, and then multiply, so the dot product with x vector x2 dot 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 xn. Given that for all these cases we got the same column vector, you can easily see how we, instead of writing down these equations as separate row vectors, we have seen also the same doing previously, and instead we will just create one coefficient matrix. So we can say, instead of just doing this separately, we are also safe to do it in a combined way. So therefore we are rewriting this all, and we are saying we can rewrite all these equations now as a11, a12 dot dot dot, a1n. So as I had before, so I'm taking just this part, and I'm adding here my column vector that I had to multiply this a1t x2 dot 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 xn. So basically I'm just taking this that we had and I'm writing over in here. So this is my first row. But then of course I can also add, there's nothing that I'm changing if I'm adding similar story, only this time I'm using this second row vector a21, a22 up to a2n, because at the end of the day I'm doing similar multiplication with x in here too. So a21 and then a22 dot 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 a2n, and then of course the same holds for am1, am2 for my last row, and then up to amn. So if you open this up, you will quickly see that what you will get is that for the first equation I will get entirely separate amount, so a11 x1 plus a12 x2 dot 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 plus a1n xn. So I'm simply computing the dot product between this row vector and this column vector. We have already seen how we can do a calculation like this. This should seem very familiar. Now I'm only doing it at a scale. So I'm adding here also the second row. So a21, a22, dot, 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 and then a2n. And then here, of course, I forgot to add the x's. So a21 times x1 plus a22 times x2 plus dot dot dot, and then a2n and then xn. And then I'm doing this all the way down to the last row, am1 x1 plus am2 x2 plus dot dot dot, and then amn xn. And then what I'm doing is that I'm saying this is equal to this. You are free to check it yourself. You can see that once you write down even all the smaller elements in here, you will see that you are getting exactly the same. This is simply another way of writing that you will take all these different vectors, a1t, a2t, so transpose dot dot dot, and then you also represent your last row by a vector.
I doubt there's anything in there.
And then you take this, which is basically m by n, and then you do dot product with a vector x1 and x2 dot 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 xn. And why am I allowed to do so? Because I have m different equations. So equation 1, equation 2, dot dot dot, equation 3. Those are the coefficients of those corresponding equations, and those are the unknowns. And given that the unknowns are exactly the same across all the equations, so as you can see in here, the unknowns, they don't change. So this means that every time I need to compute the dot product between a different coefficient, so a11, a12, and then it changes to a21, a23, dot dot dot, a2n, but the unknowns, they do not change. So the vector, the unknown vector that I need to multiply them, it doesn't change. Every time it's this. So in here I have the same, in here I have the same, and in here I have the same column vector. This means that I can simply rewrite this set of dot products into a larger system where I have this coefficient matrix, which is A. So and we are calling it coefficient matrix, we saw already before. Why? Because those are the coefficients corresponding to the unknowns. We are just storing them in one place, and then we are storing the unknowns x1 to xn in the column vector because we got n unknowns. And then the final piece of this puzzle is what we see in here in the right hand side after the equation sign. Of course, I'm talking about the b's. So we got here b1, b2 up to bn. You might have already guessed that we are dealing with a vector, not a matrix, because we got m equations and m b's, which means that we can represent this as b1, b2, dot dot dot, bm as a column vector with m rows, because we got here 1 row, 2 row, dot dot dot, here m row, and then y, given that it's just a one column, here 1. So basically we are saying for equation 1, a11, a2 dot dot dot, a1n multiplied, so dot product with x, so x1, x2 up onto xn, this should be equal to b1. This is exactly what we have. But
Oh my gosh.
let me clean this up. This is exactly what we have here. We say a11 x1 plus a12 x2 dot dot dot, a1n xn is equal to b1. That's what we have here, because we are saying the dot product of this row vector that we have just used to rewrite this thing. Dot product of this coefficients with the corresponding unknowns is equal to b1. And we have already seen that it is simply this thing that we are rewriting. This first equation we have is equal to b1, as you can see in here. Therefore, when we do exactly the same, it's simply equal to here b2 for the second equation, dot dot dot, and then here is equal to bm. So given that from the left-hand side here we already have seen that this is simply equal to coefficient matrix A and then dot product with x, where x is this vector, it means that we can also take over this equal sign from here, and the only thing that is left from us is to represent this column vector in here, which we can call a vector B.
Respawn anchor. God damn. So crying obsidian is.
And that's
important as
exactly what
fuck.
is in here. So we
I should've brought
soon
some
will
more.
also see the clear definition of it. But for now, let's see how we have used this linear system in order to transform it in the notation with matrices. So we have taken these coefficients, and we have seen that in here we can represent this coefficient as a vector, a row vector. So a11, a12, a1n, multiplied with a column vector x1, x2 up to xn. So this is exactly the first equation, the left-hand side. So we say that this is the first dot product, this is the second dot product, up to the last row, the last dot product. So we have already represented this dot products as multiplication, so product of a coefficient matrix A by column vector containing all these unknowns, x1, x2 up to xn, x. And we said let's take over this equal sign, and given that the same logic row wise holds also in here, so we say this is row 1, this is row 2, dot 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 row m, and everything that holds here for the rows holds here as well. We need to take over everything in a consistent way. Therefore, we are saying let's also represent this in terms of the vector, if we are doing that in here. Therefore, we are calling this a B, and these B's are just real numbers, B1, B2 up to Bm.
They were just fakes.
And this is how we can transform and we can rewrite this system with m equations and n unknowns into a product in terms of matrices, so coefficient matrix A, a column vector containing the n unknowns, and then a vector, a column vector B that contains all these different values, B1, B2 up to Bm. So this is basically rewriting what we have in here. Hope this makes sense, but if it doesn't, we are going to see this again in the definition. I just wanted to warm up with this before we move on to the official definition. So, a linear system of equations can be represented compactly using matrices, and we just saw that. An m by n matrix A multiplied by an n vector x results in an m vector B. So you can see it in here. So this is an m by n matrix A. This is the n by 1 column vector x, and this is the m by 1 column vector B. And one thing that we can see very quickly is that what we are doing here is that we are transforming that equations into a matrix representation, but nothing changes with the equations. We can still write them down like that. It's just by using matrices and vectors, we will soon see how we can use this in order to solve this problem. So, why are we doing this? When we have just two equations with two unknowns, we know from high school that we can quickly solve that. We can just write down, for instance, x1 plus 2x2 is equal to 3, and then 3x1 plus 4x2 is 6. We can quickly solve this problem by writing down the x1 in terms of 3 and 2x2, filling that in here in the x1, and then solving the problem because we got two equations with two unknowns. The problem become much more complicated when we got 3 equations with 3 unknowns, 5 equations with 5 unknowns, 100 equations with 100 unknowns. Therefore, to do this solving of the system of equations at the scale, we need this matrix notation. And that's exactly what we are doing in here. So let's also quickly check the dimensions such that we confirm that we are on the right path before moving on to the practical material. So here we got matrix A containing the coefficients from our linear system, and it is, let me remove this, it is m by n. Then we got our x, so this thing, it's a column vector containing the unknowns in our system, and it contains n rows. So the x has a dimension of n by 1. It's a single column vector. And we are saying this is equal to, and that's just given, that's how we transform our linear system into this notation. This is equal to a column vector b, and the dimension of it is m by 1. Now let's check whether this makes sense. We know that already, and we just said that this 2 needs to be equal. It's fine. So we have the this criteria satisfied. So the number of columns of matrix A, coefficient matrix A, is equal to n, and then the number of rows of column vector x with unknowns is equal to n. So we can indeed do the multiplication. So we are correct in that notation. But is it true to claim that indeed here we got m different rows? Well, we have learned that if we take m by n matrix and multiply it by n by 1 vector or matrix, then what we are getting is that we first take over this, so the number of rows. This will become the new number of rows of our final matrix. And then m by, and then this last element, so the number of columns of our last item, so in this case the x, so it's equal to 1. This is our final number of columns. So the new dimension then becomes m by 1. And what do we see here? That indeed the result that we say, we claim that this amount is equal to, is m by 1. Because if we are saying that the two amounts are equal to each other, then naturally they should have the same dimension. So a times x will have a dimension m by 1, which is coherent to what we are claiming that is equal to, which is m by 1 column vector b. Alright, so now when we have refreshed our memory on that dimensions, we are ready to move on to the next slide. So now we need to solve this linear system. So we need to find this set of unknowns that will help us to identify and clarify all the unknowns in our system. So one way, and the infamous way of solving this linear system, is what we are referring as Gaussian elimination. Gaussian elimination is the systematic method for solving linear systems. It basically transforms this system into what we are referring as row echelon form, from which the solutions can be more easily identified. So in the next couple of slides and lessons, we are going to learn this idea of elimination. We will understand why is it actually called elimination, which is quite intuitive once we see the examples. And also we are going to learn this idea of row echelon form, reduced row echelon form, because those are very important concepts to understand this entire idea of solving linear systems using linear algebra. So before moving on to that, we need to know the basics, one of which is the idea of augmented coefficient matrix. So by definition, the augmented coefficient matrix of linear systems AXB combines the coefficient matrix A and the vector B into one matrix. So you can see here the matrix A, and then we have here the straight line, and then B. This is basically this entire augmented coefficient matrix. It's a fancy way of saying, let's take all the unknowns from our system, which are the coefficients in our system, and then the constant in the B's. So I have to say not nouns, but rather the values, so the scalars, coefficients. And let's take the coefficients in our system, which are represented in our coefficient matrix. And let's combine this with the information that we got in our system, which is the B1, B2 up to Bm. And let's combine the two, and we call it augmented coefficient matrix. So we are simply taking the coefficient matrix A. You can see A11, A12 up to A1n, and then also in the last row AM1, AM2, AMN. This should look very familiar because it's just simply this matrix, matrix A. We are taking it over in here, and then we are saying let's draw a straight line and then add here the column vector, our result vector, which is B. So we saw in here that is this thing. So let's take this part and this part, put a straight line in between, and this will become our new matrix. So as you might have already guessed, in the matrix A, in the coefficient, we got m rows and n columns, which means that our new matrix will have at least m rows and at least n columns. Now, given that we are adding yet another column at the end, it means that the number of columns will increase. But one thing that is important to note is that the number of rows will not increase, because both the coefficient matrix and the column vector B, they have the same amount of rows. They both got just m rows. So let me actually rewrite this. So we know that A is m by n, so it has m rows and n columns. And we know that B is m by 1, which means that it got m rows and n 1 column. This means that if we combine horizontally, so if we put them together next to each other, the coefficient matrix A and B, this means that we will end up with the same rows. So we still have m rows, but now we will have n plus 1. So here are the n columns from our coefficient matrix A, and here yet another extra 1 column that comes from the vector B.
Yeah, I need to
Therefore,
charge that. I need to get some glowstone.
we get the augmented coefficient matrix that has a dimension m by n plus 1. So this matrix is key when we are applying these different row operations to solve our system of m equations and n unknowns. So we are basically bringing all these values in order to solve our problem and find the unknowns. Now, before moving on to the actual definition of row echelon form REF, I wanted to provide here an example. So how we go from this system of equations into this new form A times X is equal to B, and then how we can represent our matrix into this idea of augmented coefficient matrix. So let's assume we have the following system of equations. So we got x1 plus 2x2 plus x3 plus x4 is equal to 7.
Excuse me.
And then we got x1 plus 2x2 plus 2x3 minus x4 is equal to 12. And then 2x1 plus 4x2 and then plus 6x4 is equal to 4. Let's now first write these equations with 3 equations and then 4 unknowns into this system where we transform this into these matrices and the vectors. So let's write it in this format of Ax is equal to B that we saw before, and then we will also write this in the augmented coefficient matrix. So given that I know that we have 3 equations and 4 unknowns, the first thing that I will do is that I will get my coefficient matrix A. So for A, what I need to do is that first I need to understand what is the dimension of it. And how can I know the dimension? I know that it should be m by n from the theory, where m is the number of equations, the number of rows, and n is the number of unknowns. I got 3 equations, 4 unknowns. So this is 1, 2, 3, and 4, x1, x2, x3, x4. Those are my unknowns. This means that I already know exactly what the dimension of my coefficient matrix A should be, which should be 3 by 4. Let's now go in and search those values and fill in here to get our coefficient matrix. So here I see that x1 has a coefficient of 1, so whenever you don't see here a value, it means we have 1 times that variable, because 1 times a number is simply that number. So here I got 1, and then for 2x2 I got 2, for x3 I got 1, and then for x4 I also got 1. And do keep in mind that in the columns I have to have the coefficients corresponding to these unknowns, x1, x2, x3, x4. This will be kind of a guide mentally to check every time whether we are dealing with the right coefficients. So now we go on to our second equation, or our second row, which means I got 1 in here, see here, 1, and then 2, 2, and then minus 1, and then here for my third row, third equation, I got 2 for x1, I got 4 for my x2, I got nothing for my x3, which means that it is 0, because 0 times a variable is equal to 0, and then finally for my x4 I got 6. So now I have my coefficient matrix. We can rewrite very quickly the column vector containing the unknowns. We already know what the dimension of it should be because we have 4 unknowns, so it should be 4 by 1, and it is x1, x2, x3, and x4. And this is my x. And finally, I see what my b is here. So we got 3 equations, so we remember that the dimension should be m by 1, which is corresponding to what we also see here. We got 3 b's for 3 equations. So therefore, I say my b is equal to, it is 3 by 1 column vector, and is equal to 7, 12, and 4. Now, the final result is simply, let me rewrite this in the form that we just saw. So I can write these equations, this system of 3 equations with 4 unknowns as 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, minus 1, 2, 4, 0, 6, multiplied by x1, x2, x3, and x4 equal to 7, 12, and 4. This is in the Ax is equal to B matrix notation. So this is the first part. Now we know how we can rewrite the system of linear equations with m equations and n unknowns into this form of Ax is equal to B. Let's now try the next step, which is writing this system, rewriting it into this augmented coefficient matrix. So I want to get this A, B. This one is actually quite straightforward now when we have our A and the B, because what this augmented coefficient matrix represents, it's simply taking the matrix A and then adding the vector B next to it in order to get our final A plus B matrix. So not A plus B, but basically A and then next to it the B. So what is my A? It is this thing. So it is 1, 1, 2, and then 2, 2, 4. I'm just taking over this. 1, 2, 0, 1, minus 1, and then 6. So now this is the A with 3 rows and then 4 columns. And then here I'm simply putting this straight line like in here, and then putting the B in there. And the B was this. So 7, 12, and 4. So 7, 12, and 4. This is the B, which was 3 by 1. 3 by 1. So 1 column and then 3 rows. Which means that this final matrix, the augmented matrix AB, it should have 3 rows and 5 columns. So it's really important to distinguish the multiplication and this unique form which is called the augmented coefficient matrix. So here we are not multiplying or adding, we are simply taking the coefficient matrix that we just found, A, next to the vector B. And given that they both have the same rows, that's very straightforward and easy. So this is about the augmented coefficient matrix. Let's now move on to the next concept, which is the row echelon form, or REF in short. So matrix A is in a row echelon form if all non-zero rows are above any rows of all zeros. So all non-zero rows are above any rows of all zeros. Each leading entry of a row is to the right of the leading entry of the row above it. And all entries in a column below a leading entry are zeros. The leading entry in each row is known as the pivot or corner entry. Now, this is a whole mouthful, and the concept itself is not straightforward when it comes to this definition. But once we do the actual examples, all these concepts will be clear. And when we solve these multiple problems, and we are going to solve like 3 till 5 problems, it will become easier to understand this concept of row echelon form, what we mean by pivot or corner entry or pivot vector, what we mean by having all these entries in a column below a leading entry zeros, or what we mean with this concept of all non-zero rows being above any rows of all zeros. So in terms of the words, this might seem a bit complicated, and it is, but when we look into the example, this concept will be demystified. So once we have the REF, which will be, we will come back in a bit, and we will look into the example to clarify this definition. Let's quickly look at the next step that we need to perform, which is the reduced row echelon form. So here you can see that this reduced is what is basically added in front of the row echelon form. So this was the row echelon form that we will now be discussing. And then once the row echelon form is done, we basically do a reduced row echelon form. So that is the next step. And by definition, a matrix is in reduced row echelon form if, in addition to the row echelon form, so REF, we also have every leading entry in a row that is equal to 1. Also, we are calling that we have a leading 1. And each leading 1 is the only non-zero entry in its column. So REF, or the reduced row echelon form, it simplifies the system for easier solution derivation. So in terms of explaining or in terms of formulating, the REF doesn't really sound that convincing because we need to demystify all these different concepts. So my suggestion would be, let's move to the actual practical problem. And once we solve this step by step with all these details, all these different criteria, this 1, 2, and 3, and then the 4 and the 5th criteria, they will be demystified and will be very clear to you. Let's now solve another problem, a similar one to what we just solved. Only this time we will go a bit faster through all these steps, just to ensure that our understanding of solving a linear system with this multiple equations and multiple unknowns using this idea of Gaussian elimination, reduction, and all these different steps up to the point of the reduced row echelon form, we can go through quickly, and we will ensure that we end up with the solution to the system using those techniques that we have just learned. So here is my system of 3 equations and 3 unknowns this time. And like we learned before, the first step is to transform this into this augmented matrix. But first, of course, I need to know what is my A and what is my B, because transforming this and writing this in the augmented matrix form, A and then B, it means I need to know what is my A and what is my B. So let's write the first step down. So my step 1 in this case is to write it in the augmented matrix. And for that, I need to know what is my A. So my A is equal to 1, 1, 1, and then 2, 3, 1, and then 1, minus 1, and 2. This is my A, which I take from all these coefficients that I see in here. And then my B, I can see in here from all these values. So it is 6, 14, and 8. This means that my augmented matrix is A and then B, and it's equal to 1, 1, 1, and then 2, 3, 1, and then 1, minus 1, and then 2, then straight line, and then 6, 14, and 8. This is my augmented matrix. This is my first step. So let me go ahead and remove these details, because then I can take this over and I can then simply continue. So my augmented matrix is then 1, 1, 1, and then 2, 3, and then 1, 1, minus 1, and then 2, and then I have the values for my B, which is 6, 14, and 8. Alright, so first step is done. Now we are ready to go on to the next step. Step 2, which is to apply all sorts of operations, and ideally by every time normalizing each row, so every time ensuring that here the leading entries are ones, we call it normalization, and then by elimination. So we saw that every time we were eliminating some of the variables to ensure that we will end up with the zeros in the lower diagonal of our augmented matrix, and we will have only the leading ones in our only a single one and a leading pivot value, so the pivot entry in our augmented matrix per column, it will be the only element that will be non-zero, and the rest should be all zero. So here I'm talking about performing all these different operations to ensure that we create and we come to this point of the row echelon form, and then from there we will go to the reduced row echelon form, so the RREF that we saw before. So let's do that. So the step 2 will be to get the REF of A. Or rather, I have to say RREF. Maybe we can combine the two and do it at the same time. So for that, what I will do is that,
God damn.
like before, I will just draw this line, because this will help me to keep track of all the operations that I'm performing later on to check. One thing that we can notice here, that the first row is already normalized, which means that I have a 1 in here. So I'm happy with that. I won't do anything to it. So what I need to do is to move on the elimination of this x1 from the row 2 and row 3. So I need to find a way to ensure that this entries become 0, because I want to get here 1, 0, 0. So I want to have a single pivot entry in here, and the remaining values in this column, under this one should become 0. So how can I do that? The first thing that I can do to eliminate this x1 from row 2 is subtract from this 2 times the row 1. So you can see that if I take this row 2, so this is my row 2, this is my row 1, and this is my row 2, this is my row 1, and this is my row 3. If I take row 2, this is my step 1, row 2 is equal to, and then I take the row 2 and I subtract from this 2 times row 1. Let me remove this to open up some space. So if I take this row and subtract 2 times this one, then what I will get is 2 minus 2 times 1, which is 0. 3 minus 2 times 1, so 3 minus 2 is 1. And then 1 minus 2 times 1, which is minus 1. And then when it comes to the value of b, 14 minus 2 times 6, so 14 minus 12 is 2. So this is what I'm getting. And then given that I have already a normalized first row, so I have already 1 in here, I will just take this over for now. And then for the last column, for the R3, in order to normalize that one, and in order to get rid of this 1 from here, so first thing I want to do is to eliminate the x1 from here, which means I need to get rid of this 1. And how can I do that? I can simply take the row 3, so R3, and I can subtract from the R3 the R1, because both have 1 in here and this one. I can simply take this and then remove and then subtract from this the first row. I can then end up with basically a 0. So here, if I take this one, I got this one, and then I subtract from this 1 times 1, so 1 minus 1 is 0, minus 1 minus 1 is minus 2, 2 minus 1 is 1, and then 8 minus 6 is 2. This is what I get after performing these eliminations. Hence also the name Gaussian elimination. So using these eliminations, we are then getting rid of certain elements and certain variables. So this is what we get after performing these row operations. And now we are ready to go on to the next stage. So we see now that in this specific case, the row 2 is already normalized, which means that here we already have a 1, so we are happy with that. We want it to be like that. So I already see another coefficient that I want to get rid of, that I want to eliminate from x2, which is this one. So I want to get rid of this minus 2, and I want it to become a 0. And one way that I can do that is to take this row 3 and then add 2 times row 2 to this row 3. So why am I not taking row 1? Because row 1 has a 1 in here, and if I take that, I will then basically bring me back to the point where I'm having here an element, because 0 and then adding something that is related to this first row, or subtracting from it a multiple of this first row, it will always lead me here, this 0 becoming a non-zero value. That's something that I want to avoid. Therefore, I want to perform some sort of operation to this row 3 by using row 2, because that's my only way to eliminate this minus 2 from here without hurting my 0 here. And therefore, I'm looking at this row that already contains the 0 here, so that's great. And I'm going to use row 2 to eliminate this minus 2. And the way that I can do it, given that here I have a minus, so I have -2, I need to add to this 2 times row 2. So in the step number 2, I will then say that my R3 is equal to R3 and then plus 2 times R2.
Fuck.
So let's go ahead and see what that gives us. So 0 plus 2 times 0 is 0. And then -2 plus 2 times 1 is -2 plus 2, which is 0. So I'm already getting rid of the -2, which is great. That's exactly what I wanted. And then 1. Here I have a 1. So 1 plus 2 times -1. So 1 plus 2 times -1. That gives me 2 minus 2, or 1 minus 2, which is -1. So I'm getting here a -1. And then here, when it comes down to the B element, so I'm talking about this specific element. So 2 and then plus 2 times 2, so 2 plus 4 is equal to 6. So here I'm getting a 6. Okay, perfect. So let me take over the row number 2. It's already normalized, so I already have a 1 in here. So 0, 1, and then minus 1. And here I got a 2, so I just simply take over. I'm not doing anything at this stage to that row number 2. So, well, now the question is whether there is something that I need to do to my row 1. Well, the question is yes, because in our definition we saw that we wanted to have this element ideally being 0, because we need to have here a 0 for this column to have a single element of 1 in the pivot entry, which is this one, which means that I need to make somehow this element 1 that we see in the row 1 being equal to 0 at this stage. Let's see how we can achieve that. So we got a 1 in here, and we got a 1 in here. So one thing that we can do is to take row 1 and subtract from that row 2. In that case, I won't do anything to my first entry, my pivot entry for my first row. I won't do anything to it because 1 minus 0 is 1. But then I will get rid of this 1 because 1 minus 1 is equal to 0. So let's go ahead and do that. So R1 is equal to R1 minus R2. So in that way, if I do 1 minus 0, I'm ending up with 1. 1 minus 1 is equal to 0. So I'm getting what I just wanted. And then 1 minus minus 1, it is 2, because it becomes plus 1 plus 1. And then 6 minus 2 becomes 4. So this one becomes 4. This is the end result after performing these operations in step number 2. Perfect. So now let's see what else we got in here that we want to change. Let me make this slide longer. Alright, so there's something that I still want to do in order to normalize the last row. Because here, instead of having 1, I have minus 1. So firstly, I need to multiply this row by 1, simply by a scalar, in order to ensure that I can have 1 in here instead of just minus 1. So in step number 3, I will do R3 is equal to minus 1 times R3. So I will get 0, 0, 1 given, and then 6 times minus 1 is minus 6. Now, what else we need to do in terms of the rest of the values in our augmented matrix? So we got 1. Let me actually write it over such that we see what is going on. So I'm taking over this and then -1, and then here I got 2. Then here we got 1, 0, 2, and then 4. Alright, so this is our augmented matrix, and there are a few elements that we want to get rid of. It is this element and this one, because we want them to be equal to 0. And how we can do that? So we got 2 things to eliminate. We want to eliminate from the row 1 this 2, and we want to eliminate from this row 2 this -1. How can we do that? Well, for this row 1, we can already see that we got here this 1 from row 3. So it's super helpful in that aspect. So we can use that in order to get rid of that R2. So let me actually write it down. In the step 4, so step number 4, what we can do is to take R1, and it will be equal to R1 minus 2 times R3, because here I got 1, and I can use this 1 in order to get rid of this 2. So 2 minus 2 times 1 is equal to 2 minus 2 times 1 is equal to 0. So I can get a 0 in here. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to eliminate this x3. So we want to eliminate this from here, this 2 from this first row. That's something that we can achieve by this. And another thing that I can also see, let me free up some space in here to write down these equations. So remove this. Given that the steps are already written, you can always replicate that. So then the new augmented matrix A will become, so here 0, 0, and then 1. I'm leaving the last row. It is already in a format that is desired. So I will leave that there. And then I'm going to update my first row. So first row, R1 is equal to R1 minus 2 times R3, which means it's equal to 1 minus 2 times 0 is 1, 0 minus 2 times 0 is 0, 2 minus 2 times 1 is equal to 0. And then 4 minus 2 times minus 6. So 4 minus 2 times minus 6 is equal to 4, and then plus 12, which is 16. So I'm getting a 16 here. And then for the second row, I also need to do elimination to get rid, this time, let me remove this. This time I want to get rid of this -1, because then I will have criteria satisfied that this should also be 0, because this should be 0 for this pivot to be the only non-zero element in this column tree. Only then I can say that I'm dealing with RREF, so that I have my matrix in the reduced row echelon form. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of my third row again. So I'm going to take row 2, and I'm going to subtract from row 2. I'm actually going to add row 3 to it, because here I have -1, and if I have -1 to 1, I will just get a 0. So for that, I'm going to write that for the elimination. So for eliminating x3 from the second row, I'm going to write that the R2 is equal to R2 plus R3. So then I'm going to get here 0 plus 0 is 0, 1 plus 0 is 1, and then -1 plus 1 is 0. Now why I have used actually the third row and not the first one? Because I want to ensure that I won't do anything to my zeroing here. If I do something with this first row, then I cannot do that. I cannot reach that. It's just counterintuitive. Because I want to keep my work intact, I have worked in such a way that I can eliminate this x1 from the second row. And that's something that I don't want to go back to. Instead, I want to use something that is in the column 3 to get rid of this value. And that's something that we could do by using this element. So we always look at the shortest and easiest path to get rid of a coefficient in our matrix, in our augmented matrix. Now let's see what is left. So R2 is equal to R2 plus R3, which means that we need to add this 2 to this minus 6. And 2 plus minus 6 is equal to minus 4. Minus 4. There we go. So after performing all these steps, we end up with the following augmented matrix. And if you can notice here, we not just achieved the row echelon form, but we have actually achieved the reduced row echelon form of our A. This is that form because we have on the entry, so our pivots are the ones in here, and we can see that all the criteria are satisfied. So here on the lower diagonal, so the lower part of our matrix are all zeros, and on the top of that also all the elements in these columns, they are all 0 except of the pivot values, and they are all equal to 1. And that's exactly what we wanted to have in order to say that we are dealing with the reduced row echelon form. Perfect. So now we are ready to move on to the last final step to get the solution. And unlike the previous system, which was a bit more complicated and it had multiple infinite solutions, so you might recall this example where we had to describe the final solution using this x2 and x3, because depending on different values of x2 and x3, which could take infinite values, we then could get a different solution for our x vector. So we saw that when, for instance, the x1 is equal to 1 and x4 is equal to 3, then our solution was this. But then, of course, if the x2 and x4 were different, we would have gotten another solution, and the result of the linear system had infinite number of solutions. Unlike that one, this example is much more convenient, because even from the RREF of this, so reduced row echelon form of the matrix A, we can already see what is the solution of this problem, of this linear system where we had 3 equations and 3 unknowns. So we actually got the single solution. That's something that I can already see from here. And let's break it down to see how I see that solution. So we transform this to a system of equations. So we are basically doing it backwards. And now, after getting this RREF of matrix A, we are going back and we are going to rewrite the system with the unknowns x1, x2, and x3. So here I see 1, which means that the coefficient of x1 is 1. So 1, x1, which I will just write x1, x1, so I get x1 plus 0 times x2 plus 0 times x3 is equal to 16. And then 0 times x1 plus 1 times x2 plus 0 times x3. I'm writing down these zeros so that it will make sense what we are doing, and in case next time you have a different system, it will be easier to follow. So 0 times x1 plus 0 times x2 plus 1 times x3 is equal to minus 6. Now what is this? We get rid of all these zeros. So you can already see what is going on. We are ending up with x1 is equal to 16, x2 is equal to minus 4, and x3 is equal to minus 6.
Enter Pearl, okay.
There we go. So we got our solution for x, which is x1, x2, x3 is equal to 16 minus 4 minus 6. This is the unique solution to our problem. And if we clean this up and we write down in a nicer term, so I'm going to remove this, then we can say that the solution for our problem, so this problem that we saw in here, so the x, which is equal to x1, x2, x3, it's equal to 16 minus 4 minus 6, which you can see it also here. So one trick is always to look into in here. If you have the identity matrix as part of your argument matrix, then you have a unique solution to your problem. So you got 3 rows and you got 3 columns and you have all this identity, so these unit vectors, then this is the indication that you got a unique solution to your problem, and that solution is simply this column, as you can see in here. So next time when you have something like this, you don't even need to rewrite the transformation back to the equations. You can directly say that the solution to your system with these 3 equations and 3 unknowns is this one. So this column vector equal with this entry 16 minus 4 and minus 6. And that's the end of this problem. So in this way we have learned how we can quickly solve this type of problems by just following this common procedure. And this ended up with a unique solution. So you can have cases when you will not have any solution, and that will be the case when we saw before too. So in case there is an equation that says that in the left hand side you have zeros, but then in the right hand side you have a number, so you end up with 0 is equal to a number, let's say 8. This cannot happen, which means that you are saying your system doesn't have any solutions. So let me actually write it down. So you can have 3 possible cases. Case 1, when you end up with one of your equations, and here you got numbers, let's say 3, 4, 5, and here this is 0, so basically you end up saying 0 is equal to 5, which is not something that is possible. So you say the solution is this, so it doesn't exist. It is also possible that you have case 2, when like in the previous case that we saw before, in this example you don't have all the unknowns expressed in terms of the other ones, which means that you don't have a unique solution to your system. So you can even see that from here. Therefore you have here x2 and x4, so you describe your final solution as a linear combination of some of the variables that can take infinite amount of values. So x2 can be anything and x4 can be anything, which means that your solutions will also be infinite. So this case 2 will have infinite amount of solutions, and the case 3 is the case that we saw before. Right now, when we end up with this identity matrix in here and this corresponding amounts in here. So this gives us indication that we got just single solution. So single solution, a solution to your general linear systems.
Wow.
In this Git course for beginners, Hitesh Chowdhury will break down the essentials of version control to help you manage your projects more efficiently. Hitesh is a very popular instructor, and in this tutorial, he will teach you the tools and techniques you need to get started with Git.
Hey there everyone, my name is Hitesh and welcome to the YouTube channel. I hope you are doing good, and let's get started with another series that I really wanted to bring for so long, but finally I got time to actually execute this. In this entire series, we are going to master Git and the associated services which are offered in the market. Some of them are quite popular and you might have heard about them, such as GitHub, Bitbucket, and there are plenty of others. Now in this entire series and the upcoming videos, we'll be focusing on mastering the Git from both perspectives, the theoretical perspective as well as the practical perspective. Every year, there are thousands and thousands of engineers who walk into the domain of software engineering and realize that building a software is not that easy as it looks like. It requires a lot of patience as well as a lot of tools are required to actually build these softwares. There are a lot of other engineers as well whom which you want to collaborate and work on a single software. And of course, there are days on which software works, and of course, there are days on which software doesn't work. And for these kinds of special situations, we need checkpoints so that we can go back in the time where things were working absolutely fine and we can just start from there again. It is almost like saving a game, just like we have checkpoints in the game, exactly like that we can have checkpoints in the software as well. This whole thing is known as version control system or the versioning system in the software industry. And I just really feel that every year thousands of engineers walks into this domain and want to really master this. A lot of tutorials which are recorded previously or years before, they look a little outdated. Of course, the technology is same, but of course, the delivery part, the content creation, the videos, they all need to upgrade from time to time. And this is exactly why I am recording this fresh series for all the engineers who are just getting started or want to learn Git. This is a fantastic series and you're going to absolutely love this one. Now, my goal is not to make sure that you memorize all the thousands and gazillions of commands which comes through the Git, but actually you understand the flow of how a software is designed and work along with me. The idea behind the series is not to understand 1,000 commands, but actually to understand how the workflow of a Git works when we actually design a software. What happens when things goes wrong, what happens when things goes great, and what's there inside and what's there behind the scene in the Git, which is all we want to learn. For this, we are going to use a mix of theory as well as practical. And yes, a lot of tutorials goes really heavy on the practical, but that is exactly the point where you miss the behind the scene detail of what happens behind the scene in the Git. What is there in that Git folder and how we can actually study it. This tutorial and this entire series is going to be a mix of all of it, and I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy this. Now, in order to get started, you don't need too much. Now that you have the basics of what this all is going on, we need just a couple of software that we're going to talk about, and we'll go through with the documentation. But as a preparation side, let me just share my screen so that I can walk you through that what all softwares we're going to need. First of all, about the notes. Yes, these are my handwritten notes that I prepared, and we'll be walking through with these, that how things goes on. It's much more easier to teach in the classical style of pen and paper, and we will be doing that. But don't worry, we will also have the practical aspect of it. And for the practical aspect of it, we don't need too much of the softwares. I'll just tell you what are my favorite ones, and you can just pick whatever you like. And since Git is one of the things which I 100% still believe is a terminal first tool. There are a lot of GUIs as well, the GUIs, graphical user interface, but I still believe that you actually thrive in the industry of the Git via the command line. It might look daunting first, but it is not. It is absolutely easy to work with it. And for the terminal, I'm going to be using Warp. This is my default terminal these days. I'm actually absolutely loving this. The command line, it is something which is redesigned. Terminal was something which was never redesigned. And here's a good thing about it. The software, if you look at here, this one, it is available for Mac, it is available for Linux, and they are already working on Windows. So by the time you might be watching the video, there might be already a Windows version, and it is absolutely a charm. By the way, if you don't like it, you can use any terminal, but I'll be using this one. I find this much more easier to work on with. Apart from this, we'll be also using Visual Studio Code. That's it, that's going to be our code editor. The best part is we will not be writing any code at all, but still I highly recommend to use this one. This entire series is going to be language independent since we want to master the Git and not a programming language. So we will not be writing any programming language. We'll be writing just the text data so that we can understand what goes on, what goes behind the scene and all these details. So these are the two softwares that are going to be required for you, and that is all. That is all what you need to get started with this series. Now, one thing I would like to mention here, in the very next video, we'll go ahead, download the Git, and we'll walk you through a couple of documentation and what to avoid in that documentation. It is absolutely a jungle if you just walk into that. Now, apart from this, please make sure you understand Git and GitHub are two very different things. One is a service provider and one is a software in itself. Git is a software that we want to learn. And one of the services is GitHub. Of course, we'll go there and we'll deep dive into this one. But there are a plethora of other services available there as well. So make sure you understand the difference between them. And that's all the basics to get started. I hope that's a good introduction for you, what's about to come and what's going to be there in the series itself. That's it for this video. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one and just set up everything and let's get started and let's dive deep into the world of Git. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to the series on the Git. So let's go ahead and get started finally with the Git, and let me walk you through how we're going to deal with this entire thing. First, reminding you again that this series is not about memorizing every single command that's available with the Git, but of course to understand the workflow and some of the behind the scene details of how Git properly works. So it's going to be a mixed balance of the theory as well as the practical. And I highly recommend to follow along because you're going to learn so much when you type these commands with your own hands on the keyboard. It's a much better learning experience, so try them out. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me show you the setup of how we are going to proceed into this one. So this is where our browser lies, and we will not be focusing too much on the browser because majority of the things that we require or we need to understand, to study the documentation will be covered up in this video only. And from the next video onwards, we'll be focusing majorly on the terminal. Now Git is available on the GUI platform as well, but I think the more you understand about the commands and how they work, the better you will be performing on those GUIs as well. On the other screen, we do have our handwritten notes here as well. They are so much better way of teaching the subjects, I still believe that. And this series is going to be a mixed balance of how to proceed the entire flow of the series as well as the theoretical knowledge. I know a lot of you are a big fan of just show me the practical, but once you understand the behind the scene details, the learning journey is much better and you'll be remembering it throughout your life. That's the experience I want to give you, that once you understand the Git from here, that's it, you are done for the lifetime. So coming back, first what we're going to do is we're going to go back onto this. So in order to get this, by the way, if you want to grab the terminal, the exact one that I'm using, it's warp. Again, common question that comes around. Now let's go on to the Git. So if you want to go and download the Git, the website is git-scm, the source control management software that we are going through. And this is the home page that you're going to see. If you look at the download, it will automatically detect your system and will give the software for you. You can also click on the download and get the Mac, Linux or Windows version, whichever you like. Git is pretty easy to install. It's really simple. All you have to do is just open up the file and next I agree, okay. That's all you have to do. And remember that one thing, that this is the software that you're installing. Just because you've installed the software doesn't mean that we are using the software. It's just the installation process, the learning of the software, how it works, that we're going to go through together. Also, you're going to see that on the home page, there is a documentation guide as well. Now, this is the most confusing part because if you click on the documentation and click on the reference manual, it looks like that, hey, it's a pretty small documentation, but it is absolutely a jungle. If you just look at the Git or even the Git config, you'll find that it is unreadable. It is so much of in-depth and so much of the things. Yeah, look at the scroll bar on the right. Yeah, you got this one. So it is so much that it is almost impossible to go through this. I don't call this as a documentation, it is more of a reference manual. Whatever you need is there, but it is almost impossible to learn from this documentation. This is more of a reference guide if you ever need to explore some things more. So answer is there, but it's not easy to find that. Now coming back, let's go ahead and on to this one. So first and foremost, I have created a folder where we're going to keep all of our learning materials and all of that. It's not really that big that I should give it to you via the GitHub account or something. It's really the text file. So first and foremost, I'm going to type the cd and we'll be going to a very specific folder. I'll just drag and drop this folder here. So it automatically picks up that folder. I'll go ahead and hit an enter. So now I'm into this folder. There is absolutely nothing into this one. Let's go ahead and create a couple of directories into this one. So we can see that mkdir, and we're going to call this one as get1. And we're also going to call this one as get2. And do we need 3 as well? Let's just go ahead and have this one. So now I have 3 folders inside this one, get 1, 2 and 3. Now assume these are just regular folder, no assumption, no techniques, nothing right now. Just a quick question. Do you think that the software that I've installed, Git, might be somehow associated with these folders? Absolutely not. It is not possible for them. That's exactly what I'm saying. Git is just a software. In order to make sure that Git tracks what's happening in these folders, I need to make sure I give it a command to track all of this. And maybe for some reason, I want to track Git1 and Git2 and not the Git3. There's also a possibility on that. So that's exactly what we're going to study in the notes part. So let me go through with this. So first of all, let me go ahead and walk you through with these all notes that we have. And this will help us to keep a track of all the things. First of all, let's assume and understand this major difference that Git is a software. It is just a software. And the GitHub is a service or a service provider, and they are very different. When initially you get started into the software journey, it is okay to assume that they are the same, but eventually you'll realize that there are many other service providers like Git. So whatever you do through the Git and you want to keep an online version of it saved somewhere in the cloud, that's what the GitHub is used for. And there are other services as well, like there's Bitbucket, which is pretty popular, and there are tons of others as well, which are not that popular, but they exist. Another thing, what does the Git actually does? What's the whole role? What's the point of it? I always say that assume that this is something like a video game. In the video game, you cannot clear the level on just one go. You need the checkpoint that, hey, I'm safe till now here, so if I restart the game, I want to be here on this point. This exactly happens in the version control system. It keeps the track of the file and the changes of that. So whatever the changes you have made, it marks a checkpoint there, and if anything goes wrong, you can just go back there. Not only that, that obviously is the priority of the software, but it also helps to work in collaborative environment. Maybe there are 100 people working on the software, maybe 2 people for this example. We can actually go ahead and work in collaborative environment. We're going to see that demo as well. Here is my learning path that I recommend everyone who want to learn the Git is get the basics first. You cannot just deep dive into this. I see a lot of people who just look at the 4 or 5 commands that are available on the GitHub while uploading the files and never ever does the deep dive in the Git. My recommendation is get the basics first and then use it in your daily life. Whatever you're doing, whatever the code you're writing, just use it daily. And then face the problem. This course will give you a very solid foundation, but you have to face your own problems and solve those problems via ChatGPT or the Stack Overflow, however you do that. That's the best way of learning the Git. Use it daily, face the problem. Now, I have covered a lot more than just the basics in this course, which is required for you, and that's why this note exists. But again, you don't have to worry too much, and obviously you will be facing some of the troubles which are outside of the course curriculum, so that's okay. Okay. Moving on. First of all, we need to understand some of the terminologies to go and dive deep into the Git ecosystem. The first terminology is known as repo, and it's a short form for repository, or we can informally call this one as just a folder. So yeah, that's it. A folder which contains a lot of software files is known as repository, and in the world of Git, we call it as repo. Repo is nothing. It's a Git on system versus tracking the repo. So there's a difference between having just the folder and some folder which are being tracked by the Git. So the very first command that we're introducing here, then we'll come back on the Git repo and not tracked files and all of that. The first command that we're going to learn is the git -- version. And there's a small thing about this command as well that I would like to walk you through. So if I go ahead and run this command that is git, you can run the -v as well, or you can run the -- version as well. And if I go ahead and hit an enter here, you can see that my version is 2.39.1, and if you see the online version of the Git which is available is 2.44. Now, what you need to understand is Git is a very, very reliable software. It doesn't ship out every next update on every next Monday, but whatever the version you have, anything above, let's just say 2.1 or something, you are absolutely fine. This software has never shipped the breaking changes, and I don't think so it will do in the future as well. Very reliable, very pleasant software to work on with this one. So the first command that we have studied is all just about the version. So this is what we get as the version system. All right, moving further down. Now here's an interesting diagram that we all need to track. So this is our major root folder, and in this folder we have created multiple folders. Consider this as git1, consider this as git2, and consider this as git3. So as I've just mentioned, the software is installed in a system doesn't mean it's tracking everything. You need to mention it that this is my git repo. This is my git repo. Once you mention this and initialize your git in that folder is particularly getting tracked. And the tracking of this folder can be totally independent from this folder. And also, if you haven't mentioned that this folder should not be tracked, that's it. It's never going to be tracked. Your software is not going to be interfering in that one. So this is the most important part onto this one. Now, let's go ahead and run and initialize a couple of folders, so we will learn that how we can make this entire source code or the folder as trackable, and we'll also find the status of this entire folder. You don't want to track everything in your computer, so we're gonna go ahead and learn about this, and then we'll come back onto these notes and talk about this hidden folder that we do have here. We'll just work on with this one. So let's go back onto this command line, and as I can see, if I go ahead and do a quick ls, I have git1, git2, and git3. Let's just say I want to track git1 and git2 and not the git3. First and foremost is you can always check what's the status of the git. Now, I don't recommend to just initialize it outside where you don't want to track things. Go ahead and initialize the git only where you want to track the things. So I can run the command like git status here as well. So git status, and it will surely give me that, hey, Paddle, not a git repository. That's a good thing. It's not tracking the things here, and that's exactly what I want. If I go ahead and run the ls here, now let's go ahead and learn that how we can track a particular folder so that our software is activated in that folder. Let's go into the git1. So let's go ahead into the git1 folder. I'm currently into that. There is nothing inside it, and I can do an ls-la to see all the hidden folders as well, and as you can see, there is nothing inside it. Now, first of all, let's check. It's always a good habit, make it your habit, is to run the git status. This is a command which you should run often. So go ahead and make this a habit. It's okay. Now the first command that we're going to learn about is initialize the git software. The moment you do git init, which is a short command for initialization, just hit the enter, and now it will give you this kind of a response that, hey, using the master name for the initial branch, and we'll learn about the concept of branching and all these things in a matter a little bit later. But right now we can see it gave us some of the output. Now the fun part is if I go ahead and check the git status again, now it gives me different messages. It says that, hey, git status on master branch, no commit yet, and nothing to commit. That's okay. We'll learn about these terminologies a little bit later. But one thing is sure, that it's not giving me those error message, and this particular folder is now being tracked by the git. And if I go a little bit back and do a quick ls, I can now say that the git1 is a folder which is being tracked by the git software, and these two softwares, no, they are not getting tracked at all. Let's go ahead and move on further into this, that how this actually happened. The whole thing is, git status is to check the status of the git software, and the git init is, by the way, this is always being run as one time per project. That's why I say I love these notes, because it helps me to keep in track, and all the things which I want to share, the inner details, they never get missed out. So the git init command you always run only one time in a project. Once the git folder is there and the initialization happens, you don't do again. You can keep on adding, deleting, removing files of your software, whatever you are doing. Keep on doing that, but you don't do git initialize again. What git initialize does is it creates a .git folder. Since the folder starts with a dot, it is hidden, but it's actually there. And it's a hidden folder to keep track of all of your files and folders and subfolders and subfolders. So you can go pretty deep into that. Now, when we do simply go into the git1, we do an ls, we don't see it, but if I go ahead and do a simple ls-la, which is to show the hidden folders, we can see that this folder now exists. That's an interesting folder. And this folder requires a lot of theoretical knowledge to go into the depth of it. Why not we start just here? Let's go into a .git and go up here, do a quick ls, and yeah, there's so much in here. There's a head folder, there's a hooks, there's a refs, there's a config, info, description, object. And what you'll notice that these folders and all these structures, they are going to grow up as we bring more files into this folder. But you never ever go into this folder and do any changes manually. If you do that, risk is on you. The mess that you're going to create is totally on you. So what we're going to do, just to give you a brief idea, I can just go ahead and click on this, and I can command click on this, and I can open this folder just up here. So this is just a file. I'll just open this refs here. So all right, so this refs, and this opens up the refs. So you can see there's a head, there's a tags. Yes, we're going to discuss about the heads. Right now there's nothing inside it, there's nothing inside the tags. But yes, these are actual folders which actually keeps the track of it. Now right now I don't want to make any mess into this one, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out of this one and do a quick ls. Nothing is there. That's what we have as of now. Okay. Now this is looking good. Let's go ahead and understand a couple of working mechanism of the Git. Then we're going to create a couple of files into this, folders onto this one. We'll even open up our VS Code and we'll start with that. But first, let's go ahead and understand the entire workflow. And once we are going to do the practical of the workflow, you'll understand it a little bit better. So you will also hear quite a lot about these commit statements. The commit statements are almost exactly like the checkpoints which happens in any video game that you have played in your childhood time, or even if you still do play just like I. So commit is something which is known as checkpoint. So in the world of software, we love to call them with different and unique names. So we call this as a commit. But if you call this as a checkpoint inside yourself, that's okay. That's going to be fine. The whole idea behind things is we write something into a directory, we add that, and we commit that. So there are a couple of more commands before you actually do the commits. You cannot just go ahead and write the commit directly. So this is where I have added this small diagram on the right side, which helps us to understand that how the workflow of a basic, very simple Git actually works. And we'll do this one as well in the next video as well. So the first is we have to make a working directory. The point of making a working directory is simply we have Git initialized there. We do have that folder now. After that, we have to run a command of git add, and this is not a complete command. We have to mention the file name here, or you can use a shortcut of dot to add everything. We'll work through with that. And that actually brings everything into the staging area. This means this is not yet committed. That means, yeah, this checkpoint. This checkpoint is not yet made, but this is known as something as staging area. That means, hey, I'm ready to commit some of the files. Then you simply go ahead and run the commit command, which is exactly this one. We are ready to make a checkpoint. Once you do the git commit command, then the repo is now onto a checking stage. Now, a lot of people, why they get confused with the Git and GitHub, because once the repo is created, it is kind of a very common that you push the entire thing, the whole thing that you have made along with the checkpoints and the source code, you want to push it onto some of the cloud provider or cloud Git provider, which is one of the GitHub. So that's where exactly the git push command works through. We will not be doing the push command yet. We'll want to understand the flow till here. So we have already created a working directory. Now we want to add those files and want to bring them onto the staging area. We want to discuss what the staging area is. And then we want to learn about the commit, that how do we actually properly make a commit and move it here. So this is our goal, how we go with that. So in the next video, we'll go through with this staging area, that how it works. But before that, we need to do some practical as well. So that we're going to do in the second part of the video itself. So I hope this entire thing was pretty useful, pretty fun, entertaining as well. Let's go ahead and catch up in the next video and go through with the staging area part. All right. Hey there, everyone. My name is Hitesh, and welcome back to the Git series. And welcome to the third part of it, or the third video. So in this video, we're going to be again going back. We'll do some of the practicals. We'll go some of the behind the scene again, one more time. This one is going to be a little bit more of a practical, tiny bit theory, and we're going to have some fun. So let me share the screen first and let me walk you through that what we're going to do in this video. So the whole idea is to understand this part of the system first, because obviously we will be going into the Git push and GitHub and all these things later on. But first of all, it is important for us that we understand this part of the thing. This is pretty nice actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a working directory. We're going to go ahead and work on the git add command. We'll go through the little bit details of it. We'll see what this staging area is, and then we're going to walk through with the commit, and we'll see how the repo or the repository or the folder looks like. And then we're going to have a lot more discussion about the commits or how this is being done. In order to walk through with this, again, we are still here, and if you just go ahead and look into the pwd command present working directory, we are in the git one. And at this point, we can just go ahead and check out the git status. This is the first command that you should always and always run in every folder to check out whether this is already initialized with the git or we need to do some initialization. Once you do this, if you see something like this on branch master, one side note, you will always and always be on some or the other branch. That branch is called as master, main, checkout, feature, whatever the name, but you'll always be on some of the branch. In this case, we are on the master branch. There's a little bit of history involved with that as well. I'll walk you through with that. But we are on this one. Now, I've opened this folder in the VS Code. As you can see on the top, this is git1. So this exact folder is opened up here so that we can work on and see the visualization of this. Now also, I do recommend you to install one plugin which is known as Git Lens. And what this folder is going to do is it will allow you to have this small icon at the top. And once you click on this, this will give you some of the graphs. Right now we don't have this one. We don't have any commit or anything. That's why it's giving us error. That's okay. That's expected. But it's good. It's good to have this simple plugin. Again, I repeat it, Git Lens, pretty easy. Okay, now let's see what we're going to do here. First and foremost, we're going to create a couple of files and folders here. So let's just go ahead and use touch. And what we're going to do is, let's just call this one as test1. Let's go with the txt, plain and old simple. And we're going to also go ahead and say test2, of course, .txt. We'll go through with the HTML files later on. These are also fun. But we're going to go ahead and have these files. The moment I have these files, now you can see these two files are here. If you want to see the visual aspect, yes, these two files are here as well. So go ahead and click them. I prefer the terminal part. Now let's go ahead and see what does the git status says now. Okay, so the git status is giving us different results now. It is giving us untracked files and nothing to be committed. So what it's saying is basically that, hey, I am initialized in this repository, but there are some of the files which are not in my tracking zone yet. So if you make any changes or anything in these files, I'm not unaware of it, and I'm not also keeping track of them. They are out of my tracking zone as of now. So where we are right now. So the whole idea behind this entire thing is that whenever you build any software, you write some code, you add that code into the Git tracking zone, and then you make it a commit. So what we have done so far is we have just a working directory in which we have created some of the files, and that's it. We have done nothing else. Now the next step here, according to our flow, is to use the command git add. Git add command does nothing magical. It just keeps everything under the tracked zone. Let's just say for some reason I want the test1 to be tracked. Test2, I'm still working on it. I'm not yet ready to make it trackable yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the command git add, and you will constantly see that a lot of people just add the dot here and that's it. If this is intentional, that's great, but a lot of time this is not intentional. The whole idea behind add is to move into the staging area, and this is where you should only name the file which you are interested in tracking. And by the way, you can add multiple files just by putting up a space, but in this case, I just want to track one file. I'm not interested in tracking all the files. Let's see what happens. When I go ahead and hit an enter, now nothing magic, but again, our magical command, which is git status, just go ahead and run this. And now we see the message to be a little bit different. Let's go ahead and work through with this. It says you are still on branch master. Okay, that's good. Now changes to be committed. That means I'm tracking one file, which is new file, which is test1. And there is also still one untracked file, which I'm not tracking on this. So at this point, just by adding this command, that means you're on the staging area. Staging area is an intermediate zone before you make any commit. So it's almost like a pre-screen before you save your game. Sometimes it happens that, do you really want to save the game? Press yes. Yes, this is exactly that area. No. You can stage the file. You can unstage the file as well. By the way, you might have seen the commands here that yes, you can do the unstage as well. Git rm -- cached and the file name. You can unstage them. We will talk about them later on, but usually nobody untracks them, but it's possible. So right now we are in the position that we are in the staging area. All right, we got it. We are on the screen where we can hit the save button or we can say no button. What's the next hit? The next command is to use is the git commit. Okay, repeating again, working directory, added some file, ask that you track this file. Now we are in the staging area. Now we need to do the commit.
Damn,
Now the commit command in itself is a little bit tricky to understand. In order to do so, I can just go ahead and simply say, hey, I'm ready to commit. So I can just go ahead and hit the commit. Now the problem with the commit command is that I'll walk you through in the next one, that this can be a little bit tricky to work on with. So always it is recommended that you press -M to give a message. Commit needs a message. 100% of the time they need some message that, hey, why are you committing this file? What this zone is or what this file does. And even there's a debate what and how you should write these commit message. We'll definitely go with that. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say add file 1. That's it. That's my command to the code base that, hey, do this one. Okay, once I do this, it does some of the stuff and it says master root, blah, blah, blah stuff. One file changed, 0 insertion, 0 deletion, and all these stuff. So where we are right now in the diagram perspective, we've gone through with this command and we learned that just running alone git commit is not enough. We need to run git commit -M to give a message, and then we have to provide a one-liner message. We'll discuss about them. But definitely we are in this repo stage right now. So if you go ahead and work on with this, so if you go ahead and check out git status again, so if I run the git status again, it says, you know what, there is only one file which I'm worried about, which is test2, because test1, hey, that's already in the repo. That has gone into the repo zone. That means everything is being tracked and everything is updated in that file. Nothing is changed from last I checked onto it. That's nice. Now let's do this exercise one more time, but with little bit error messages so that we can see what happens when things goes wrong. By the way, now if you have installed the git lens, it will give you some of the options that, hey, you have created something here. So this is a single line of, you can say, timeline that has gone.
No.
And it gives me all these things, author, messages. It will not give this exact same thing to you as of now, because yes, right now you are not going to be getting all these nice author name. Commit you will get, but this author name is definitely going to bother you. I'll show you why you are getting these error messages, why I'm not getting them. So yes, you are in trouble already, but these are the problems we really want to face to understand what goes wrong and what is all the things goes on behind the scene onto that. All right,
yeah,
so first of all, let's go ahead and do the same thing again, but with the test2 file. So the first step is simply go ahead and what we want to do is add. So let's go ahead and add, and this time I want to add test2 file. All right, that looks good. That has been done in the past as well, and we can use the shortcut dot here as well because there's just one file to track. I go ahead and hit that. Now the next step is to, obviously now I'm in staging area. You can just verify that by git status. Yes, I'm in the staging area. The next step is to commit it, but this time instead of running the -M, I'll just go ahead and remove this and see what happens when I don't do anything like this. So if I go ahead and run git commit and I hit enter, oh, it opens up VS Code for me, but it doesn't open VS Code for you. Why this is happening? I can write my message here. I can just go ahead and say my second file or add second file to code base. I can just go ahead and save this, and I can just simply close this file, and I can go back and you can see it does work for me. But in your case, it might have opened up something in the terminal itself. Why didn't it open it up for me? What did I change in there? That's exactly you want to learn, because by default, whenever you make any commit message, it opens up a Vim, and that's a little bit scary of a code editor. By the way, in case you are stuck with it, press escape once, then the colon, and then the Q. You will be quit with that. In case it doesn't quit it, then simply press Q and then the exclamatory sign. It will forcefully quit that out. But yes, nobody wants to get stuck with the Vim, especially when you are getting started, you are a beginner. So yes, we'll discuss all these things about. Okay, let's move back. So we have done all of this, so we can go ahead and see that, okay, we can just remove this and start it again. We can see that the second file add to the code base. So there are 2 commits now, which I have done. Okay, good start, good start. Let's go ahead and talk about this. Now it's time that we discuss what happened behind the scene, as well as why did it give you an error of username, as well as why it didn't give it to me. Why did it open up the code editor as Vim for you, not for me? So these are the important questions we need to discuss. First of all, a little stage area that we have discussed. So whenever we do a git initialization, that's the start of our software, that start keep track of it. Then simply go ahead and create files, whatever the file syntax and everything are there. You can just use files like git add file1 and file2, or optionally you can use git add dot. Dot simply means here that add everything that I have, no matter what sensitive files are, not sensitive files, just add everything. Then when we simply go ahead and check the git status, it gave me a status report that what files are being under the tracking zone, what files are untracked. Based on that, we learned about the git commit message, and we saw that the git-m is really important to provide a message. Most of the programmers and the coders, you'll find that they give the message directly within the command line. They don't wait for the code editor to open, whether that's Vim or the VS Code. So they simply get the message of -m and provide a good message. There's a big debate about the message as well, which we're going to talk about this. And then the git status. I highly recommend that whoever is learning, repeat this 2-3 times. Create more files and do this flow. It will be super important for you. The next command that we're going to go through is git log, and we are going to go through quite in depth of it. But right now, let's just see what happens when we go ahead. Logs are pretty important for software developers. So we're going to go ahead and say git log. And please ignore the dash online. So no, we are not going to be making this yet. I'll show you the demo of that one as well. So when I do a git log, notice here it gives me so much of the details. It gives me the commit ID. So yes, we can notice that each commit that I made, we saw that programmatically and the visual part that it has a commit ID. So if I go ahead and move this a little bit here, and this one also here, and this one again here, we can see there is a commit ID. But on the GUI, you are going to notice that it gives me a shorter ID, but on the other hand, here is the big ID. But notice here something interesting, that this is 4C8A something, and here also it is 4C8A. So only a few initial letters, usually 6 or 8 letters, are enough to make the Git unique for your repository, but hey, nothing is stopping you from referencing and checking the whole one. It also gives us some details that, hey, this is the user who actually made this commit, and this is the email ID of this user. This is my public email ID. I don't use it for the professional use. And also it gives me the date and all these things and the commit message that I made. So all these details are there. But the bigger question is, how did it came to know about that my name is this and this is my email ID? It's simply because there is a config file, or also known as configuration file, in which all these information needs to be saved first so that we can make all these commits and messages. So we're going to do that in a minute. But there is also one more command that you just saw, that there is also a command --online, and that's why I love this command line editor. It gives me so much of the details that I can just run this, and this times, yes, I get exactly the same, but it's shorter and it's in one line. It just gives me the message, which is the unique SHA, or you can say just unique letters, which makes my commit unique. And it gives me the unique message, and yes, we're going to study about the headmaster a little bit later, but yes, this is all what we got. All right, so let's move up here. And we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the config files and all these. But first of all, let's talk about the commit message as well. On the internet, there's a big debate about it, and everybody has their own opinion. I'm going to tell you the opinion which the official founders and official website actually mentions, and I also follow that. So here it is. So Git actually follows a principle of atomic commits. That simply means that one commit does the one job. It's not like you do 1,000 different things and then make a commit. You do often commits, and you do one task at a time with the commits. That's the whole idea behind atomicity or atomic commits, one thing at a time. So here is this: keep commits centric to one feature, one component, or one fix. If you're fixing bugs, maybe there are 10 bugs you're fixing, so one commit, one bug. That's usually the idea behind all the major MNCs where you'll be working very soon, hopefully. So focus on one thing. That's the whole idea. Now, there's a big debate about when we write the commit message, how do you want to write the commit message? I can write added one file to the code base, or I can simply say add one file to code base. And there's a big debate about this one as well, that whether to use a present or the past commit message. Now, it totally depends on how you want to go with that. The official website or the official recommendation is simply use the present tense but imperative. That means, simple idea is, give order to your code base. Hey code base, do this. Hey code base, add this file. Hey code base, add this changes to my file. Hey code base, add a function to connect to database. So that's the whole idea. Give order to your code base. I'm not super happy with this style. It looks too aggressive, but hey, I'm not making the rule. I simply don't care how much your messages you're giving or all these things details. But the whole idea is that yes, you are supposed to give command to your code base. Now, one more thing that we're going to do in the next video is understand about this one. So what this whole thing is that how does the git commit and all these things works. In the next video, we're going to work with the git config command, and we're going to see that how it came to know about me and my username, which I've used, as well as how it came to know about my email ID and what is this configuration file. Let's go ahead, move on to the next video and talk about the configuration files. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to the Git series. So we're continuing our Git series, hope you're enjoying it. In this video, we're going to see a little bit more towards what happens with the Git configuration file. How does the Git comes to know about my name, my email ID, and the default code editor to open up whenever we want to write something. Apart from this, we're going to study about one very important file known as git ignore, so that we can ignore some of the files which are sensitive and we don't want to push them everywhere. Files like which holds API keys which are very sensitive, or maybe some passwords or something similar, we can actually keep them totally separate so that we don't have to mention about, hey, don't track this file again and again, and we can work with that. We'll study a little bit about the git log documentation, and we're going to see a bit about how the hashings are done, what folders are there. It looks like a little bit lot, but it's not there. These are just the concept. You'll breeze through them, no worries at all. So first, let me share the screen with you, and let's go with this. The first idea is to figure out that how does Git came to know about my name, my email, and all these details about this, and this will be very helpful for you to know that how this actually goes on. In order to first get about this, first of all, let me go through the notes and work with that. So first, let's understand what is there to study in this one. The first thing that we're going to study about is this command, and this command is not just a lone one. There are a couple of others as well. The command is really simple. It says git config, and then there are two ways of how you can configure the configuration file. One is globally. That means it's system-wide. Anytime you make any git repository or something, this is going to be interacted with the global file. But there is also a case that you can keep your configuration files local to that particular repository as well. Yes, that's the case as well. But usually what I've seen is anybody who is working with the Git, they like to keep everything as a global, especially the name and email. And we'll see that how we can actually configure the editor, and which is the code, in my case VS Code. That's the command line name for it, the code, and when we're going to see about these changes as well. First, let's go ahead and see that how the documentation looks like for this config, and we'll come back onto this one. So this is the documentation of the config. Not really the best or easiest one, but it's easy to find. You can just click on the reference manual, and this is where it is, the config. So just click on this.
Come on.
And this is how it looks like. Git config, get and set repositories or global options. We'll be focusing majorly on the global option, but as you can see, yep, there is no shortage of these things, and it can go really, really complex. We have so many options, and if you look at the scroll bar, yes, you will be scared a little that, oh my goodness, do I have to learn all of this? Gratefully, no. We won't be needing all of this to work on with this. First of all, let me show you that how you can set up your username and email. We'll refer to this documentation. It's much easier, and this is from the GitHub itself. And the best part is whether you choose Mac, Windows, or Linux, the options are exactly same. The commands are exactly same. So you can open up anytime your GitHub or this documentation and can write down this command. Git config, and then we have to provide -- global. And majorly you'll be setting two things, user.name and then user.email. These are the two options that you have to set so that Git, whenever makes any commit or any push, knows about your name. Optionally, if you provide the email as well, that is also best option. And my recommendation is to provide everything inside the double quotes, because usually we have first name, last name, maybe a middle name. So Git really doesn't know that when to end these things. If you have just one word, a letter that you want to use, then that's fine. But usually we have spaces, so whenever there's a space in it, it's recommended that you use like this. Let's go ahead and learn about these commands. Actually, just show you that how you can write this command and where does the Git actually writes this command. That's the most important.
What was that?
So the commands are pretty simple. You can just go ahead and say git config, and the options are pretty simple, global, and then you can just go ahead and say I want to use user. The first option is .name, so you can just go ahead and write your name, whatever your name is. Let's just say your name is Hitesh, so you can just go ahead and use that. I'm not going to run this command because my username is already set. Once you're done with this command, then go ahead and use another command, which is user.email, and in this you obviously have to provide your email. So oops, let's go here and we can just remove this and user email. So whatever your email is, just go ahead and provide that. For example, let's just say I have this one. Just go ahead and provide your email. Now this actually brings us to the option that yes, we can go ahead and provide exactly same commands as you can see here, user.name, user.email. Now another command that we are going to work through with this is this one. So I want to change my code editor. So this is the command that you should always remember. The problem with the default is, since Git is Linux friendly first, it usually opens up the Vim, which is not so cool editor for the beginners to get started. It has its own learning curve, so I recommend everybody to just go ahead and change it to as a default code editor to the Code or VS Code. Now, there is a catch with this one as well, so let me walk you through with that first. If you go ahead and open up your VS Code, sometimes it is possible that while installing the VS Code, your terminal might not be aware of this command. So all you have to do is press Command Shift P, or if you're on Windows, Control Shift P, and it opens up the panel here, and just go ahead and write code here. Just when you write the code, it will show you a command which says install code command in path. What this is going to do is it's going to make sure that your computer is aware about a command which is in the path and installs the code there. Without this, the whole command that we are going to about to give to the Git is not going to work. So make sure you are aware of this one. All right. Once we're done with this, now let's go ahead and see the command in action that is going to help me to set and configure my code editor. So this is the command core.editor, and by the way, there are other ways of setting the code editor. You can just look at the Google on it, and you can set multiple other editors. Maybe you want Sublime Text, maybe you want something else, you can go with that. Make sure you also pass an option of --wait, so that it not only just opens up the code editor, it waits there for a moment so that you can write your things, and as soon as you close the file, then it starts processing the work. So that's the whole idea behind writing the --wait. So once you're done with this, that's it. That's the whole thing. Now moving back onto the notes, now that you are aware that how you can set up all these things, I highly recommend that at this point of time, just pause the video and go back onto your repository. Create one more file, add that, commit that, and try to just push that. So that's the whole idea. Not push, but at least commit that. Okay. Now moving on, what we saw in just a moment ago that we do have this git log in online. We discussed about this command just a while ago, in case you remember. We worked on this one, so let me go ahead and remove this. Git log online, one line, not online, one line. It gives me the logs of the git in just one line. So obviously you might be wondering that do I have more options onto this one? Absolutely, you do have. Let's go ahead back into this one and just go ahead and look for the log here. It's not easy to find, so I always go for a Control F, find that, and there we go. We can find the log here. And if I just go ahead and click on this, there are so many options that I can work with. Just showing you a few of them. We have options like full diff, log size, start. There's so much of them. Let me zoom out a little bit, and let's just find out the one that we are using, which is one line. There we go. So this is one line option that we have. Let's go. The first one here, the second one, and there we go. So this is the one that we have been using. But as you can see, there are so many more options. So this is the one that we have been using, --one line option. But as you can see, we have options for encoding, we have options for tab expand. I've never used this, notes. There's so many options, and honestly, nobody has ever used them. There are only few which are being used, quite handful in your organization or in your workflow. You always go with that. Right, left, branches, graphs, pretty formats, medium, short, full, Like there's so much of these options. And honestly, nobody's aware of this, but just wanted to show you that how the documentation actually looks like for this. All right, moving on. So let's go ahead and go with the notes. So the next thing that we're going to learn about is the git ignore. So as we can see that the git ignore is one very special kind of a file which is read by the git itself, and you have to create this file. So let's go ahead and create this file. I'll first go ahead and check where are the things. So I'm into this test1.txt and text2.txt. Now I want to create one more file, and this one is going to be having a very special name, which is .git ignore. And yes, all should be lowercase and it should start with a dot. This is a requirement, no exception at all. Once you go ahead and create a .git ignore file, you'll see that in our code editor, this file actually is available here. And right now this file has nothing at all. So what's the point of having this file? Now, first you need to understand that whenever you have these kinds of files, whenever you're building any big project, there will be a file known as environment variables, and this file holds all the sensitive information like your API keys, and if these API keys gets leaked out, anybody can misuse your system. If these are AWS keys, somebody can spin off machine, bigger machine can lead to the bill. If these keys are open API keys or open AI keys, somebody can make a lot of requests and generate a good bill for the open AI. So you get the point. There are some sensitive information which we want to keep separate and safe. For example, let's just say I have one .env file, very common file to have in this, and let's just say this is my MongoDB URI, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this is my test URL path, whatever that is. I don't want this file to keep on going, but right now the problem is that if I go ahead and check the git status, notice here, if I go ahead and work with the git status, it says that, hey, there are a couple of files which are untracked. This VS Code, don't worry, don't bother about it. This is the VS Code configuration file, don't worry at all. But I don't want this file to be keep tracked of it, or it should go about it. Also, this .env file, since it contains the sensitive information, all the time when I go ahead and work with my directory, then I have to say git add and very carefully that, hey, I want to worry about this git ignore and VS Code, and maybe I've created 5 different files more. So just go ahead and do that. That would be super cool. Let's go ahead and say touch, and we're gonna go ahead. How many files do we have? 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and say that I want to create one more test3.txt, and maybe there is one more, and this is going to be test4.txt. Okay, now let's check the git status again. If I go ahead and run the git status, I have so many files that I have to monitor. And at this exact point, I would love to use something known as git add dot, so that it adds all the file that I'm creating. And when we're working with something like JavaScript frameworks, there are thousands of node files. Sometimes this option is better choice. But I cannot do this because, hey, there's some stuff going on. So the point is that you can just go ahead and come into this git ignore file and mention all the files which you say that, hey, I don't want you to keep a track of them. Completely ignore them out of the Git ecosystem. So we can just go ahead and write .env, just like that, exactly the file name. If you have more folders name, you can go ahead and write folder name. For example, there is a folder /, just go ahead and write it like that. Most commonly, you'll see something like node_modules, like this. Ignore all the files and this entire folder. So it's a very common thing. Now, the moment I enter all these things into this, let's check what happens when I run the git status command again. Now, notice here in the git status, and if I compare it with the above one, previously it was keeping a track of env, and now it's not keeping a track of .env. I also don't want that this .vs code, since this is just my personal folder, nobody should be keeping a track of this one. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I'll say VS Code and this entire folder. I don't want this folder to be tracked up. Let's see what happens when I go ahead and run the git status again. Now it's keeping a track of git ignore, which obviously we want to push. And it's also keeping a track of all these new files that we have. So pretty good. Let's go ahead and try to run this thing again. And you can do this again with me because you have already set your username and your email. Now you'll be able to follow me along. So let's go ahead and say git add, and I want to add all these files. So let's go ahead and use a shortcut git add. There we go. Let's check the git status, what happens now. So now it's keeping a track of all these files. They are in the staging phase. That's our intermediary phase. We can unstage, we don't want to. Let's go ahead and commit this. Now let's go ahead and run the git commit. And once I do the git commit, no dash m option, if I just hit enter now, it is going to open up this VS Code editor and the commit file. Notice here the file is commit_edit msg. Keep this note here. I'm going to show you where this file actually exists. This is exactly where I want to be. And this is exactly the file which you might have opened up if you accidentally have run the command without configuring your code editor. So that's a mistake. Be aware of this. Now I can write this message here. And again, don't worry about these hash. These are all comments. They never go inside the commit message, so you can ignore them safely. If you wish, you can delete them, but sorry. But let's just keep that. That was unintentional, but happens when you do record videos. Anyways, let's go ahead and work with this. Now let's go ahead and write a message for this. And this is my third commit if I'm not wrong. And I'm gonna say add third and fourth file. And again, we are following the same convention that we do give command to the code base. Hey code base, do this stuff. Once I save this and close this, you will notice in this, we can simply, no, don't show any notification. But here we can see the commit is performed nicely. And let's go ahead and do the git log. And we can see add third and fourth, whatever that is, third and fourth file or whatever that is. But we can see we are able to successfully do all of this. But there is one more thing that we need to worry about. And not just one, actually, couple of things which probably might be bothering you, probably not be bothering you, but I'll give you these bothering questions. First and foremost, the question is, I know that there is a git ignore file, but how will I know in thousands and thousands of files in my project that what should I write in this git ignore? And thankfully, you can just do a Google for this keyword which says git ignore generator. And yes, folks of the internet are always great. And they have given us so many of these generators. All of them does exactly the same. Let's choose the second one, first one, whichever you like, feel free to choose them. Let's just say you are working on Node project. Just go ahead and click on the node and just simply say create, and it will give you a pre-generated template which simply gives you that commonly ignored files. And you're going to see that yes, there is a .env here which are being ignored. So most of them are pretty good. And it's just not about Node, it's just I work mostly on that. You can just go ahead and look for the Django files if you're working in that ecosystem. So yes, these generators are available. Even there are VS Code plugins for these generators. So anytime you're working with this, it's a good idea that you come up here and just look for whatever you are working, whatever you're coding. And again, by the way, I can show you more as well. There's the first one by Toptil, and you can see that, hey, if I go ahead, they all give the same file. They're all being same. So you can see, this is how you can just copy and paste this one. So yes, don't worry about having the git ignore file. It's totally fine and totally okay to copy paste the things here. All right. Another thing which might not be bothering you is we studied about this one thing, which is this one, git config. And if we are providing the things like user.name, user.email, there is 100% case that this is getting stored in some or the other file. Where is that file? I want to see that file. And maybe you don't want to, but I want to see that file so that I can know where the things are actually going. And of course, we're going to do that. For this, first of all, we need to hit the root of the Mac, or if you're in Linux, again, the same command. All you have to do is hit the CD. This is the home directory. By the way, you can check this out. This is my home directory of the entire computer. In the Windows, it's usually the C drive or the user's drive. Wherever you are, you can figure that out. And in here, what we can do is we can just run the cat command onto a very special file known as dot, and it's known as git config. This is the global configuration file. If I go ahead and hit enter onto this one, now you can see that it gives me name, and it gives me email. It gives me the sign-in key, which obviously I'm going to blur out. This is my sign-in key, which I use to sign in into the GitHub account. But yeah, this is how it looks like. And also you might have noticed that it says editor is code -- wait. So by the way, it has a lot of blocks like the user block, the commit block, the GPT block, and there can be other blocks as well which can work through with that. I'm going to go ahead and hide this because I don't want you to show my GPG keys and all these things. But yes, the whole idea is that everything is stored in some file, and if any time you think that I don't remember the command or something, you can literally go into this file and change it. There is nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine. That's it. All right. So moving on, a couple of things behind the scene theory that I want to share with you. These are really interesting ones as well.
Oh shit.
So how does the commit work? Now that we have seen that couple of commits actually work, so if I go ahead and check out my Git section here and the Git, you can see we have 2-3 commits which are going on, and we can work through with that by simply running the command git log online. First of all, we need to go back onto this folder. Let me just go into this folder, and for this, let's go ahead and drag and drop this. I'll just go ahead and say, yep, that's the one I want. And let's go ahead and go to the ls one. Let's go into the cd git one. These suggestions. Let's try the command again, which is this one. And we can see that these are the commits, and we have no idea, but somebody's saying head is pointing towards master. I have no idea what that is. I really want to explore this. Let's go up here and try to see what happens with these commit messages. So in the world and the ecosystem of the Git, every commit is dependent on the previous commit, except the first commit. And that's exactly is mentioned in these notes. As you can see, whenever you make a commit, and how does a commit is comprised of? If you look at here, there is a really long unique ID up here. This long unique ID is known as the hash, and hash is generated, it's nothing, just a long combination of letters and numbers. So it is generated uniquely by some algorithms known as SHA-1 and a couple of other algorithms as well. So it is comprised of this, a commit message and some information about it. But what's not being shown here, that the commit is always dependent on the previous commit as well, because it's a tracking mechanism which helps us to track what happened between the previous commit, the previous checkpoint, and the next checkpoint. And this is exactly I've tried to present here in the demonstration. So this is our first commit. Every commit will definitely get a hash, but there is also an information about the parent, like what is your previous commit, who is your previous. In the very first commit, the parent pointer, yes, this is exactly a pointer, points towards the null that, hey, I'm the very first commit, I'm not dependent on anyone.
Holy
And apart from this,
shit.
couple of other information is also stored, like what was the system, what was the time, what was the user, what was the email, and all these things. So this is all is being captured inside the info itself. Whenever the second commit is made, you obviously generate a hash, but this hash is generated based on the previous hash, the previous parent information, and some of the chunks of the info. Not majorly, but it's heavily dependent on the hash and the previous commit. And this parent is going to be pointed automatically towards the previous one. And this is exactly the mechanism which helps you to go back in time or in the previous checkpoint so that you can just restore the file information into the previous same information. And the third one goes exactly like this. We have a hash, we have a parent which will point towards the previous one, and we have the so pretty simple stuff. What's fun is actually to found this ability to check all these hashes. Let me show you how we can do that. Now if I go into this folder, what you're going to notice is I can do a ls. Alright, that's good. But what you'll notice is I can also do an ls-la, which is a command to give me a long listing and show you all the hidden files as well. And what we can see now is there is a folder known as git, and yep, this is a directory. Yeah, that's nice. Can I go into this directory? Of course, there is nobody stopping you to go into this one. It's your system. Let's go ahead and say that I want to go inside this git, and if I go into this git and do an ls, I can see so many of these things. One file which I've just seen is commit_edit msg, the message file. Remember the file which we opened up while working with the commit when we didn't pass the message -m? Exactly that file. But not only that, we have some of the folders known as hooks, objects, refs, index, head, and some of these files as well. The better structure that we can understand here is doing in long listing so that we can see some of them are files and some of them are folder. So as we can see, these all things are file. This whole thing, and including the index one, these are all the files. But here the hooks and the info, logs, object, these are directories. And
Oh,
what's
shit.
the fun if we cannot go inside these folders? So what I've done is inside the code editor, I have actually opened up so that I can see all the dot files. By the way, you can do that pretty easily by opening up Command Shift P.
Fuck.
And if I, or not just Command Shift P, if I just go ahead and press Command and comma, or on the Windows Control and comma, you can see that this option is there, which says files, exclude file, and here you can see the dot git is there. Just go ahead and mark an X on that, just remove it, and that's it. You'll be able to see all of your hidden folders. Anyways, the whole idea now is that can I go into this git folder and explore these things? So if I go ahead and zoom this a tiny bit more, we can see that all these are folders and some of them are commit edit messages. This is exactly the file that we opens up when we write these messages. We do have some of the things config, the core configuration, which is repository level, not the global level. We have the file which are descriptions. We don't want to worry about that as of now. It's an unnamed repository. We also have this interesting thing which is head, which is, notice here, is pointing towards the master. As I mentioned, in the git, you are always on some branch. We are right now by default the branch master, and that's what this head is pointing. We'll study about the head in the upcoming videos, but right now this is enough. Index, we don't want to go into that because that's a file we don't want to open right now. It keeps everything in check. But not only that, you can also see that there are some other things as well. Most importantly, the hooks. This is one of the most advanced folder in the Git. And this is exactly, if you have studied hooks in JavaScript or React or anywhere else, this is exactly the same. So if you want to execute some of the scripts or some of the commands or some of the code which needs to execute just before the commit or just after the commit message, or you want to control that how the commit message actually goes, or maybe you want to add the ticket IDs and you want to validate that whether whoever is committing the message is providing the ticket ID for solving this bug, you can actually do all of this through here. And a lot of companies does that. And it's nothing, these are just the samples here. You can go ahead and change these samples. Like pre-push. So this is all the code that how you can write these code. Let me just zoom out a little. So these are all the codes that how you can actually have an example hook script to verify before the push, just the pre-hook. There is pre-rebase. A lot of companies use rebase. We'll talk about them later on. It's a pretty nasty and scary command. But we have commit message. If you want to control that how the commit message should look like, you can write a hook for that. And this is a little bit out of the scope of this entire course or even any course at all. But yes, this is totally possible. We do have info as well. Not going to be touching it much. It's not useful for us as of now. This is where we keep all the logs, that what all happened in our repository. If you just remove this, everything is gone. And again, this head is not readable much as of now, but some of the points we can read about, like add third and fourth, all the commit history actually goes into the head. We do have some of the references as well, like where the head is pointing towards master as of now. Later on, I'll show you how to change the branch, and we'll come back here and we'll see that how this heads actually get changed. So the software, how it works internally, is totally open to us. And this is what I love absolutely about it. So coming back onto the notes part. So this is what we have studied into this particular video, that how the commit message are being made and are being stored in our application. That's a really fun part. And I hope this actually gives you a more clarity of how the software works internally. And once you know this, you get much more confidence of using the software in itself. It's not really that hard. In the next video, we're going to be talking about the branches and what I've been yelling around for some time about, the master. What is this master and what are these branches? This is all what we're going to study in the next video. Hope you have enjoyed this video. If you have enjoyed this, do let me know in the comment section. It really, really motivates me to make more such videos. That's it for this one. Let's catch up in the next one. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to the Git series. So we'll continue, and in this video we're going to be focusing more on the Git branches. Now this is really a fun topic and pretty awesome as well. Some of the portion of this video are considered as a little bit advanced, but not for us. We're going to be just breeze through it, we're going to flow through it, and you'll be having so much fun. So we'll learn about the branches, we'll understand the concept behind it, how it works behind the scene, and you will get to know that how the collaborative environment works in the Git. It's pretty fun. Let's go ahead and get started, and we'll do everything from scratch again. We'll be initializing a repository, we'll put some files and folders onto it, and we'll start from there. So what we're going to do is, let me first share the screen because that's the most important part. And let's go ahead and move into a new folder so that we can work on with this one. So what I'll do is I'll open up my folder and I'll just move in here. So this is where we have been working with the Git 1. So far we have been working with this. But now let me just go ahead and drag and drop the Git 2, which was another folder just sitting idle for us. So I'll just drag and drop this one. Alright, so this folder is open with us, and let's start working with this first, that how usually an application is designed. So I'm gonna go ahead and move into this folder here. So just adjusting some stuff. So let's go ahead and move on to one directory back, and if I do a quick ls, I can see I'm still here. I'm gonna go one folder back and I'm gonna see that we have git 2. This is the intentional folder where we want to go further. Let's go into git 2. Oops. And we'll go into git 2. There we go. And if I do a quick ls, nothing inside it. So obviously the first step always is to initialize the git. So this time we can see the entire workflow happening around. Let's go ahead and work on with. So we're gonna go ahead and first check the status. This is always a good idea. Make this a habit that always check the git status. Although we understand that it's not a git repository, but it's a good idea to have it in your flow. After that, we know that we always run the command git init to initialize the repository. So there we go. Once we initialize this and check the git status again, we see that now we actually can understand some of the more status. Like it says git status is on branch master. All right, what is this master? And what is this branch concept? And no commits yet. Okay, we understand this part. But what is this branch here and what is this master? Even if I go up here and if you just shrink this a little bit here, just like that, you can see on the bottom part of it, it says master here. So this is pretty nice and interesting. We would love to get to know more about it, that how this actually works. So right now we can see we have nothing inside it. Let's go ahead and create a couple of files and folders. So let's go ahead and say, hey, I want to create one file. And let's just go ahead and call this one as index.html. I'm pretty sure you are aware of what HTML is, and even if not, it's just a basic text file. You can create that as well, but I think you are quite familiar with the HTML workflow. It's a pretty basic one. So we're going to just go ahead and create this one, and let's see what happens. If I go ahead and check the status, git status, and it says, hey, there's one file which I'm not tracking. Cool. Let's go ahead and add this file. We know how to do this. We can just go ahead and use a dot, or we can just go ahead and use index.html. Let's add this. Now we obviously know this is in the staging area. We have already studied and discussed this. If I go ahead and check the git status with this one, we know that this is in the staging area. What do we do after the staging area? We just commit this one. We're gonna go ahead and use the commit. We obviously don't want to open up the VS Code, so directly we'll be giving up -m as an option to provide a message. And I'll just say add index file. That's it, my command. I go ahead and enter this. Now my file is there. If I go back up here, I can see the index file is there. I'm on the master one. That's good. But I'm not able to see the git folder and all the things that are happening. So let's go ahead and use a command comma and just scroll a little bit where we see all of this so that you can see freshly how this actually works. And now you can see there is a .git folder which is mazed as, hey, you can just go ahead and hide it completely. I'll just go ahead and cross it off. And that's it. Once I cross it off, I can see my git folder, which I'm pretty interested in. And I can just open this up and have a discussion on this. So now that you saw that firsthand. All right. So far we have seen all this thing, but now here is the new command. I can just go ahead and run a command, and that is git branch. I'm not going to do anything outside of it. No -m, nothing like that. We'll just go ahead and learn about the git branch. What happens with this? If I go ahead and hit enter, it says an asterisk, a pointer, which is pointing towards the master. All right, pretty interesting. How do we do with that? What's this branch? And let's go ahead and study with that about all of this through the notes. These are the best way to understand this. So branches, what are these branches in the git folder? Branches you can just simply understand like an alternative timeline. Now, I don't know if you have watched the Doctor Strange recently or not, pretty good movie, but it's like a timeline. And every single coder who is contributing to the same code base can be on its own timeline without affecting each other's timeline. So for example, there is always and always one branch on which you will be. Now by default, Git is a pretty old software. That's why it always by default creates a master as a branch. So this green one, you can consider this as a master branch. And all these nodes are the checkpoints or the commits that you have made. Now, fun thing about this master branch is these days nobody likes to call it as master. There's some controversy around it. We don't want to go into that. So it's pretty obvious that you will be asked to rename your branch as main. Again, call it main, master, Superman, doesn't really matter. It's just a branch name. So this is our straightforward timeline, and this is where we are sitting right now. And that's why our pointer said that you are on the master branch. Pretty accurate. Now, how do we create the alternative timeline and how can we work with that? That's an interesting question. So that's exactly what we'll be going, and then we'll come back and talk about the head. We will definitely keep an eye on where the head is pointing right now. And then we'll come back. First, let's create a couple of branches, walk through with them, do some commits, do some exercise with that. That would be pretty fun. Let's go back. Right now, it just says that you are on the master branch. Okay. And if I check the git status, obviously there is nothing much, it's just nothing. So in the index file, I'm going to go ahead and use an exclamatory sign and hit the tab. It gives me a default, so I'll just go ahead and say git learning. I'm just designing the web page. I'm not designing basically, I'm just writing some text into this one. So, looks good as a project. Alright, looks good. Now this is usually how I write the code. Now if I go ahead and check the git status, and it says there's one file which is modified. I'm not having a history of it, or I haven't made a checkpoint of this. So would you like to make a checkpoint? Of course I would like to make a checkpoint. So I'll just go ahead and say, hey, I would love to add the index.html. Okay. And then I would like to add a commit on them. By the way, you can just work with the commit directly as well. Commit and add can be done in one command as well. I'll walk you through with that one as well. Nothing of a big deal, but I usually prefer two-step commit. So there we go. We have -m as an option and add index file. And I'll just say update code for index file. Looks pretty good. And I'm going to just go ahead and make a commit. There we go. Now we are done. Pretty good exercise, and we can see all the things are going. But what's interesting is, even if still I check what is git branch, and there we go, it still says pointing towards master. And if I go ahead open up this git folder, first of all, notice this head. I hope you can see that. That's visible nicely. Notice here there is a head here, and if I just click on this head, it says ref head master. Time to zoom out a little. There we go. You can see that it says head ref head master. We'll see that. We'll check this file again one more time once we create more branches. And also inside the ref, you'll see the heads. And if I open this up, there is something known as master. What's inside that doesn't really matter. It's just a unique code, the SHA value. Doesn't really matter, but it says master. Now, step one. How do we create more branches? That's the most important thing. There are a couple of ways actually how you create multiple branches, and all of them are correct. There is nothing absolutely wrong with that. Let's go ahead and start with the basic one. So I'm going to go ahead and say git branch, and let's just say there is another coder in my team who is working on the navigation bar and will be working on navigation bar. So I'm going to go ahead and say navbar is the name of the branch. Now, how do you pick up the branch name? Now, that's totally internal, up to the company. You can call this as navbar, you can call this as bug fix, you can call this as a feature, whatever you like, you can name it whatever you like. I'm going to go ahead and say git branch navbar. I hit enter. And now let's check when I run the git branch command, it says, okay, my pointer is pointing towards the master, but there is another branch that I can move on to, and it's known as nav-bar. If I go up here, notice here, the ref still head says master, but now we have another folder into it which says navbar. So yes, head can be on the master or it can be on the navbar. But here the head is still pointing towards the master. That is still not being changed because our pointer is pointing towards the master. Okay, how do I move on to a different branch? Again, there are multiple ways of doing so. We'll be using the most easiest one, which is the git checkout, and we'll be calling that I want to go to navbar. The moment I say git checkout navbar, I go ahead and hit enter. Now it's switched to navbar. Now what changes does it actually make? First of all, I would love to see the branch. Okay. The pointer, of course, color is not a good idea in the terminal to check out that, hey, it's green now. The most important thing is this pointer. This pointer is now pointing, the pointer is now pointing towards the navbar. That's good. Let's see what happens here. In the head, The navbar is here, the master is here, both of them are here. Both of them actually are pointing towards the same thing because we haven't done anything in that other branch. But if I go ahead and check the head, now the head is actually pointing towards the navbar. So here I'm showing you the behind the scene details of how the Git actually works internally on the command line and how these outputs actually comes in. Okay, this looks good. But technically, I hope you can see that what is happening, and I think our Git, this one is going to help us to understand the things. Now we can see, although we have created the branch, but you can see the navbar is here, the master is here. They both are pointing to the same location. So let me tell you what is happening right now through the notes. I think that would be much more easier to understand. So this right now is our commit. Then we made one more commit, and then we created one more branch. Although we have created a branch, but the code has never changed. There is nothing which we have done here. So even though there is an alternative timeline that is going on, but that is also pointing actually to the same code itself. So we haven't done nothing. Whether you call this branch as navbar or master, they basically are doing exactly the same thing. The code is exactly same. So right now all of us are sitting at this position. So we need to move forward in the time. So we need to do some work inside this branch, which is master. We need to also work a little bit on the navbar so that we can see what differences they do make and does they affect each other's code, something like that. Alright, so currently we are on the navbar. So what we're going to do is, now we are in the navbar, so we're going to go ahead and create a new file. And since this guy is working on a navbar, let's go ahead and say that, hey, you create a navbar.html, and we're going to go with that. Now we have a navbar.html, so I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, navbar. This navbar requires its own code, so I'm going to go ahead and simply have a nav, and I'm going to add some bullet points into this. So unordered list, inside that, let's have some of the list items, and we'll just have 3 of them. Basically, I'm just writing navbar here. So what do we have? Home, we will have about us, and we'll have contact us. Pretty classic. Feel free to write any text inside it. That's also exactly the same. Now that we have some of the text, we have worked on our navigation bar. Maybe that's all is required. It could be as complex as code as you can imagine, but this is what I am having. And currently where I'm on the nav bar. Let's go ahead and check out the Git status. If I go ahead and check this, there is one nav bar which is untracked. Remember, reminding it again, I'm on the nav bar branch. I'm gonna go ahead and say, hey, let's just go ahead and add this. This time this file name is navbar.html. Added this, and let's go ahead and commit this. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's go ahead and add this commit message, add navbar to codebase. Pretty good. Okay, this is what we have done so far, that we have added a navbar. All right. Now let's see what happens, and let's see what the branch situation is. In this case, it will be much helpful to check out the Git lens, the plugin that I mentioned earlier in the class. Now notice here, the navbar is here, the master is here. So navbar has moved a little bit ahead, and master is still at the same position. All right, let's go ahead and switch the branch and see what happens. So how do I switch the branch? Again, pretty easy. You can just go ahead and do a git checkout, and instead of the navbar, we're gonna go ahead and say, hey, let's go on to the master branch. The moment I switch to the master branch, look what happens to my code base. The file which I made, navbar, is completely gone. Yep, it's completely gone. Why is it gone? Simple reason, because it was added by some another coder. We haven't merged those branches. He's working on his own timeline. I am completely unaware of what he's doing. Let's just say I'm also here and I want to work on something. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm working on the hero section of the website. So I'm going to go ahead and say, let's just go ahead and add a hero section. Let's add this. And once I have this hero section, and I should actually rename this. It should be moreover rather hero section.html, my bad. And let's just go ahead and add this. Let's just open this file. Remove this, remove this. So how does a hero section look like? We'll just go ahead and add a section. We'll add an h1 onto this one. And let's just add lorem 10 words there. Seems good, like a hero section. And what else? Maybe a paragraph with some lorem words of 20. So we have some lorem ipsum, but this is our hero section. Obviously, what do you want to do now? You want to commit this code. Let's just go ahead and say git add, and we have this hero section.html, added this. Let's just go ahead and do a commit. And this time we're going to say add hero section. Come on. Hero section to the code base. All right, pretty good. Now what happens to the code base? All right, the hero section is here. But the most interesting part is how does everything looks like when we change this? Let's do a checkout. I want to do a checkout onto the nav bar. The moment I do a checkout on the nav bar, and I can see the nav bar is here, but hero section is gone. And if I do a checkout onto the master, if I go ahead and check out the master, and my bad, it's supposed to be master. Although AI can actually suggest me the commands, that's really nice. But if I go ahead and do this, now my, okay, where am I? I am switched to master, so obviously hero section is here, but so you get the idea that we are having a completely different timeline. So right now, this main branch has moved into the time and have added some of the code to the code base. On the other hand, this branch who is representing the nav bar has done working with the nav bar. So they are completely on different timeline, completely different code bases, completely different file. And that's why I say it is so magical to work on with this. The most important thing here to actually understand one thing, which is about the head. Now head always points to where the branch is currently at. Now it is not always necessary that your head is pointing towards the end of the branch. Usually it does, but you can actually allow your head to point one back as well because it's a checkpoint. Just like you can restore your game into the previous checkpoint, yes, exactly we can do with the code bases as well. But one thing you need to understand that the head, the whole idea, the concept of the head came from these cassettes where you have a head which plays onto that. If you flip the cassettes, these head is still pointing towards wherever you left it last time. So this is a head. If you switch to the master branch, this is obviously going to point towards here. But if you switch on to another some branch, your head is obviously going to point towards that branch. It's not a pretty difficult concept to understand. It's just that wherever your branch is latest, that's where it's going to be pointing. So let's just go ahead and try out that where our branch is. So let's go ahead and learn about it. Git branch. Currently I'm on master, so where my branch is pointing towards, where the head is pointing. The head is obviously towards the master, and not just, there are multiple commits into the master branch as well. So it's pointing towards the latest ref that's there is. So we can see that we have nothing inside the tags as of now, but heads can be on the master or can on the nav bar. Now this master, as you can see, let me just walk you through with the git log. This is where the git logs are pretty important, and we're going to go with the one line. Notice here the head is pointing towards this branch 3180, and that's exactly the file that we can see here. So it could have pointed. We can forcefully ask it that, hey, point onto this one. I don't want to see the latest commit. I want to point towards the one back commit. I'll show you the commands for that, but it's completely doable. So you get the idea where the head is. It just points towards where the updated code base is or where the intentional code base is. All right, that's nice. Now let's go ahead and switch this one. So I'll just close this so that it doesn't mess up the things. Let's go ahead and check out another branch. So we're going to go ahead and say git checkout, and instead of the master, we're going to go into the nav bar. There we go. Now if I go ahead and do the git one line again, notice here it's pointing towards the nav bar, and this one obviously is gone. So now if I open this up again and I check out where the head is pointing towards this one. You can just go ahead and check this one. It's pointing towards the nav bar, and this is where right now the head is. Alright, quite a lot of in-depth detail. Now, coming back onto the part that both of them are completely unaware of this, and we have learned about this. So this is the flow that we have worked on with so far. So we learned about the git branch command. It shows me all the possible branches are available. And we can just create a new branch by simply saying git branch and bug fix. Usually this is the common syntax, but call it navbar, footer, bug fix, whatever you like. You can just go with that. And you can also use the command git switch, or you can use the command git checkout. Both of them almost does exactly the same. It just moves you to another branch. So feel free to use git switch, or you can use git checkout. And git log we have already seen, and we have done multiple times of the switching and all these commands. Now there are a couple of shortcuts that you'll see quite a lot around thrown in the entire Git ecosystem. What you can do is you can run the command of git switch -c and then the name of the branch. It will do the two things at the same time. It will create a branch and move you there. So yeah, that's nice. You can also do exactly same with the git checkout as well. Git checkout, when used with the option of -B, B for boy, yes, -B, and you can go for dark mode, pink mode, whatever you like, and it will just create a new branch and will move you there as well. So again, shortcut, you can use branch and then checkout, or you can use the checkout -B to create a new branch as well as move it to this one. And always commit before switching to another branch is usually a good advice. You can just go ahead and give it to yourself. And always go to the git folder and check out if you're in initial phase to understand the concept of the head, that where the head is pointing towards. Now comes up the interesting part, is obviously we don't want to hang around with the different branches. If I have to check out the navigation bar, I have to move to entirely different branch. And if I want to check out the hero section, I have to move into the main branch or the master branch. So it's not a good thing. It's not a good feasible workflow. So we need to learn something about merging of the branches. Now, merging of the branches, a lot of beginners are afraid of it. You don't need to be. I'll walk you through with that. So there are two types of merging. One is the fast forward merging, in which the main branch doesn't do much. You just work entirely onto a separate branch and then you merge that branch into the main. Pretty easy workflow with that. This is the one where the master branch remains as it is. We don't change anything. I'll show you that workflow as well. But it's much more easier to actually merge this one. But what's critical to understand is not fast forward merge. In this case, your alternative branch is also working, your main branch is also working, and eventually at some point of time, you want to pack into this one. So I want to just go ahead and merge these things. So in order to merge, first and foremost, make sure you are on the branch which you don't want to merge. Like, whole idea is I'm bringing something into me, so I should be on that platform. It's not like you're on different platform and you're moving that same platform here. The ideal situation is, let's just go ahead and merge this. Alright, so this is pretty easy to work on with this. Let's go ahead and have a practical of this one. First of all, where you are. So if I go ahead and check out git branch, I'm on navbar, not a good idea. I want to be on master so that I can bring navbar into me. So I'll just go ahead and say git checkout, and I'll move into master. Alright, let's check it one more time. Now I'm in the master branch. But the problem is that how do I merge the navbar in the master so that I can see the navbar onto this file? Now, we have a special situation right now that nothing is conflicting each other. Whatever the branch I have created, that branch guy didn't work on the same file that I have worked on. He worked on completely different files. So that is okay. That is a good situation right now. In order to merge this, all I have to do is just run the command git merge and the name of the branch that you want to merge. In this case, I have a branch that is navbar. Once I go ahead and hit enter, it's saying waiting for an editor. Now, this is waiting because I haven't passed any message for this one. The default message that it gives me is merge branch navbar. So obviously what we are doing right now is we all are moving into the new zone. That means this branch was standing here, this branch was standing here. So obviously we have to move forward in the time. We cannot go back in the time. So we are moving forward, and in this particular commit, we are taking this whole code in here. But this particular commit also needs a message, a commit message to work on with. And that's exactly what is happening. It is giving me that, hey, choose a message. And usually the message looks like this, merge branch navbar. So we are pulling all the code of merge branch in here. Pretty nice. I'll go ahead and I'm happy with this message. So I'll just save this and close this. I'll go back and no, I don't need any notification. And notice what happened here. It says navbar.html. There is 7 something here. There is a plus here. And that means all the code that was there was the insertion code. No deletion code was there. One file was made, changed, and create mode and whatnot. Now, I would love to check out the git logs. That would be very, very interesting. Okay. So at this point, everything was okay. Then there was this navbar, add navbar to the code base. So what happened here is all the commits that were made in this green zone, so this is our navbar, are also a part of now this main branch. So anything that happened here is also coming in here. Okay, so this navbar here, then we worked and added the hero section to the code base. That was in the main branch, but now we have merged into this, all of this. Now, how does it looks like? Does it really look like these branches and all of that? Yes, it looks exactly like that. Let me show you that. Even there are tools like git lens are going to show you this. So notice here, Now this is exactly much nicer to see and understand. Can I zoom this a little? Yep. So notice here, we were working here, the commit was included, the head was here. Then we merged out. We went and we started to create a new branch, which was navbar for bringing in the navigation bar. In the meantime, we worked on this one, and there was one commit made that we wanted to work with the hero section. And now we both are going in the future and are merging everything. How nicely and how easily it was all done. Pretty nice, pretty okay. Let's see the code base as well, because that's where the interesting part is, apart from the Git. Now we have index, which was already there. We have the hero section, which was already there. And we have the nav bar as well. So all the code that my friend has written, or my colleague has written, is now in here. That is super nice. Now, although it's not really kind of a fun thing to do, but a lot of companies does this thing, is writing one more additional command. And I'm going to just show you here. It's not really fun, not my favorite one, but still a lot of companies has asked me to do so. So I can just run a command git branch and the -d. It's a pretty dangerous option. That's why they call it as -d. Fun stuff. It is actually for deleting the branch. And I want to delete the branch navbar. What happens when I do this? Oh, it deletes the navbar branch. What happens when I just go ahead and run the command git branch? Now we have just one branch, which is master. Interesting. Let's go ahead and check out this and git length. All right, so git length, let me just go ahead and start this again. So although in the git length history, we still have this. Oops, my bad. We all have this once because it was previously made, so we are not deleting the history of itself. But now we are deleting this branch because the branch has served its purpose. It's no longer useful for us. If we need, we can create more branches, and it works pretty fine. So this is the entire part of how things are done. Can we do something more? Exactly same. This time a little bit fast forward so that you can see things happening a little bit fast paced. Yeah, of course, why not? We know that we have just this branch, so how do we go ahead and create a new branch? We can do this time using the git checkout -b option, and we want to create footer. So let's go ahead and create a footer for this one. And we switched into the new branch, and we can just go ahead and see git branch. And there we go. Now we are on the footer. If we go back onto the code file, it's exactly same thing which are pointing. Let's go ahead and create a new file. Let's go ahead and say this is footer.html. Go ahead and say, hey, this one is going to be footer. There we go. And nice footer. I'm running out of the words. Nice footer. And what do usually people put? 2024 copyright, something like that. We have done this. Now we want to obviously check out this one. Not check out yet, add this one. By the way, we can do add and commit at the same time as well. I'm not interested in that. I'll just do one by one. So I'll just add this one, and I'll go ahead, git commit, and we'll just go ahead and use add footer section would be nice. Add footer section to the code base. There we go. We have done this. So there is a commit now, and obviously our main branch is not aware of it. Let's go ahead and git checkout. We don't want to use -b now. I'll go move on to the master, and hopefully master is not aware of the footer. Whatever the work we have done, master is not aware of it. But if I go ahead and check out this one, git length, now we have another footer branch, and we want to merge all the things that we have done, the footer branch has done, into this one. So pretty simple. In order to merge any branch, what we can do is first see where we are. So git branch is a nice option to run again. I'm on the master. I want to bring all the code from the footer. Let's go ahead and do that. Git merge, and we're gonna go ahead and bring in footer. There we go. Since there are no conflicts, it just merged it, and there we go. Pretty nice and easy. And we can see the footer is here. That's it. Now, coming up on to the more complex stuff than this, because this was all easy, and people are not afraid of the easy part, and merging the branches is a tricky task. Let me show you why it does. So, there are possible chances where things are not that much great. Things can go a little bit messy. Let me show you what happens when Git tries to get into the conflict zone. And let me show you first what are these conflict zones so that you can understand exactly. So where we are right now, we are on to the master branch. So let's just say we are working on the master branch, and we go ahead and check out the index, and we go here and say footer added. Okay. And what happens if somebody go ahead and push this commit? Nothing bad. We can just go ahead and say we have to check the status first. Good practices. We know that this is here, so we can just go ahead and say git add index. So assume this is a really complex code. We have added this. We want to have a git commit, and we'll just go here, add footer in index file, commit that. Pretty nice and easy. Now comes the conflict part. Somebody did checked out the branches, and somebody checked out onto the footer branch. Git check out, if we can write that, and I'll go into the footer branch. Okay, now I'm in the footer branch, and what I did here is, once I checked into the footer branch, I actually went into the index file again, and I see there's nothing inside this branch. I went up here and I just simply said footer was added successfully. Alright, so I hope you can see this is a point of conflict. Now we're also going to go ahead and add a commit. Let's go ahead and say git add index file. This is the file that we want to add. Git add, no, this time we need to commit, and we are going to go ahead and say something different as a commit. Update index file would be a good message. Update index file with footer code. Alright, so we have done this. Now here's the interesting part. We can go ahead and check out, we are on the footer branch, so we can just go ahead and check out this first. So we have added this one here. I'll just close this. Let's check out the master branch, and fun stuff here. Oops, my bad, I have to write it properly. Master branch. If I go into the master branch, open this up, footer added. Okay, close this. I come back here and I go ahead and say git checkout footer. I go back here and I see the index file footer was added successfully. This is a point of conflict, and we need to discuss this, how things actually happen. So the whole point is, so far we have been into this whole good situation, whether the main branch was not doing anything, whole work was done on the another branch, so we just went ahead and merged all together, and the timeline goes again like this. This is pretty good, interesting, nothing bad. And there is not fast forward merge, which is in which the main branch is also working, and the another branch is also working. But the whole point is they were working on the different files, so there was nothing too much worried about. We just made the commit. But in the real world scenario, this is where the things gets tricky and Git. So the whole idea is Git always tries its best to resolve these conflicts. Right now we have a conflict, but Git tries automatically. But Git is not an AI, and of course even AI cannot tell you which code to keep, which code to delete. So Git tries its best to resolve the conflict, but whenever there's such conflict happens, we need to understand that how these conflicts are resolved and how the diagrams actually work on with this. So first of all, we need to understand this diagram here. The green line or the head is actually going to be pointing towards, this is the branch which you are on. Like for example, we are on the master branch. We are trying to bring in the code from the footer. So everything above these equal signs, there will be a lot of equal sign. I'll show you that in the code as well. Everything above here, this is the part of the main branch. And anything below these equal signs, these are the part which are coming in from another branch. And we have to learn how we have to actually resolve this conflict. And there is nothing to it. Its whole thing is that which part of the code you want to keep, whether you want to keep this one, whether you want to keep this one, or you want to keep both. It's totally up to you. You can remove anything, all these codes, and there is no shortcut for this one. You have to manually go into the code part and have to consult with another friend that, hey, what you have done, I've also done this work, which part to keep, or do you need to update your code and then send me, can we merge the branch, something like this. So this needs to be a discussion. So whole idea is whether you go ahead, work with this. And by the way, you have to remove all these head, whatever these fancy things are going to come up, these equal signs and these ones. Just remove all of them. Just keep the code that you want to have, save it, and that's it. So that's what it says. Keep whatever you want, remove the marker and save, and that's all it's going to do. So yep, it's not really that bad. The whole thing is that people assume that it's going to happen automatically. No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen automatically. So let's go ahead and check out where I am. So I'm going to go ahead and work on with the branch. I'm on footer. I would love to check out on the master branch. So let's go ahead and work on with the master. There we go. What's the situation now, branch? I am on master and there's code in the footer. I would love to now merge the branch. So let's go ahead and say git merge, and I want to merge the footer branch. Pretty easy, standard stuff. Once I do this, it says auto merging index, conflict, merge conflict index, auto merging failed, fix conflicts, and then commit the result. So notice here, if I go ahead and open this up, now your code editor looks a little different, and depends on what is your default code editor. There is also resolve in merge editor. There is a merge editor here as well, by the way. So this is how it looks like. A lot of people get afraid of this. Nothing to be afraid. This is all good. So notice here it says these are the, you can, by the way, VS Code also gives you really nice options at the top that you can accept the current change, you can accept the incoming change, or you can accept the both. By the way, this is good of VS Code, but I'll tell you what this is. Now notice here this head, this is footer edit. This was something which is in the master branch. Footer edit successfully was the footer branch code. Now it's totally up to you which one you want to keep, or you want to keep both. Totally your decision, your call. But notice here how similar this is from the diagram that we studied. Exactly. The top part is coming up. This top part is coming up from your main branch, master branch. This everything below the equal sign is coming up from the incoming branch or incoming merge that you are going through with. Exactly same. Nothing changed here. Now here's the interesting thing. You can go ahead and click on these buttons. I will not do that. You try that because it's much more easier there. I'll show you how the hard part is being done. So I can just come up here and say that, hey, let's just go ahead and remove this. And we definitely want to remove this part. We want to remove this part. I think this footer message is much more better. So I'll just go ahead and remove this footer edit. I'll remove this one here as well. So this is best. I'll go ahead and save this. And I go back here and notice here it automatically fixes this up, and I can just close this again and start this again, and this is nice. By the way, in the VS Code you can click on the resolve in merge editor, and this opens up a totally new editor and all of these things, and it's much more easier. It helps you to actually compare what's in the footer branch, what's in the master branch. I'll just say complete the merge. Complete with conflicts, yeah. Close with conflicts, whatever that is. I am not worried much about this code base here. But you get the point. Which one you want to keep, it's totally up to you. Now the branches are definitely merged. So I can go ahead and check out this. And definitely we do have some of the commits that we have to make. By the way, I can make these commits from here as well. But I would love to make these commits, merge footer branch and all of these things. So we can just go ahead and add this. Since we have manually merged this, so I'll just go ahead and say git add, whatever that is. And let's just go ahead and git commit. And I'll be saying that we have merged footer branch. And there we go. Now everything looks good. Should be all okay. And everything looks good. The footer was added successfully is the message that we are accepting instead of the one. So you have to pick one. You can pick both as well. Nobody's stopping you, but this is how it goes. Now, interestingly, let's go ahead and check out how the timeline looks like. Exactly same as before. We started with this, we went into this one. Now this is also, we started with this one, we did some commits and footer index. This is how we solved the conflicts. So again, a lot of people I've seen are too much worried about the conflicts. There is nothing to be worried. It's just these extra equal signs and arrow signs which bothers a lot of people. VS Code does a pretty good job, but yeah, you got this one. There's a lot more to discuss and talk about this, but we're going to do that in the upcoming video. Right now, I think this is more than enough for us for the discussion. Let's go ahead and catch up in the next video. Hope you're enjoying. If you're enjoying, do let me know in the comment section. I'll catch you up in the next one. Folks, my name is Hitesh. Hope you're doing good, and we are continuing our series on the Git. And in this video, we're going to learn just about the two commands. You'll be using them often, one quite more than the other. The first is going to be git diff, which tells about the differences, and I'll talk more about this one. And another one we are going to talk about is the stashing command. Now, the stashing is also pretty interesting and a fun concept, and you'll be using them more than you think about it. My throat is a little itchy, but anyways, let's go ahead and talk about them. And one thing I would like to mention here is that the git diff command is something that you should watch out. There are tons of flows of that. I'll not talk about each and every flow, but I'll give you enough of knowledge that you can figure out things on your own. But be very careful about how you interpret these symbols here. So I'll walk you through with that as well. First of all, let me share the screen with you. We are on our notes section here, and as you know, this is where we have been working things, and these are our directories that are working. So pretty simple stuff that we're going through. So first of all, let's understand about the git diff, then we'll do the practical. We'll read about the git stash, and we'll do the practical, just like we have always been doing. All right. So the first is the git diff. Now, the git diff command shows you the differences. And the one common thing that you're going to notice about this git diff command is, of course, it shows the differences, but it's not the difference between file A and file B. That is the most common mistake. Git diff command actually shows you the difference between the same file, the file A and the file A. The only difference is it shows you the version of that file in some X time and the Y time. What do I mean by that? Simply, let's just say you're working on a file and you have staged some changes. Now you want to compare how the file looked like when the things were not staged and now they are in the stage. So that's the comparison you want to do. Maybe the comparison is, how does this exact same file look like when I committed it 2 commits before and now I committed it? How does those 2 commits actually compare? Or how does the same file looks between this branch and the other branch? That's the whole idea. A lot of people make this mistake of assuming that the git diff is for comparing 2 different files. Although there are tools which can do that, but this is not what it's meant for, especially in the Git ecosystem. And one more important thing about the git diff is, how do you read the file? This is where the common mistakes comes up, and I don't blame it to anyone. It's the symbols which makes it confusing. Now you'll see these kinds of minus symbol and these plus symbol quite often. And this doesn't mean that the minus means the things which are removed and the plus means things which are added. And this is a common mistake I've seen, especially for beginners or people who are in college, fresh out of college, that plus means the files which are being added. No. That is not how we read the things. So notice here, the A is going to be a representation of file 1 and B is also going to be file representation of, for now we are calling it as file 2, but it's actually the same file. I've mentioned this same file over the time, but for the sake of simplicity we are calling it as a file 2. Obviously it is a file 2 now because the information got changed. That's the only reason. Again, remember the note, same file over the time. Okay, hope we are clear. Now this file A is being represented by this minus symbol. That's it. Yes, it is represented by these symbols. Now it could be other symbols. It could have been chosen as @. This could have been chosen as the hash. There would be much less confusion. But what can we say? This is the chosen one by the creator of the Git. We cannot say anything to him. He's legendary programmer. So somehow he decided that for the file 1, I'll choose the minus symbol, and file 2, I'll say plus symbol. And I'll show you when we run the command, we can sometimes actually interchange the branches. So this is branch A, this is branch B, and sometimes when we interchange that, these symbols get interchanged. So never assume them that these are for removing the code and these are for the adding the code. No, it doesn't work like that. So change in line and a little preview of it. We are going to see that how to read these things. Pretty easy, pretty fun to watch around. So we're going to go ahead and now do these things in a practical way. I think that would be much more fun. All right. So what's our situation right now? I would love to see by running the git status, and we have nothing to commit. We are on master branch. Now you can actually see the whole message and can understand it. And our working tree is clean. There is nothing which is changed and it should be moved to the stage. So now you are actually able to understand this whole thing much better. And all these things are pretty good. I love these blocks here, by the way. You can copy and paste. I can actually copy the entire thing and can make a documentation out of it. It's fun. Anyways, so let's go ahead and change the index file and see what things happen. So we can see there is a lot of empty spaces here. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these empty spaces. All right. And let's add something here. So what should we add? Nav bar at the top. That would be fun. Let's go ahead. I would love to add nav bar. My keyboard is a little far away because the iPad is taking a lot of space here. I would love to add nav bar here, and that's it. And probably I'll just go ahead and say look good as project. Look good project. So this is the thing that I have added now, and obviously when I go ahead and check the git status again, it says, hey, there is one file which is being modified. So what we would love to do is we would love to add this file to the staging area. So the easiest thing is, let's just go ahead and add the index.html. There we go. Now if I go ahead and check the status again, we have something in the staging area and something outside as well, which is not being changed. Now this is exactly the place where you can run the command of the git diff. First of all, let's go ahead and run the git diff command and see what happens when I run it in this exact mode. Nothing happens. That's exactly how it is actually intended to work on with this, because hey, this is really basic command, and on its own it doesn't do much on its own that hey, what should I do or something like that. Now what happens is when you provide some of the options to show your intention, what I really want to do. So for example, if I go ahead and let's just see, the command line is suggesting us that hey, just run this file and see what happens. When I go ahead and do this, it does nothing, obviously. But there are options. There are options. Like I can go ahead and say I want to learn about the staged. That's the option, which is the first useful option. If I go ahead and use this, there is a way how we should learn to read this message, how it goes on. Let's go ahead and work on with this. First of all, dash dash staged. Obviously, I want to compare the file which is in the current stage as well as in the stage. So there are two versions of the same file. If there are multiple files, obviously it will show us the multiple blocks of output for that. So don't just assume that we can only check the output and the differences between the one file. You can check with hundreds of files, and even in the production, everybody does that. Now it says that hey, this is a git diff which is checking between a file A and file B. File A is also index.html and file B is also index.html, and it's always going to be the case. Now there's also an indexing being given between the two commits and some messages around here. Don't want to go into too much of depth of it. Yes, this is also a file code that Git actually keeps it for themselves, even without staging, but let's not go into the file code as of now. Now the next thing is this minus 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 represents the file A, and the plus 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 represents the file B. This doesn't mean that this is code removed or this is code being added. The negative negative assumes that this is file before staging and this is after staging. So this says that before it looked like this. There was a lot of negative spaces or just the spaces, and it said looks good as a project. But as you moved on to the staging area, you have changed this, and this is the newer code or the newer version of the file that we have. I would love to add navbar and looks good project. So this is what we have done. Now just to show you that we can do a little bit more is let's go ahead and change the footer as well, just to see that how things actually look. So nice footer 2024. I don't like it. Probably add some awesome footer here. That would be a better message. Now let's go ahead and stage this one as well. So staging is pretty simple. We go ahead and say this time we want to add a footer to the staging area. And if I go ahead and check the git staging, git status, two files are being added. Now let's go ahead and check out the git diff as well. And only option I'm providing here is dash dash staged. Okay, let's see. Now we have a little bit of a different syntax, and again notice here the colon, so it's opening this up whole thing in the Vim mode. Don't worry, I'll show you how to get out of the Vim. You will not be forever stuck into this one. But if you notice this, same thing happens. Now we are comparing the footer file here, and here we are comparing the index file. So we are comparing always the same file, but in the different time zone. Not time zone exactly, but in the different time itself. How it looked like previously and how it looked like after the staging. And it looks good, and there we go, we can see, and it never shows you the whole file itself. It just shows you some of the glimpse of it. And yes, there are tools around it, some GUI tools like GitKraken and a lot of others, which actually shows you much more information than this. So notice here in the footer, this was the file before, and this is the file now. And this is how it looks like. So there we go, we can see that no new line at the end of the file, and there we go, we can see the index file here, which has some of the looks good and all these things. And you can actually go ahead into the full mode of the Vim, but right now I'll just press Q to exit it, that hey, I'm okay, I'm fine by looking at it. By the way, GitHub shows you entire long documentation of seeing this. Now, apart from this, now I would like to make a commit. So let's go ahead and make a commit. There we go, and what we're going to do is, let's say commit messages changed, change index and footer. Not really a good message, but I'll just go with that. So we're going to go ahead and add this one, and now let's just for a moment, I want to see the git log, but one line logs. Now head is pointing towards this one, and we have this merge branch. And exactly like this, you can actually check out the different merge options. If you want to check out between the different commit IDs, you can go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and see what happened between this commit ID and this commit ID. Let's see what happened there. It's a little bit difficult to actually use that, but not in my case. I'm using a nice uh, terminal here, so I can copy paste the things. All you have to do is copy this, paste it up here, then a space, and then we're gonna paste this one so that we can go ahead and check this out. Now you do this, so you get the entire thing again, that hey, nice footer was previously in the previous commit ID, now was in the this commit ID, and things looks good. Again, I can press Q and get the exit. So you get the idea how this is being done. You will see another kind of a thing with the exact same commit IDs or maybe different branch name also. You just remove the space, you put 2 dots, common scenario, alternative way of how it's being done. Gives you the exact same result, but you'll see that a lot of people use that. So that's the fun part as well. Now, similar to this, you can use the branches as well. I'll not show you that. I'll leave that as a simple exercise for you to do, but pretty simple. So all we can do is simply have to say git and then diff, and then we can go ahead and say branch 1, probably that's it, dot dot, and then we can use branch 2. And again, dot dot is pretty safest of the feature because it actually is a previous compatible as well. The space one is the newest one. So maybe you're working in some scenario where the space one doesn't work. Now you know you can use the dots as well. So pretty easy to work on with that. And again, the output will be same regardless of you work with the commit IDs, you work with the branches, files, and however you work and go through with that. The output is going to be exactly the same. Okay, now let's go back onto this one. So now that we understand the inside and the details of how the git diff work, and from now on you will never see that this minus minus as removed. It's the previous version, not the previous version in fact, it's just the file name, and that's it. And this is a common thing when you switch your branch comparison, even the commit ID, when you switch them up, the first file will get the minus ones and the second file will get the plus one. We can even try that actually. Let me just go ahead and work with that, and I'll just go ahead and say git log one line, and there we go. So previously we did gave it like this. Now let's go ahead and 9C11. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and remove this, and in fact we'll just go here and we'll just change this. Even just by changing this, you'll notice that there we go. Now this adds some footer note here, a nice footer. The plus and minus got changed here. So this is really interesting. Notice here, nice footer gets a plus, and if I go ahead and quit this, and if I go ahead and use this, now the nice footer gets the minus one. So I told you, it's not really the removing of the code or adding the code, it's just a symbol. It's just a symbol. Alright, so moving on, let's go ahead and talk about some of the git stashing. Alright, so moving on about the git stashing. Git stashing is pretty interesting and fun of the tool or the sub-tool in the git itself. Let's go ahead and understand that. I don't know why it's not highlighted, but we're going to talk about the git stash. Okay, so what is this git stash? All we have to do, we'll go through with the workflow first, understand the thing, then we'll do the practical of it. So first what we have to do is create a repo, we have to work on it, and then commit it on the main. So the whole idea is there should be some work on the main branch, and the flow is then switch on to another branch and work on it. Very common scenario that maybe you found a bug, maybe you want to add some feature, you have pulled off a branch of it and you have started to work on your branch. But there is something important happened on other branch or maybe the main branch, and you want to work there a little bit. Now, conflicting changes do not allow to switch the branch without commit. So what happened is, if you have worked on something, you have probably staged it, not yet commit, or you have worked, something is there. The Git is not going to allow you to switch into the different branch. That's the one thing. So let's go ahead and try this, if how this is actually even true or how does it work. So let's go ahead and first of all, git status. If I go ahead and work with the git status, there is nothing in the master branch, and that's okay, but we want to now create another branch. Right now we don't have much of the branches. If I go ahead and look on the branch, there is just master and there is a footer. Maybe now it's the time that we work on the footer branch. So let's go ahead and check out this, or maybe you are creating some another branch. So let's just go ahead and say git, and I'll use a switch. And you can, by the way, pass an option of -C, and let's just say you're working on some bugs. So we are going to call this one as bug fix, a very common scenario. Now this has created a new branch as well as moved you onto this new branch, shortcut command. So we're going to go ahead and check out the git branch. Notice we are on the bug fix. So you're on the bug fix and you realize there was a pretty nasty bug in the footer, index, navbar, wherever you like. This was the bug. So I went up and I'm fixing, uh, trying to fix this bug. Okay, we are still in the mid of the fixing the bug. We haven't fixed it. So that's our situation right now. If I go ahead and check out the git status, here there are some files which are not being staged or something, but your colleague says, hey, you know what, I need your help on some another branch. Can you please come to the footer branch and just add this or check this or just add this one line here? And you say, yeah, of course I can go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and say git switch and not C, but I would love to switch on to branch footer. There we go. Oh, it says your local changes to the following files would be overwritten. Please commit your changes or stash them. So now it's talking about the stash before you switch the branch. Aborting. So where I am right now, let's just go ahead and check this with the git branch. I'm still on the bug fix. I haven't moved on the footer and I'm not able to change this. So that's what this note actually says, that if there is any change which is not even being staged and you have worked on something in your branch, obviously you have moved some file, you have changes, and you haven't committed them, you haven't staged them, so how can you move on to the different branch? This is where exactly the stash comes in, and even git actually gave you a message, suggestive message, then you can use the git stash and you can switch between the branch. And by the way, there are a couple of other use cases and even complex commands of the git stashing, which a lot of people uses. I'll walk you through with them. But majority of the time, you'll be just using these two commands, which is git stash and git stash pop. Let's see how they work. And I'll show you some of the complex commands as well, that how you can just go ahead and work with that. Let's go ahead into this one. So now I can run the command git stash.
It's raining.
There we go. I run this git stash and it says, okay, there's a work in progress, bug fix, and something index folder. Now, can I change my branch now? That's the most important question. So if I go ahead and say git switch footer, if I go ahead and say, hey, you switch to the footer branch. And if I go ahead and say that, hey, show me the git branch, there we go. You are on the footer right now and you can start working on this. Does it change this? Yes, all of my changes are being stashed there. I'm not worried about there. They're working pretty nice and easy. I can see what is happening, can guide my colleague, or even can add more stuff on the index or something like that. Even can work on this and complete my commits and everything. But the great part about this is I can move on to the different branch now, and I can say git branch and move me back onto the bug fix. No suggestion? No suggestions. Hate that. Bug fix. Oh, git switch. My bad. Switch. Okay, now we are switched on to this one. I'll check this one. Okay, I'm here. But what about my changes? My changes are still not here because I have stashed those changes. Stash is like a temporary shelf where you can keep your code, go back, move around, come back here. But you have to bring things back from the shelf here. And how do we do that? Pretty easy. Let me show you. It's just this command git stash pop. That's it. And that's the command. Git stash, and all you have to say is pop. Now you have this, so pop. So there we go. We are having this stuff back up here. Pretty nice and easy. But let's just say I have worked on it more. Worked and fixed the bug, something like that. So there we go. We still are again onto the position where we haven't committed this. Now you know you cannot change the branch. So you would love to go ahead and use the git stash command. So we have stashed it. Now I want to move to the main branch. Let's just see how many branches we have. Git branch, we are onto the master. So let's just go ahead and switch to this one. Git switch, and I want to switch to master. All right, my bad. Master. There we go. We have moved to the master branch, and obviously these all things are gone. But here's the interesting thing. I know I have stashed some changes onto the bug fix branch, but can I actually pop those stash onto other branches? That's interesting. Let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to go ahead and say git stash, and I'll just do a pop. And it says, oh, there's something interesting here. On branch master, changes not staged for commit, go ahead, and no changes added to the commit, dropped, some stuff. But okay, I can see that all my stash can actually come onto this master branch, and now I can do the changes, stages, and whole thing. So we can deduce from this small investigation that yes, stash is not just limited to your branch, and stash can be moved from this branch to different branches as well. But don't you worry, when you're working onto this one with multiple people, be very careful of how you're stashing and all these things. And that is why people actually always stash with the other commands as well. So it's a pretty interesting command, but again, be very careful about this one because most of the people love to have this command first, git stash list. So once you do this, so for example, if I go ahead and again do a git stash, it stashes all the changes, but if I do a git stash list, now it gives me a list that this is a stash which is one, which is work in progress on master branch. So don't just go ahead and dump the stash unless until you are working on the branch, because stashing can be a little bit tricky to work on with. So always be careful, just run the command git stash list and only stash or dump the stash which you really want to work with that. So for example, here in this case, I can just go ahead and run the command git stash apply, and then mention this stash, whatever the stash is. For example, if your in case is the stash 0 like this, or if you have the first one for yourself, second, third, whatever that is. You get the idea that how these things actually work. Alright, so now that you know about the caveats of how the stashing and all these things work, I would love to give you a couple of more commands and all these things. Make sure you're looking up for is also a couple of commands like git stash list and git stash apply and the stash name entirely with the curly braces and 1 to whatever the number is. And most of the time, whatever and wherever you are working on, stash is something which is meant to be very, very temporarily. Maybe you want to just put your changes for a moment and then want to go some other branch, check these things, copy some code or somewhere and just move back onto your branch. This is entirely meant for a temporary purpose. You should not be relied on it too heavy, and even if you're working with many people in a big company, these stashes should be used very, very carefully. So that's the whole idea. Now let me show you a couple of more commands, and I'm pretty sure you can do some exercise on it, and we'll talk about this one. So what you can do is, so far we have used the command of checkout. I'll show you the demo of this one, and this checkout actually goes ahead and we have used it for the branching checkout, from git checkout branch, master, git checkout to footer and all these things. But it can also be used for checking out how the things looks like before the commits and all these things. You can provide the hash, or you can use the symbol of head, and this tilde means I want to go 2 commits back. So this 2 here represents, look at the 2 commit prior to this one. I'll show you this one as well. And by the way, you can restore any file as well. The restore command is also pretty interesting. Go ahead, try this out. And you can restore the file back to its the last commit only, not the, like, you cannot go forever. You can check with the checkout command that how files look like, but you can only restore till the one last commit. Now let's go ahead and see how the checkout looks like and see how things actually work. So for this, obviously we need to have a git log. So let's go with that. Now somehow I want to move how the things look like onto this particular commit. So all you have to do is just run the command git checkout, and instead of giving this as a master or branch name, give the commit ID. And again, you don't need to give the entire long commit ID. This one works like 99.99% of the cases. I'm not sure about one edge case there, but it works like that. So I can go ahead and work with that git checkout and just work like this. And notice here what says the head is now at this position. So I told you this whole thing that we have in the git, this is something which has to point somewhere, this head. And usually this points towards at the very tip of wherever you are working right now, but we have explicitly asked it to move back somewhere. So that's where the head is. And during that time, when we worked on this, there was no navbar, there was no footer file, and this is how our file looked like. So I can go back, jump into the time and check out any point of the time. But the point is, how do I go back? That's the main interesting part. So do I have to git log again? Because hi, there is a head hero section here. How do I retrieve back? So let's go ahead and try this. Can I go ahead and use this git checkout head? Let's see what happened here. This doesn't go back. So what can I do to go back if I have checked out onto the previous branches? Now moving back is a little bit tricky, not really complex, but there are a couple of ways how you can go back. And let me show you what are these ways actually. The easiest one that you're going to find is writing, is simply go ahead and say git checkout, and instead of saying head or something like that, you just go ahead and say I want to go back to the main branch, or in this case the master. That's one thing. I can go ahead and do this. You have switched to the master and all of this, and we can see once you mention the name of the branch, it moves you back on to wherever you were. In case you forget this, what you can do is there is also one command which is rarely used in the any flow, is simply say git reflog. What does this command does? Reflog actually moves you back onto where you were previously. It just moves your head back to wherever you were. So in case you forgot from where you came in or something, you can use this, but rarely being used. Rarely somebody just check out and then just like it's everybody's flow that instead of mentioning the exact thing or something, we just mention the branch name. This is a common flow. But yes, again, there are many ways of how you can go back. So you get the idea of now you can check this out any point of time. That I want to go head should be now on 2 commits back or 1 commits back. Let's just say we want to move it here. So this is 2 commits back. So we can go ahead and say git checkout, and we want to point the head,
Oh shit.
and we can use tilde and move it to 2 back, and there we go. So we have now head is now at CB9E. Where is CB9E? And we are here, CB9E. So we are 1 and 2, and it moves it here, CB9E. So be very careful where it's moving, and be cautious about it. So that's what I'm saying. So there we go. This is how it was looking like. And again, my usual flow is just go ahead and say git checkout and then move to master. So that's usually what I do. But again, it's up to you. You want to use reflog, you want to go with that. Totally on you. Totally on you. All right. So a couple of more commands. So again, we have worked on with the git checkout, and we can use the hash. We can actually go ahead and use the head command. We can use the specific commit ID to move there, whichever suits you, whichever works for you. And even we little bit talk about the reflog as well. So go ahead and work with that in case you want to with that. It's a pretty easy command. So that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed this one. So if you're enjoying these, please do let me know in the comment section. Tweet out about the series, because your tweets, your share on the LinkedIn, this is the only thing which keeps me going. This is my motivation, and I would love to get some more motivation at this point of time. That's it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one.
Be the stronghold.
Hey there everyone, my name is Hitesh, and welcome to the series on the Git. Now today's topic is pretty interesting, which is a little bit scary as well. We're going to talk about the Git rebase. I'll walk you through what are the caveats of it, what could be the accidents that can happen with this command, but all under control. You'll have full knowledge about when to use this command, when to avoid this command, and you'll not be scared of it. And there are a couple of scenarios that I would like to talk before jumping into this command. First of all, if you haven't checked out my channel or haven't yet subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button. It would be really, really motivational for me. Or if you can share this series, that would be fantastic. I have put a lot of effort into this. Your one share, that's the price of this course. That's it. All right. So first of all, let me share a simple scenario. So what we're going to learn about this one, this git rebase command, you'll find the entire internet is kind of divided into 2 halves, and one half is on the 90%, which is scared of this command. And only 10% of the folks actually love this, who have used this extensively, and they really know what they are doing. It's not that scary of a command, but it always does rewrite the history. And when you're rewriting the history, you should be cautious. And that's what this command exactly does. I'll tell you a personal scenario. When I was working as a CTO in one of the company here in India, and in that we were organizing a lot of hackathons in our company. And a group of students came in, and they accidentally ran the rebase command wrong way in the last 1 hour of the hackathon, and their entire project got messed up and they couldn't participate. So yes, you should be careful with this. I'm not sharing the horror stories. I'm just sharing what happened there. The truth happened there. And you should be cautious about it. That's all I'm going to say. And now let's go back onto the code and walk you through with how actually it goes on and work with that. So let me share the screen. All right, so where we are right now, let's go ahead and check the git status for this. And my keyboard is too far on the left. I don't like it that way, but what can I do? So let's go ahead and say I want to run the git status. Everything is good on the master branch. And how many branches do we have? And by the way, I love this feature that I can scroll this and can say I want to learn, or I want to run the command, the git branch. So I can just go with that. I love this. So we have a couple of branches, couple of things going on. Everything is well sorted, well centered up here. Let's go ahead and first run about what happens when you run the git rebase command. Again, the red smiley here with saying, hey, be cautious about it. So this command can be used as an alternative way of merging or can be used up as a cleanup tool. Cleanup tool because it rewrites the history, and an alternative of merging because it literally performs the merging. But in the merging, you actually keeps your branches separately, but it just merge everything into a single timeline. This is how the output is something which you'll see when you rebase, and this is kind of an output you see when you actually do the branch merging. So yes, this is exactly like merging. We already have seen quite in depth about how the merging works, but now we're going to see how the rebasing of the stuff works. All right. I'm not going to go through again with the merging process. You're quite familiar with that. Whenever we do the git merge, it actually merges the code into the main branch, or wherever you are merging, you can just go ahead and work with that. Now we'll focus more on the rebase, but I'll walk you through with the branching scenario as well a little bit. We'll go through with the demo quite in depth. Now here is a caution note. Whenever you are either on the main branch, or in this case, we are going through with the master quite a lot, or the master branch, never run this command. I repeat this again, if you are on the main branch or master branch, this command is not meant to be run from that branch. This command is usually meant to be run from the side branch that we are, whether that's a bug fix, footer, feature, whatever that branch is. Usually this is meant to be run from the branch itself, not the main. This is usually the guidelines which everybody puts out. Whoever has worked in the big large scale corporation, this is usually the guideline. But again, we're going to go through. So again, don't worry about all these big long commands that we have here. We have really long ones. You don't have to worry too much. This is just walking you through that how the whole flow actually works. But since I'm with you, I can just go ahead and work through with that. All right, so let's see what happens. So first of all, we are on the master. So let's just say what happens now is we go through, and by the way, we'll be keeping an eye on this one. So this is whole things going on and how the things are working with. We are more interested in this diagram because this is the only thing we have. All right, so first of all, let's go ahead and work a little bit. So in the index section, we come up here and we say, this looks nice. Oops, again, keyboard is a little shifted. This looks nice. I save this. I go ahead and check the git status. You obviously know what's about to happen. There is one untracked file. We're going to go ahead and commit this. This time I'm going to use -am, which is another shortcut of adding and committing at the same time. So we're going to say updated main website. Looks good. And we have done the commit. Now where we are at this position. Looks good. If I check this one and I check the UI, now we can see that there is some work that is being done in this one. We have some stashed being onto this branch as well. What this branch is, if you can just go ahead and click on this, you can just see this is the footer branch that we are working through. We're not much worried about the footer branch. That's okay. That's fine. I'm not worried on that branch. Let's just say there is another branch. Let's just go ahead and see this one. There is another branch which is the bug fix, and let's go on to this bug fix branch. I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, let's check out the bug fix. Bug fix. And now I'm on the bug fix branch. Let's go ahead. We work a little bit on the bug fix branch. I fixed the navigation bar bugs. Maybe we have to contact us was not working. I will just cut this out. I'll just use an anchor tag. It's not going anywhere. This was the bug. Let's just assume. I'll just say contact us. Now the bug is being fixed. All right. But if I go ahead and check it out at this point, my bug is fixed. Let's go ahead and git.
That might be straight down.
And we're going to go ahead and commit. And we're going to go ahead and say, let's just say the bug is fixed, but I still need to work a little bit more onto this one. So I'm going to go ahead and say updated navbar. That's nice. There we go. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and do some more work on the master branch. So let's just go ahead and do git checkout. And we want to go on to master branch. There we go. And in the meantime, the master is also working. If I check the git branch, we have this one working on this one. So I guess that's my, not in the commit. This one is, but we have updated the main website. So this is the pink one. And in the meanwhile, there is some more work on the index file that was done. And I want to say, what do we do on this main website? Maybe some gallery was added, some images were added, images added. So there we go. Images is being added. And what do we want to do? Commit, git, commit, and same. And we're gonna say images added. All right. Now let's check out the another branch. And
What
again, this is
the
kind of a workflow
fuck?
that we have to go through. I'm not making this up. So let's go into the bug fix again. And there we go. Now when I go into the bug fix, obviously the index file is having nothing, but it would be really nice if I could bring in the whole code base from the main branch into this branch. That would be really nice. And this happens quite often, more than you think, that we go ahead and merge the main branch into our bug fix branch. So whatever has happened on the main branch can come onto my branch and I can see what's the latest update. Quite common thing. So we're going to go ahead and say git merge, and this time I want to merge. So wherever I am, first of all, I need to check that. I'm on to bug fix and I'm going to go ahead and say git merge, and this time I want to merge the main branch, or the master in this case. By the way, the main and master, you might see me often exchanging the name between main and master. There's a history of it. Let me share it with you. So initial days when the Git was designed, everything was called as master branch. In fact, in a lot of other DevOps tools like Kubernetes and all these things, we used to call one master and others as slave. And somehow some people find that offending. So nowadays we call everything as main and others as regular branches. So that's why Git is a pretty old software, still does the main branch as the master. But on the GitHub, they don't want to have any conflict, so they call it as main branch. So main and master are literally the same. They are just the branch name. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the merge master. Once I go ahead and do the merging of the master, it says, hey, there's now editor. This is usually the default message. I'll go with this only. Merge main master branch into the bug fix. I go ahead and save this and close it and go back up here. Okay. So files are being added. Now, everything looks good. If I go ahead where I am right now, I am onto the bug fix. If I go ahead and check out the bug fix onto the index, all of these images and everything came onto my picture. But what some people don't like is this guy. So now there's this extra commit that, hey, there's whole things going on. Now, again, I can start working on this. I'm still on bug fix. I'm still working on the navbar bug fix. And this about us is the link which was not working. So I added an anchor tag, goes nowhere, and about us. So we have added some more stuff. And we worked on to this one. We will be adding a commit message, and I'll say more bug fixed, or I'll say about us fixed. These are really bad commit messages, but somehow we work with that. And if I check this Git branch, that again, master is doing nothing and all of these things. But in the meantime, you went up and changed this one. Yes, we need to go through with this whole workflow so that you get the idea of how things actually works in the real life. I'll go ahead and do a checkout, and I'll check out onto the master and git checkout, and my bad, need to run master. Now we are on the master branch. We are still working on index file. Images, pricing card, added. All right, so we have added the pricing card. The throat set's still etchy, but anyways, a pricing card being added. I want to add this, and I'll say pricing card added. All right. Let's see what's the situation of this. All right. Now more work is done on this one, so there will be new commits being added. This is how the life is. Now you want to get all those commits that are being done on the main branch being migrated onto your feature branch or the bug fix branch, wherever you are. So this is something which is bothering to a lot of people, that if I go ahead and check out the git log in one line, you'll notice a lot of commits are just the merging commits. So this is the merge of the navbar. This is merge of the footer branch. These commits are not actually putting any work. They are just merging. And same thing is happening if I go ahead and do checkout onto the bug fix branch and do the git log again. Why my cursor went away? And I go ahead and do this again. Notice here, the same thing is happening here. We merge this. So these are unnecessary commits that are going through, and a lot of people don't like it. So what do they do? Let me show you. Now, first and foremost, the most important thing to learn about this is where you are. So never be hesitant to run the git branch. I am on bug fix. This is where I can run the command of rebase. If you are in the master and run the rebase, the whole mess is on you, not on me. Make sure you understand this key point. So now what we're going to do is, now we want to bring all those changes here. So I'm going to go ahead and say I want to do a rebase. All right. But rebase needs to run on the master branch. So this is the command that you usually want to run. Git rebase main or git rebase master. This indicates that I'm rebasing my branch with the master. You don't want to mess up the master branch or the main branch. Now notice here what happens when I run this command. Rebase successfully. And now what you can see, the timeline is being rewritten. The timeline is rewritten. This is scary because now the main timeline is, it's literally rebasing. What we are doing is rebasing. That means we still have two branches here, but this is my main branch and its base is now here. So this is the point of its base. So this is the most important part. We still have branch, we still have two heads. These are just the pointers which can point on to different points or different commit IDs. But this is my branch. This is literally, you have taken the branch and have replanted it on the master. This is scary. This is because you are rewriting the history. At this point, probably you might not be able to understand the severity of it, but notice here the branch is entirely gone. It's just the master. And if any more changes, we will obviously be diverting into the branches. If any more work is done on the bug fix, more branches, we'll see those colors online. It's not like we have entirely removed it for the future as well. They will exist. I'll show you that. But this is the point where things actually gets a little bit scary. So again, checking where I am onto the bug fix branch. So if I go ahead and add some more stuff, maybe I'm fixing the same nav bar. Let's just cut this out. Oops, not like that. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this out, add the anchor tab, goes nowhere. Home tab is also fixed now. So let's just go ahead and commit this, git commit, and we're gonna go ahead and say that. Home tab fixed. Not really a big fix, but maybe that's 1,000-line code. I'm gonna go ahead and you're gonna see this in the commits ID git graph now that yes, our the fix actually is now the same on the home branch and also as well as on the bug fix. But the moment you'll do some more things on the master branch, you'll see the commits ID being changed. So we're gonna go ahead and say, hey, let's go ahead and check out the master. There we go. Do some changes on the master. We are doing more changes in the index, pricing card. What else? We have YS section being added. Go ahead, save this. Do the commit YS section added. Go ahead and run this one. And let's see the git graph. There we go. We can see the branching is here. So it's not like we have completely removed that. You cannot have branches ever. But here is the interesting part where we have no idea of how the branching came in, bug fixes. We have just merged it. And even if you look at the commits, the unnecessary commits that were there, like merge the branch, those commits are gone. That's the whole idea about the rebasing. And in case you are wondering what happens when there is a conflict, exactly same what happened in the branch. When you merge the branches, when you merge the rebase, it's exactly same. If there is a conflicting file, you have to remove the conflicts manually or use the VS Code to accept the changes and all of that, and you have to run another command. So interested in doing the conflicts? Why not? Let's go ahead and do the conflicts. We are on to the branch of master. All right, so
At least I can hear it. Like there. I think we're right on it.
let's just say the master has worked on it. Let's go ahead and check out on to the bug fix as well. And we're gonna go git checkout, and we're gonna go on to bug fix. And this bug fix guy comes into the index and says pricing card added, and he also says new pricing card added. So we are working on the same file. Some stuff is being added. Which one to keep, which one not to keep, it's up to you. I'll just save this because we are here to make conflicts. Let's go ahead and do the commits. and I'm gonna go ahead and say card added to index file, not added, add card to index file. Usually you want to give the command to get it on that. Again, let's go ahead and work with that. So now what happened is, hey, there's a conflict in this, and let's just go ahead and run the branch. We are on the bug fix, so it's safe to run the command. If I'm on the branch, I can merge or rebase from the master. Let's go ahead and see what happens when I try to rebase. Let's go ahead and find out the command that we want to run, rebase the master. I do this and it says rebasing, couldn't do the rebase because there is a conflict here. And here are a couple of hints. You really don't want to skip this part. Read this entire whole message. If you're not going to be reading it, you'll not understand the rebase. So go ahead and follow this. It says resolve all the conflicts manually, mark them as resolved with hint. Then you have to run the git add or remove the conflicted file. So you have to run the command git add. Yep, that's the thing. And then run the git rebase. And my terminal is a little short. Can I expand it? Yep. And there we go. Whole thing in one line. Now it's better. All right. Notice here, this is the one that I want to get your attention to. You have to add this. This is the first part of it. And then you have to run the git rebase -- continue. That means the rebase right now is in the halt phase. You have to resolve your conflicts and then I can continue the rebase. If somehow you find it a little bit scary, you can go ahead and use the -- abort command as well to abort the entire thing. If I go back onto this one here, notice here, this is the resolved all these things. And you can just click on this accept changes. Last time I showed you how you can do this manually by removing all of this. This time I'll show you how you can use VS Code. I'll say that accept the current change, accept the incoming change, or accept the both. I'll accept the incoming change, which is coming up from the master branch. I'll accept this. This is how it looks like. New pricing card added. And I'll go ahead and save this, but that's not enough. I need to go ahead and literally come back here and add this. And again, you don't have to commit this, you just have to add this. So I'm going to go ahead and say git add. In this case, it's just one file, but you can use the dot. Feel free to use that. I'll just go ahead and add this, but that's not enough. Now it needs to be only in the staging area. Now you can continue this. But if you go ahead and check the git graph, notice here, uncommitted changes and all these things. It's an ongoing thing, so don't just worry too much about it. And we're going to go ahead and say git rebase and the -- option. -- continue. Thank you so much. And by the way, if you hover onto this one, it says restart all these options. I love this editor. Restart the rebasing process after having resolved conflict merging. Really nice. I hit enter and it says add card to the index. So now it's asking you for the commit message. I'm happy with this commit message. I'll save this, close this file, and you get that. Now finally the rebasing is completed. So there is no such thing as like automatic conflict resolver or something. But we get to see this. That whole thing is again just a one timeline. So literally we are actually changing the timeline. So it took us a little bit time to actually understand that how the workflow and everything is done. But I think by now you actually truly understand what the rebase is. And again, I would like to bring you one more thing up here. That again, never rebase the commits that you have shared with other people. And if we are pushing to the GitHub, never rebase is usually the idea. But again, it's not like I'm against the rebase.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my, look at that, bro. Oh my. Oh my. Damn. Let's see if Ralph's is open right now.
How can I help you today?
Hours.
Okay, hours. The store is currently open. Our normal business hours are every day from 5.
Really?